Hey guys. Here's part 5 of Yellow and Red Makes. Enjoy. Chapter 45. Naruto hadn't stopped teasing Fu all the way back to their camp, to the point where she had begun throwing rocks at him to shut him up. She wasn't really putting any effort in, so Naruto dodged them all easily, continuing to taunt her good-naturedly. Both sweat dropped when they reached the camp and found Tayuya still fast asleep, blissfully drooling on Naruto's pillow. Fu just looked at her, then back at Naruto, who had started packing up their gear into the bags. "Shouldn't we wake Tayuya up?" Naruto just stared at her incredulously before a smile made its way onto his face. Yeah, sure, why don't you do that while I finish up with the packing?" Fu looked between them again, trying to find the catch and the reason Naruto was acting so strange. She walked over and gently nudged Tayuya's shoulder, which only got her a groan as the redhead snuggling further into the warm sleeping bag. Fu pushed a little harder, trying to roll Tayuya onto her back, only for one of the girl's arms to snake out and wrap itself around Fu's neck, pulling her down onto the ground with Tayuya. Feeling frisky this morning, Naruto?" Fu's eyes shot open wide as she struggled against Tayuya's iron-like arm, only to be pulled in tighter against the girl's chest, slowly being smothered by her reasonably endowed assets. Naruto stifled his laugh from where he was on the other side of the camp, focusing on dousing the fire. Yes, Naruto, just like that." Fu struggled even harder against Tayuya's chest, but it only seemed to turn the girl on more, making her move back and forth a little inside the sleeping bag. Fu finally broke away from Tayuya's hold, blushing brighter than a tomato before she took a few steps back. "I'm gonna go scout out the area." She took off into the trees, finally letting Naruto fall onto the ground, laughing furiously. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Tayuya stir and sit up, a large smirk on her face as she looked to where Fu had taken off. She looked back around to where Naruto was still laughing, her smirk widening. "That'll teach her to wake me up this early." Naruto breathed deeply to calm himself before getting up and walking over to his girlfriend. "So what's the plan?" Naruto just scratched the back of his head as he looked thoughtfully towards the ocean. "Dunno, thought I'd just wing it?" Tayuya sighed before crawling out of the sleeping bag, wearing nothing but her underwear, making Naruto wonder just when she had disrobed. "So the usual then?" Naruto pouted slightly, making Tayuya chuckle before he shrugged nonchalantly. They were all walking across the surface of the water, thankful that the mist had cleared away so they could see better. Fu was doing her best not to look at Tayuya, while said redhead kept having to suppress giggles every time she caught Fu shy away from her. She was about to go over and tell her it was just a joke when Naruto put a hand up, telling them to stop. Tayuya looked around, not noticing anything significant about this particular stretch of water, while both Naruto and Fu had that far-off look that told her they were communicating with their bijou. "Okay, Kyuubi say that Isabu is somewhere below us." He looked to Fu for confirmation and she nodded in the affirmative. "Okay, I say we drive the Sanbi off, make it run away from here so that Orochimaru can't find it." He looked to his two companions as they thought over the plan before both nodded again. Neither of them had any ideas anyway. Naruto took a breath before he formed a familiar hand sign and about 30 clones appeared around them. "I would stand back if I were you guys." Fu and Tayuya quickly backpedaled from the group of Narutos, while Tayuya began to have thoughts about how she could use such a jutsu in the bedroom. The clones all arranged themselves in a large circle about 50 feet across in diameter, while the original joined Fu and Tayuya to the side. Tayuya naturally took a few more steps back. If Naruto wasn't with his clones, it meant that he was about to do something dangerous and more than likely stupid. All the clones gripped their wrists before energy coalesced in each of their hands, all of them forming their own Rasengan about the size of their head. With an unspoken signal between all of them, they simultaneously plunged their hands into the waters below them. Instantly, the swirling energies contained within their palms caused the waters to swirl violently as each of them began to sink into the whirlpool they had created. As they sank deeper and deeper into the tumultuous waters, their whirlpools grew and grew until they began to overlap. In the center of their circle, the waters began to sway and shift until it too began to rotate round and round. The miniature riptides the Rasengans had created merged into one enormous maelstrom, spinning the clones round and round as they fought to stay upright on the angry water. The whirlpool became deeper and deeper until finally it looked like Naruto had created a whirlwind that connected to the ocean's floor. Fu and Tayuya could only watch on in amazement as Naruto practically bent the ocean to his will, opening up a void in the water that they could see straight down to. Right at the bottom, now disturbed from its slumber, they saw one great eye crack open and stare up at them angrily. An enormous roar resonated around the nearby area as the Sanbi stared up at the three people who had caused him to wake up. In particular, it stared at two individuals, a certain blonde and a certain mint-haired girl. "Kurama." Chome. You dare show yourself to me? Naruto watched, as bewildered as his companions. He expected some hostility not outright hatred. Oh, that's right, I forgot about the thing with his eye. Naruto's eyes opened wide at the sudden input from Kyuubi, and when he looked down at Isabu he could surely see that one of the beast's great eyes was closed from what looked like an injury. You mention this now? He felt the great fox shrug from his mindscape, and he had half a mind to go in there and kick the crap out of her for causing him this grief. He would have, except for the massive shrimp-like tail that shot up out of the vortex he had created before two more joined it and plunged into the side. The delicate balance was disrupted, causing all the clones to lose their footing and the Rasengans to dissipate. The ocean water around the whirlpool heaved for a moment before all of its pent-up energy crashed back in, trying to crush anything inside. Fu, Tayuya, and Naruto all had to fight to stop themselves falling into the water as huge waves threatened to cascade over them. Fu immediately took to the air, rising high above the dangerous tides, while Tayuya and Naruto dashed for the shoreline, actually outrunning a wave that was following them. They reached the sandy beach just as the small tidal wave crashed down behind them, managing to thoroughly soak them both. Tayuya just stood there fuming as Naruto looked back over the now calm again waters, while Fu gracefully dropped in from the sky, allowing her wings to fold back into her back. Well, that fucking worked out great. Got any other bright ideas, fucktard? Naruto shrugged idly, with his hand up at his chin. He had a few more ideas, but after that little display from the Sanbi he figured they would work just as well as his first. Nope, Fu? The young girl just turned, shocked that he was asking her, but shook her head anyway. Well then we're stuck until whoever Orochimaru sent gets here. They'll probably have a way of getting the Sanbi, probably the child they're going to use as a jinchuriki. Our priority should be getting that child away from them. After that it's eliminating the sound ninja so they can't try it again. Tayuya looked highly annoyed, but she nodded anyway after a sigh. Fu seemed more hesitant, but after a gentle smile from Naruto she also agreed. So that was what they did. All of them moved back from the shore and took up a position in the trees overlooking the coast. They spread out to cover more ground, and occasionally Naruto would dart between them using his Fuji no Iki to check up and see if they spotted anything. After about 3 hours of this they were all growing bored, wondering if those rumors about Orochimaru were in fact that, rumors. Finally Naruto spotted something. A small group of odd-looking people emerged from the tree line, their eyes darting around for enemies. There were 7 in total, a strange effeminate man in a full-body blue slime suit, a squat man with grayed skin and a strange device strapped to his arm, a taller man with dark gray hair and a gas mask, a bulky man with a narrow face, a younger man with a cocky grin and a scarf wrapped around his neck, and finally a tall woman with a smaller child. He groaned when he recognized Guren and Yukimaru before his eyes turned hard as steel. He should have known he was the jinchuriki to be. Why else would he be out here? He couldn't prevent the small growl that escaped his throat, but luckily none of the newcomers heard him. For now he intended to just observe and see how they intended to bring out the Sanbi, but not before he sent a message along to Tayuya and Fu telling them not to interfere for now. He watched as the odd group walked up to the highest point on the coast, a large cliff that overlooked the calm waters. They seemed to send Yukimaru out in front of them while the others took up protective positions around the boy. Naruto watched and fascinated as Yukimaru looked out over the ocean before taking a comforting glance back at Guren. He turned around and with more confidence he began to scream. It wasn't a normal scream, this one seemed to resonate off of everything in sight. Blue light began to crawl around the boy before it shot up out of him in a beam, parting the clouds above him. He positively glowed with energy as he continued to scream out to the sea, and Naruto suddenly found himself overcome with a wave of utter peace. It was like the boy's cry was resonating deep within him, calming him and putting him completely at ease. He shook his head of it, knowing he needed to be alert for what might come next. Sure enough, as he continued to watch the waters around where he knew the Sanbi dwelled begin to churn and writhe before more of the strange blue light erupted from the surface. It coalesced until it took on the form of a spectral three tails that looked around curiously, first at its surroundings, then at Yukimaru. It took a hesitant step forward on the surface of the water before Yukimaru collapsed, probably from the strain, and the phantom image dissipated into nothing. Naruto couldn't tear his eyes away. It was just astounding to watch. It seemed like the boy was the key to the Sanbi, sharing some kind of connection with it. He suddenly realized that it wasn't just the Sanbi. Yukimaru seemed to be intertwined with the Bijou themselves. During his scream, Naruto had felt the urge to simply reveal himself and run to Yukimaru, not knowing why. This was both a dangerous and fascinating revelation, one that he would have to research after he rescued Yukimaru. He hadn't failed to notice that when Yukimaru collapsed, Guren was the first to rush over and catch him before he hit the ground. Naruto's eyes narrowed in suspicion. wondering why a subordinate of Orochimaru would show care for the boy they were about to turn into a weapon. He wasn't sure what to do now. Their attempt to bring the Sanbi out had obviously failed. It seemed Yukimaru wasn't strong enough to do whatever it was he could do. Naruto knew this wasn't the end of it though. Orochimaru wouldn't just give up. He would be back, and anyway Naruto wasn't here for the Sanbi, he needed information. He sent a message to Fu and Tayuya, and after a few moments the two of them appeared near him, also looking out over the strange scene with interest. So what now? They failed, right? Naruto just nodded, his eyes still fixed on Yukimaru being cradled in Guren's arms. Onyasan, why is Yukimaru with those people? Naruto just sighed and looked around at his little sister, before turning his attention to both of them. Like I said, the priority is getting Yukimaru away from them. Keep one of them alive, preferably Guren, she looks like the leader. Tayuya seemed confused that Naruto somehow knew the names of these people, but she nodded all the same. The group didn't look all that tough anyway, she figured it would be easy to keep two busy each while Naruto went for the leader. Tayuya, you take the short one and the one in the gas mask. Fu, you take the blue one and the guy with the scarf. I'll take Dumbo and the leader. If you see a chance to get away with Yukimaru, don't hesitate, but make sure they can't come after us. After receiving the two nods he needed, Naruto turned back around. The group of 7 were all clustered around Yukimaru's shivering body. Using his power drained him of nearly all his energy, and it still wasn't enough to summon the Sanbi. Guren checked over him, making sure he was going to be okay before looking around at her team. Rinji, get him. She was cut off as a certain blonde appeared in their midst out of nowhere before grabbing Yukimaru and taking off with him further out into the water. It all happened so fast Guren could barely react before she got her senses and turned her head. In nearly the same instance a green blur appeared, squarely kicking Rinji in the jaw, sending him hurtling into the water, already unconscious from the flight-aided blow. Not too soon after Tayuya appeared with her bow staff in hand, already crackling with lightning, and used it to hit Kidri in the temple, also knocking him out. Guren's team was given no time to recover as Tayuya immediately engaged Kaho, trying to hit the contraption on his arm that was no doubt the source of his power. Likewise Fu was already trying to get in a few blows on Nurari, the effeminate man proving difficult to hit as each member was driven off in separate directions. Guren could only watch as her teammates were first taken down, then separated even as Naruto got farther away with Yukimaru. Gozu, with me, we need to rescue Yukimaru. The large man just nodded dumbly before taking off after Naruto across the water. In that time Naruto had managed to create a clone, handing Yukimaru off to him before turning around and holding his ground, or water as it were. It didn't take long for Guren to catch up, her eyes narrowed nearly into slits as she stared at Naruto. Crystal release, Jade Crystal Blade. Thanks to their synchronized attack Tayuya was only left with one opponent. Unfortunately he proved to be a slippery bastard. As soon as he recovered from the shock of seeing 2 of his teammates taken out so easily he began using the device on his arm to fire exploding projectiles out at Tayuya, forcing her back and into the forest. She was forced to use trees as cover, but only until Kaho obliterated them with another launched bomb. Tayuya learned quickly not so stick around when they exploded. She had accidentally inhaled some of the noxious yellow smoke the explosives created and was still feeling lightheaded. Right now her vision swam as she bounded through trees, only managing to stay on a branch for less than a second before it was shredded along with the rest of the tree by another bomb. She ducked to the left, just avoiding another which sailed past her head, missing her by inches. Don't you ever fucking run out of those? Her only reply was another cry. Dark smoke spear. She was forced to bend her body out of the way as the ground beneath where she had been standing erupted into another crater filled with the yellow smoke. She couldn't even see where the squat man was firing from because she was too busy dodging to look. Summoning jutsu. Instantly she was surrounded by falcons, all hovering in the air, awaiting her command. Kamikaze falcons. The birds took off, speeding through the trees in search of their target hidden amongst the forest. Tayuya waited with bated breath, her vision finally allowed to clear as she awaited another explosion that never came. She continued to wait, her hand on the ground as she crouched, just listening for any sign of movement. She heard an explosion not too far from her position, followed by a few more as Kaho tried to eradicate the birds before they could get close and give him a taste of his own medicine. Tayuya sprang to her feet, moving off through the trees as silently as possible in the direction of the explosion, a smirk on her face as she readied her staff. When she came across the clearing where Kaho was rapidly firing into the mass of birds trying to blow him up, she waited until his back was turned before jumping down with her staff raised. As she fell, a large arc of lightning danced across the metal of her staff, giving her a tickling sensation as it ran through her body. Bass drop. Her staff struck the ground, creating a shockwave that literally ripped the air molecules around her. The ground cracked and warped as lightning crashed through the earth in the direction of Kyuubi, who could only look around in shock before the ground beneath him caved in. He suddenly found himself encased up to the waist in earth, unable to free himself, and that gave the falcons swarming around him enough time to hone in on their target. They screamed down on him, their wings set ablaze as they did so before they all impacted with the ground, sending up miniature mushroom clouds from their attack. Tayuya watched calmly from the edge of the clearing, waiting for any sign of movement from inside the cloud of dust and debris. When she saw none, she smirked victoriously, already turning around to leave. Not so fucking tough. She regretted those words as she heard another cry. Smoke dragon. She pivoted on one foot, just able to get away as a massive dragon comprised entirely of a thick white smoke charged at her, impacting into the ground where she had been. It crashed in, returning to smoke, but as soon as Tayuya took a relieved breath, it simply reformed itself, charging her again. This time she wasn't fast enough to dodge and could only bring her staff up in defense. She spun the metal rod until it was just a circular blur of light in front of her, acting as a shield that would block most attacks. Unfortunately, the dragon passed right through her shield, only getting slightly warped as it moved through the blue circle. Tayuya suddenly found her head encased in smoke, unable to breathe in case it was poisonous, and when she moved it just followed her. Her vision was obscured and her eyes were already starting to water. It was times like these she really wished she had a wind affinity like Naruto. He could simply blow this thing away. She couldn't speak to call out a jutsu, and as the seconds passed it looked more and more hopeless. She needed wind or something to draw away the smoke before she suffocated. Her staff was still out in front of her, spinning madly, forgotten as Tayuya tried to come up with a plan. It struck her in an instant, and although it was incredibly risky, she had to try anything now. Remembering what Naruto had told her about his swift release, she began to draw on the lightning chakra from her body, rubbing it together until there was friction. She used this spark to send her muscles into overdrive, exciting them and allowing them to move quicker than they should have been able. The staff in her hands became even faster, moving around so quickly it might as well have been a solid circle, blurring with lightning chakra. The smoke dragon around her began to warp, pulled into by the vacuum temporarily created by the spinning pole. It continued to get sucked in, and slowly there was less and less smoke around Tayuya's head until she could finally suck in a beautiful lungful of air. Kyuubi just looked at her, shocked that she had been able to escape as he tried to control the dragon that was being siphoned away by Tayuya's staff. She panted, looking across at Kyuubi angrily, and using the last of the electricity in her muscles she dashed across the field in the blink of an eye, smashing the squat man in the face so hard it broke his goggles. The smoke dragon finally dissipated and Tayuya finally allowed her staff to stop spinning, feeling her arms burn from the reckless use of an improvised swift release. She nearly fell to her knees, but she forced herself back into a standing position before looking in the direction of the sea, where she could see the waters begin to churn dangerously. She took off as fast as she could, already sending healing medical chakra throughout her body to fix the damage she had done to her muscles. "What the hell are you doing now, shithead?" Fu was having to weave through the air to prevent the strange semi-liquid projectiles her opponent kept slinging at her from all of his limbs. He proved to be as hard to hit as he was to dodge, able to bend his body in impossible ways to dodge any blow she might send his way. She had allowed the strange substance to get on her foot once, only for it to immediately drag her down, making it even more difficult to fly. She knew if she got any on her wings, then she would be done for. Going hand to hand with this guy would be a mistake. She took a deep breath in before swiveling in the air and exhaling her golden particles. They immediately caught the light, refracting it and intensifying the reflective light to blinding proportions. Naruto just did something strange with his slime suit, the light getting bent around it until he was protected from the blinding rays and made invisible to Fu at the same time. She lost sight of him as he disappeared further into the forest, drawing her in. She had to dodge suddenly, using a nearby tree to kick off of as another globule of slime tried to hit her in the face, which would have surely suffocated her if she allowed it to hit home. She still couldn't see her opponent as they used that strange light bending technique to mask themselves. Now she found herself dodging slime when she didn't know where it was coming from. She would hide behind a tree only to see some flying at her from the front. She was amazed at how quickly Naruto could change his position, but this wasn't really the time to be congratulating her opponent. If she couldn't see him, then she would have to find him another way. She only wished she had a lightning affinity like her brother. The slime seemed to be water-based and she could just shock him. No, she had a wind affinity, which she saw very little use for in this situation, even with all of Naruto's training. She took to the skies again, trying to gain some height so that she could get a better fix on her opponent. She tracked a few of the sticky projectiles as they were launched at her, dodging them with ease before noting more coming from another, seemingly random direction. Unfortunately, she forgot the main rule of gravity: what goes up must come down. She felt the sticky slime impact with her wings, locking them up as they were forcefully stuck to her back. Her eyes opened wide as she was forced into a plummet, unable to steer herself or recover as she plummeted towards the ground. She managed to shoot a hand out and grab onto a passing branch, feeling her arm wrench in the socket as she nearly dislocated her shoulder. She groaned and pulled herself up before flopping back down onto the branch, careful not to lay her back against anything in case she got stuck. She rubbed her shoulder tenderly, waiting for Chome to do her thing and fix it up while she scouted out the area with her eyes. All of a sudden she caught the slight warping of the air on a tree branch not far from her and flung her body out of the way before a globule of slime could ensnare her completely. As she jumped, she threw a few kunai the direction she had seen Nurari last, only for him to reappear and catch all the kunai on his arm, the slime acting like a buffer to stop him getting hurt. Wind style, wind shuriken. She threw out her hand even as she was falling, sending out 5 or 6 shuriken comprised entirely of rotating wind. They shot through the air at her target, ripping through the slime he had put up to defend himself and actually managing to draw blood for once. She heard him cry out in pain and an all too girlish scream before she latched onto another tree trunk, using it to launch herself back onto the branch she had been on before. She reached Nurari just as he was crouched over, clutching the cut on his arm in pain. Wind style, grand wind shuriken. She launched the larger than normal shuriken at Nurari, satisfied as it tore through his torso, neatly bisecting him in two. She felt slightly ill at the slight but was forced to overcome it when she saw the clone simply dissolve into a pile of slime. Again she had to dodge out of the way of another globule of the slime, really starting to get pissed by this slippery asshole. She turned, located the warping of light and forced wind chakra through her tenketsu, blasting off the branch like a small rocket so that her fist could impact with the only part of Nurari that wasn't covered by the slime suit, his face. He keeled over in pain, clutching his broken nose as Fu waited to see if this one would just dissolve into a clone as well. "My nose, you broke my nose." The effeminate man just looked up at her in pain as she kicked him in the face, knocking him out cold. The slime on his suit meant he adhered to the branch so she didn't have to worry about him falling off. She looked around, seeing the sea where the waters had begun to pick up, churning dangerously in what looked like a miniature maelstrom. "Oh no, Unison." Naruto ducked under another swing of Guren's crystal blade, blocking it with a kunai strengthened with wind chakra as it came around again. This went back and forth for a while, neither really gaining the upper hand until Naruto finally noticed an opening in Guren's defense. He lashed out with a leg, intending to hit her in the side and wind her until his clone could safely escape with Yukimaru. To his surprise, when his leg connected, it felt like he was striking a solid wall, jarring his body and giving the woman enough to lash out at him, managing to draw her blade along his chest. Naruto backflipped away on the water, putting distance between himself and the crystal user. He looked at her and tried to find out why his kick had failed. He just managed to see the glint of light reflect off her crystal armor before he was forced to duck again as an enlarged arm tried to strike him. He turned his attention to his second opponent, the brute of a man who was able to change any part of his body into mud at any given time. Luckily for Naruto, all earth techniques were weak against lightning, and they just happened to be standing on a large body of water. He reached into his cloak before either of his opponents could stop him, drawing out a scroll before unsealing its contents. The two Raito falling out and into his hands, he could feel them almost buzz with excitement at the opportunity to be used again after so long. He obliged them, holding them up in the air as the already dark clouds above them thickened, arcs of electricity already passing through them. Lightning style, lightning ball. A single beam of lightning shot down from the heavens, striking the upraised blades as they crackled with raw power. Instead of being grounded through Naruto's body, he forced his chakra into the blades, using them to capture the electricity, focusing it into a ball between them. As soon as he thought it was big enough, he plunged the two swords down, releasing all the stored energy as they discharged the ball through the water below him. It spread out in milliseconds, arcing up Gozu's body until Naruto could see his skeleton. Although he knew it wouldn't be enough to kill him, he only wanted to incapacitate. Guren, on the other hand, seemed relatively unaffected. The translucent armor encasing her body chipped and cracked a bit, but she was otherwise unperturbed. He raised Kiba towards her, pointing the ever so slightly vibrating blade towards her. "Give up, I won't let you turn Yukimaru into a jinchuriki." Guren just snarled at him, enlarging the blade across her arm as she charged at Naruto, who simply raised one of the Kiba up to block the strike. Guren had expected her blade to simply cut right through the strange Tontos, but instead when she tried to cut them, her arm blade was bisected, without Naruto even having to apply force. There was a reason they were known as the sharpest blades in the elemental nations. Yukimaru struggled in the clone's arms as it continued to run away from the growing battle, dashing across the water. No stop. Guren. What about Guren? The clone tried to ignore the boy's pleas as much as possible, knowing that if he let him go with those people he would be subjected to a life of misery as a jinchuriki. They both heard the thunder in the air before both turned to see the single bolt of lightning come down and strike the area where Guren and Naruto had been fighting. Yukimaru's eyes opened wide, fearing the worst for the woman who had shown him kindness after so long. No. Guren. The clone found that the boy's struggles increased as blue fire erupted all around him, encasing him and nearly burning the clone. The energy shot straight up into the air, parting the clouds in a swirl as Yukimaru cried out. Naruto was finally on the offensive, swinging the kiba where he could, occasionally grazing Guren's armor. Whenever Gozu recovered he would simply shock the water again, putting him right back down. He wasn't very skilled with the two swords, but he didn't really need to be, he just needed to get one lucky hit in. All three combatants felt it as the waters below them began to churn dangerously, putting them all off balance as they tried to adjust to the eddies. Suddenly the water burst apart, revealing the carapace of the one creature nobody wanted to see right now. The sandbee burst into the air, summoned by the wailing boy's scream as it looked around its new environment. It saw the blonde from earlier fighting it out below him as its one good eye narrowed dangerously. Guren and Naruto could only look up as the massive beast came hurtling back down on them, mouth open. Both fighters felt similar thoughts pass through their minds as they saw the terrifying sight approach. Shit. Chapter 46. Fu and Tayuya both reached the scene just as the sandbee crashed back down into the waters, taking Guren and Naruto with it. They rushed toward where the waters still churned, but it looked like the Three Tails was done for now, not bothering to resurface. Tayuya managed to spot the single Naruto clone holding onto a struggling Yukimaru, the flaming blue light just fading as the sandbee retreated below the ocean's surface. She rushed over and arrived just in time to see the single clone burst out of existence. She caught Yukimaru in her arms before he could drop into the water and looked around. The ocean had calmed again, leaving no sign that an enormous turtle-like creature had been there at all. She spotted Gozu still struggling with the remaining lightning coursing through his system, but Guren and Naruto were nowhere in sight. Tayuya felt a tug at her heart and a small tear threatened to break from her eyes, but she sniffed it back. Naruto had given them a mission and she had to protect the now passed out boy in her arms. She knew he would be alright, it was Naruto after all, he was always alright. Unfortunately those thoughts didn't keep her eyes from watering. She turned, seeing Fu looking almost as lost as she did. She needed to be strong right now. Come on Fu, we need to round up those guys and make sure they can't escape while we wait for Naruto. Fu just stared at her, unsure of what to say. Tayuya knelt down on the waters, bringing her eyes to Fu's level. Come on Fu, Naruto would want you to be strong right now. He's going to be fine, believe it. Fu smiled weakly at the redhead's words as they turned their attention back to their former opponent, their main concern being the slowly recovering Gozu. Naruto awoke to the slow drip of water against his forehead. For a second he thought that his mindscape had somehow reverted back to a sewer and he was there. He thought against it, he couldn't feel that familiar tug that showed him the direction of the Kyuubi. He cracked open an eye and looked around his new environment, shocked when he appeared to be in the heart of some elaborate and strange cave system. Wearily he got to his feet and looked around some more, but in every direction it just seemed to be the same strange rock formation with tunnels branching off in a few directions. Hey Kurama, where the hell are we? He waited a few seconds as he could feel Kyuubi's discomfort over the question. I don't think you'll like my answer, kid. Naruto frowned at the answer, trying to think back to what he could remember before he got here. He was fighting Guren and Gozu, trying to penetrate her crystal armor when the waters started getting choppy. Then the Three Tails appeared out of nowhere before rocketing on them with its mouth open. Aw, that's sick. It freaking ate me? Naruto shuddered at the prospect of being eaten by a tailed beast before looking around again. It certainly didn't look like what he imagined a stomach to look like, and he had been in one before thanks to that damn snake summon. He had to admit this was a marked improvement on red slimy walls though. He walked over and patted one of the walls. Ha, rock hard. It gives a whole new meaning to an iron gut. He saw a few puddles around the floor and thought it best to probably avoid those if possible, probably some kind of acid that would dissolve him alive. Again the idea made him shudder while really wishing he was out of here now. Hey Kurama, you know a way out of here? The ancient fox seemed to stare at him incredulously from inside his own mind. And what makes you think I've been here before? Naruto just chuckled sheepishly before moving along the strange cave-like place, looking for an exit. He would prefer not to have to leave the natural way if that was at all possible. He wandered aimlessly for a while, taking any random turn he could. He knew Yukimaru was at least with Tayuya, thanks to his clone's last memories, and it was also Yukimaru who had summoned Isabu. It would appear that his ability was closely linked with his emotions, which could prove dangerous in the future. More so if he actually was made into a jinchuriki. He seemed to have a strong emotional tie to Guren. If he found out she was dead, then he might do something drastic. Of course Naruto didn't know if Guren was dead or not, but his clone hadn't seen her after the Three Tails had eaten him, so he assumed she was somewhere in here with him. He pondered the question as he walked, wondering why Yukimaru would care so much for a subordinate of Orochimaru. Was it an act? A ruse to get him to trust them? Naruto wouldn't put it past the snake, but what he had seen when Yukimaru collapsed was genuine concern. It confused him greatly. He turned into a large cavern-like area of the Sanbi, again wondering how this place was so expansive when the actual creature wasn't nearly this big. He took a moment and stopped, trying to think if he had been here before, except all the passages and room-like structures just looked the same. He could be walking in circles for all he knew. Surprisingly, he spotted movement and Guren walked out of a different passage, right into the room he was in. You! She pointed a warning finger at him before keeling over, clutching her side in pain. She collapsed to the floor, apparently unconscious, and Naruto rushed over. She might have been an enemy, but he had seen some redeemable traits from her and wouldn't let her die like this. He looked around again. Hell, nobody deserves to die in a place like this, except maybe Orochimaru. When he reached her, he checked her side. The once white flower pattern on her kimono was now stained red with her own blood. He examined the wound, seeing that the problem was a shard of her own crystal armor had shattered and left a large gash across her side. He cursed to himself. Tayuya was the one with medical ninjutsu. He knew nothing of it, just the basic first aid taught at the academy. He pulled out a medical kit he always kept in a seal on his thigh and started wiping the wound clean with antiseptic. Even in her unconscious state, Guren still winced from the painful substance rubbing against her open wound. He cleaned her up and bandaged the gash as best he could. Knowing nothing of how a normal body heals due to his own rapid healing factor, he could only guess at how fast the woman could recover. Perhaps in a few days or maybe a week, probably sooner if she received proper medical attention, not his /dab job at it. She seemed to be really out of it, but he had bandaged her wound to the best of his ability, so there was nothing more he could do. He waited around for a little while but quickly grew bored with that. He still needed to find a way out of here, but at the same time he couldn't leave Guren alone in this condition. He still didn't know how the Sanbi digested its food, and he really didn't want to find out. He picked up Guren as gently as he could, carrying her bridal style so he didn't upset her wound even more. He began to wander again, looking for any sign of a way out, except he could find nothing. It was frustrating. No matter where he went, it was exactly the same. There were no discernible features that told him he was heading in the right direction, or even the wrong direction. It even smelled the same everywhere he went, and all he could hear was the occasional drip of water and some weird clattering that had been there since he woke up here. He didn't pay it much mind. It was all around him and didn't help him escape, so he just continued to wander aimlessly. After a while he felt Guren shift in his arms and groan as she woke up, blinking in the weak light that somehow bathed the area. She first looked around through blurry eyes, noting she was still in the Sanbi's stomach before noticing that she was bobbing slightly. She looked up only to see the face of the blonde shinobi that had taken Yukimaru from her. Her eyes opened wide before narrowing into slits, a snarl replacing her peaceful smile. "You! What are you doing? Put me down." She struggled in Naruto's grasp, but the more she struggled, the more she felt her injury give her pain. Naruto eventually walked over to where a rock-like structure jutted up from the ground and placed the struggling kunoichi on it. He moved back from her, looking her over impassively. She looked different to most of Orochimaru's lackeys, a lot like Anko in fact. For a brief moment that gave him a glimmer of hope that she too could break away from him, but he quashed it before he gained false hope. You! She trailed off with a frown, touching a hand to her wound and noticing the bandages wrapped around her torso. "You wrapped my wound. Why?" Her voice held a lot of hostility and suspicion out. Naruto ignored it as best he could. "I don't leave people to die when they can't defend themselves, not when they've done nothing to me. I'm not like Orochimaru." Guren just stared back at him defiantly, desperately trying to ignore the pain in her side. "Don't talk about Orochimaru-sama that way." Naruto stared right back, anger encroaching into his eyes. "Why not? All he has ever done is brought pain and misery. He tried to hurt Tayuya. He killed the old man. He tried to hurt Tsunade. Why do you even serve him?" Guren kept up her defiant glare, although the pain was really starting to get to her, making her lightheaded and dizzy. "You wouldn't understand. Lord Orochimaru saved me from a village that despised me because of what I could do. What would you know about that? Naruto's anger left him all at once, and when he looked at Guren staring defiantly back at him, he only saw himself. He saw a young Gaara shunned by his village, a young Fu looking up to him because he had saved her from a life of loneliness and fear. He didn't know quite what to say to her. She was a reflection of himself, or what he might have been. I understand. His voice was quiet, a whisper. I understand better than you know. Guren only got angrier. No you don't, nobody understands. Kabuto told me about you. You're from the sand, aren't you? They already have 2 jinchuriki. Who are you to judge Lord Orochimaru for wanting the same thing? You just want Yukimaru for yourself so the sand can use him as a weapon. Naruto felt a little bit of the anger return to him as he stared down at her. I don't understand? You don't understand. Yeah, the sand has jinchuriki and you're looking at one of them. I understand what it's like to be hated by people because of something you had no control over, something that makes them fear and despise you because they don't understand it even though they wanted you to be that way. That's why I went to Suna, to get away from all that, so I didn't have to live with those people who hated me. You think I want to put Yukimaru through all that? Then you're as delusional as your asshole of a leader. Guren faltered slightly in her gaze. Why, you're a jinchuriki? Naruto nodded grimly. Yup, you're looking at the container for the 9-tailed fox. Guren just stared at him some more. His headband now made a lot more sense, as did the little girl's. And that girl? He nodded again, his eyes downcast. Yeah, Fu is as well. I saved her from her village. They hated her and treated her like trash, so I rescued her, brought her with me so she wouldn't have to grow up alone, with nobody to care about her. It also meant she wouldn't fall into the hands of people like Orochimaru. Guren flinched slightly at the anger in his voice. She could tell he cared a lot for the girl, much like she cared for Yukimaru. Why are you telling me all this? Naruto looked down at his feet, remembering Anko and the passion with which she despised Orochimaru. Because I believe there is still good in you, good that's wasted on a scumbag like Orochimaru. He might have saved you from your village, but I bet after that he forced you into all kinds of situations you hated, situations that forced you to ignore your humanity to blindly follow him. If you're worried about him hurting you, then don't worry, because when I get rid of the Akatsuki and make sure that those closest to me are safe, he's next. Guren stared at him for a moment before she broke out in laughter, forcing her to clamp a hand over her injury as it burned from the exertion. You really think you can defeat Lord Orochimaru, and you call me delusional? I could die laughing. She grimaced as the pain reared up again, literally. Naruto just scowled. He might not be ready to face Orochimaru yet, but once he dealt with Akatsuki he would have the experience he needed to finally end the snake. You'd be surprised by what I can do. Guren stopped laughing, narrowing her eyes at the comment. Kabuto had once told her this kid was dangerous. She couldn't really see it herself. Sure, he had a few powerful lightning techniques, but that wasn't really much. Then again, they had only fought for a few minutes. He was unlikely to have revealed everything in that time. She certainly didn't. Then if you aren't after Yukimaru, why are you here? Naruto looked around. He thought that the clattering he had heard was getting louder, but he might have been imagining things. I need information. Orochimaru put a curse seal on Tayuya. I need to find Sasuke Uchiha and take a look at his mark so that I can get rid of the one on her. Guren continued to just stare at him incredulously. First Orochimaru and now the Uchiha. Are you crazy? I've seen what that kid can do. You're outclassed. There's no point in trying to find him anyway. Lord Orochimaru is never far from his side. Naruto just chuckled to himself lightly. Yeah, you'd be surprised at how many times I've been outclassed in a fight. Some might have said Sasori of the Red Sand or Deidara of Iwa should have been too much for me. Guren gasped. She had heard those names before. They were members of the organization Orochimaru used to belong to, and supposedly he wasn't even the most powerful of them. Still, she didn't believe that this kid had managed to defeat 2S ranked missing nin. There was no way. You're lying. Naruto just sighed and drew something out of his pocket, showing her the 2 rings in his hand as his ears continued to twitch. Guren gasped again. He recognized the rings as the same type that Orochimaru wore on his one hand. She looked up at Naruto again, trying to puzzle out what it was he was hiding that made him so powerful, apart from the Kyuubi, of course. According to Kabuto, though, he had minimal control over the fox, letting his anger get the best of him. So what? This doesn't. Shh. Naruto held up a hand to halt her, earning him an irritated look as he pressed his ear to the floor of the cavern. Do you hear that? Guren looked around but couldn't hear anything except for the gentle drip of water. As she listened closer, though, she could faintly make out the sounds of clacking, like when a crab opens and closes its claw. What is that? Naruto just shrugged before spotting something behind Guren. It looked like a full miniature version of Isabu and it looked hungry. Naruto reacted on a sixth sense, spinning on a heel and grabbing another of the creatures before it could bite him. He looked it in the face, noting its angry and hungry expression before throwing it across the room, only to see hundreds more surrounding the pair. Shit, run for it. They both took off, jumping over large groups of the miniature sandbees to avoid getting swarmed. They stuck to the walls, ceiling, anything that the little tenacious turtles weren't already crawling on as they ran in any random direction. Naruto saw Guren trip over the swarm right behind them, and didn't hesitate when he bent down and scooped her up into his arms. Hey, put me down. I'll just get rid of them with my crystal release. Naruto just looked down at her sternly, using a hand to block hers before it could form into a sign. You'll only hurt yourself in your condition. We can outrun them. Naruto picked up the pace, leaving the majority of the swarm behind them as he took off, surprising Guren with his speed. Guren continued to struggle lightly but was prevented from doing much thanks to her injury. Put me down, I still have some pride, you know. Naruto just huffed to himself as he continued to run. Says the person working for Orochimaru. He looked at her defiantly, daring her to disagree with him. She narrowed her eyes in irritation but said nothing, crossing her arms under her chest instead. Naruto saw an alcove and made sure that they weren't being followed anymore before ducking in, hidden for now. He gently placed Guren back down where she immediately clutched the wound at her side. If she didn't get out of her soon it was only going to get worse. Why? She looked up at him, her eyes boring a hole through him. I still don't understand why you're doing this. Naruto looked at her, sighing before he dropped down onto the floor with her. I already told you, I'm not going to let anybody, Yukimaru included, have to go through what I went through. Nobody deserves that. Guren looked to the ground, clutching her wound tighter. I wouldn't let that happen. Naruto narrowed his eyes before sighing again, leaning his head back to stare at the ceiling. It's not something you can have control over. He would still be hated, loathed, feared, whether you want other people to feel that way or not. It's up to other people to befriend him, to look past the demon he would contain. You can't make them like him. He chuckled at the irony, talking about containing a demon he himself was stuck inside of. One person would never be enough, you may think so, but what about when you're gone? What about when there's nobody left for him and he's all alone? We're shinobi, our lifespan isn't great. Sooner or later you'll die and he'll be alone again, ripe for Orochimaru to manipulate into being a weapon. Guren clutched her hand tighter around her wound, causing more pain than relief. You don't understand, I have to help him. I took away the one place where he belonged, the one place where he could have had the life you described. I just want to give it back to him, to help him. Naruto looked down at her, sighing for the last time before a small smile spread across his features. Great. Guren looked up at him, a few tears streaking down her face as she remembered her pain, the past that would always haunt her. What? Naruto kept his smile but didn't break his gaze away from the ceiling. I said great. Do that then. Help him, just don't let Orochimaru get his claws into him like he did you. Guren looked at him, still crying, like he was insane. Run away, hide, find a place where he can be safe and live a normal life, I don't care as long as he's okay. Guren stopped crying, looking up at the blonde, blinking away the tears as best she could. But first. He looked around the cavern, his eyes narrowing as he examined every feature. Clearly that means I have to get you out of here. He took a deep breath before standing up, offering his hand to Guren, who took it shakily. He moved her back, a little closer to the entrance to the alcove before he made a one-handed seal and 100 or so shadow clones popped into existence. Guren stared at the massive amounts of clones with wide eyes before all of them clutched their wrists tightly. 100 bright balls of swirling energy formed in the room, and with a large battle cry that was uncommon for Naruto they all charged at one wall. The many Rasengans crashed into the wall, stopped momentarily, but after a moment the clones just pushed harder and the rocky wall crumbled away under the combined assault. They started burrowing through, picking up pace with momentum as they broke through the wall into another cavern. The clones just charged straight through, repeating the process on another wall which also caved in short time. Naruto repeated this cycle for as long as he had to, smashing through wall after wall, still chased by the swarm of mini Isabu. When a clone ran out of energy he created two more, when their Rasengans wore out they created even bigger ones. Each time the smash through a wall only to face another, the clones would just grit their teeth in determination and continued running. Guren looked behind her, being carried by the original Naruto, at the path of destruction they had caused. Finally a clone managed to break through a wall, only for a trickle of water to emerge from the hole he created. The other clones took this as a sign that they were getting closer and redoubled their efforts, pouring all the energies in their temporary bodies into their attack until an enormous hole was created, gushing water into the Sanbi. Wait, what are you? Guren didn't get a chance to finish her statement before the water engulfed them completely. Both felt as though their bodies were being pulled in every direction at once before a sinking feeling overcame them and the two passed out. Tayuya looked over in satisfaction at the tied-up sound shinobi, although they had to take extra precautions with Gozu and Nurari considering how they could manipulate their bodies. Luckily, thanks to constant advice from Naruto, Fu carried around a large amount of chakra-suppressing rope in a storage scroll. It was practically standard issue for most Anbu considering the dangerous people they are sent after, but she and Naruto had found a lot of use for it during the training trip. Tayuya was marveling at it when Gozu and Nurari woke up, completely unable to move or use their chakra in any way. The beauty of the rope was the intricate sealing array adorning the length of the thick cord. It absorbed the captive's chakra and actually used it to strengthen itself. It could be overloaded, but that would require close to Kage or Bijou levels of chakra, something they didn't have to worry about with these prisoners. Unfortunately for them, as soon as they realized they were captured, they refused to even talk to them. Well, refused until Tayuya started threatening to cut off a certain male anatomical feature they would rather not lose, then they were all for talking. They didn't have much to offer though, all their orders came down through Guren. Only Gozu had ever even seen Orochimaru, and that was only on an operating table. All they knew was the locations of the few bases they were allowed to enter, none of which Orochimaru frequented often. Tayuya sighed to herself as she walked away from the prisoners. All the information was with Guren, who was currently with Naruto in the stomach of the Sanbi. She looked longingly toward the ocean, just hoping for a sign that her boyfriend was all right. She sighed again, looking down at the ground as she walked back to the small camp she and Fu had set up after they tied up the Sound Nin. Yukimaru was still unconscious from overexerting his ability and Fu was fussing over him, bringing a small smile to Tayuya's lips. So, any change? Fu just looked up at Tayuya in mock annoyance before looking back at Yukimaru with concern. You tell me, you're the one with the medic skills. Tayuya just shrugged and waved a green glowing hand over Yukimaru's torso, diagnosing what she could. He's just exhausted, he'll probably wake up and said. Boy's eyes flickered open at that point, looking up at the two teenagers staring down at him a few seconds apparently. She cursed, her diagnosis made it at least another half hour and that made her wonder if her medic skills were getting rusty. Well, it wasn't like she had a teacher or anything, it was mostly experimentation on herself. Really she could only heal herself, it was much easier than trying to force your chakra into somebody else's body. The problem with medical ninjutsu is the fact that a body will always reject foreign chakra unless it is given time to build up in the system. That was also why a jinchuriki has to be a child when the beast is sealed within them, or their chakra system will become too developed and reject the foreign chakra of the bijou. That's why it was a taxing process to heal somebody. You had to be constantly forcing your own chakra into their body, even as it was rejecting it despite being used to heal them. Yukimaru gazed around, looking at the two girls, not fully comprehending what was going on until he remembered everything that had happened. His eyes shot open wide and his body snapped up as his hand immediately found its way into his tunic, rooting around until his whole body visibly relaxed and he withdrew the crystallized camellia. Fu looked at him strangely, wondering why his focus was so intent on the flower. It's okay, Guren's okay. He seemed to be talking to himself more than anything, but Tayuya caught his half-mumbled words. What? How do you know she's okay? Yukimaru just smiled and held up the crystal in both hands. If she was dead then this crystal would have shattered, it's okay. He frowned as he looked at it more carefully, but it has a chip. Tayuya figured that probably meant the woman was injured or something but didn't really care. If this kid was right and Guren had survived being eaten, then that meant Naruto could have too. The small spark of hope in her chest lit up like a bonfire, causing her to stare wistfully out into the ocean again. At that point Yukimaru seemed to notice that he wasn't around people he knew anymore. Hey, what's going on? Where are Gozu and Nurari and the rest? Tayuya just absently pointed a thumb back to where they were tied up. Over there, we had to tie them up in case they ran. Yukimaru looked at her fearfully, wondering if she was going to tie him up as well. As if reading his thoughts, Fu placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, which made him look around to her, only to find her face startlingly close to his own. He looked away with a blush at the ground but was still a little frightened by what was going to happen to him now. It's okay, Yukimaru, when Naruto gets back we can take you somewhere safe. He looked up again, this time making sure his face would be further away from hers. But what about Guren? I don't want to go anywhere without her. Fu frowned lightly but didn't say anything else. Supposedly the woman was alright, but could she be trusted? Fu feared the answer, and it would have to be up to Naruto whenever he got back. Come on, Onisan, where are you already? Naruto woke up, more alert than he usually was after being knocked unconscious. He immediately picked himself up, noting that he was in some kind of rocky outlet on the coast. What the hell, how did I get here from the Sanbi's stomach? He tried to put that odd question out of his mind as he looked around, spotting Guren lying limp over by some rocks. He quickly jogged over and checked to see if she was still breathing. When he felt a heartbeat and a breath against his hand, he smiled before lightly shaking her shoulder, wondering if she would be this gentle if the roles were reversed. She blinked her eyes open, groaning when the bliss of unconsciousness was replaced by the dull throb of pain in her side. She seemed to want to go back to sleep until she recognized the lightly smiling face hovering over hers. Naruto? He just nodded before her body jolted upright, a panicked expression on her face. Yukimaru? Naruto shook his head quickly but looked in the direction where he thought they had fought the three tails. My friends should have him. Guren looked at him with anger until he put up a placating hand to calm her back down. Don't worry, they won't have hurt him. Remember Fu's there, he chuckled, remembering how he girl acted around the young boy. He felt a little excited at the prospect of being able to give somebody the big brother talk. Guren just relaxed before wincing as her side acted up again. Are you okay to walk? Guren nodded before attempting to get up herself, only to fall and be caught by Naruto. He just sighed and swung her around gently until she was in his arms again, bridal style. Guren blushed a little at the compromising position, but Naruto didn't even notice. His concentration was elsewhere as he sorted through his muddled senses trying to locate Fu's chakra signature. After a moment he found it and headed towards it at a fast, but gentle pace, intending on letting Fu and Tayuya know he was okay and Yukimaru know that Guren was okay. They picked their way through the forest until Naruto caught the smell of a campfire, his features breaking into a grin as he unconsciously quickened his pace. They broke through the tree line to a very surprised group of faces, which instantly turned into smiles as the people rushed to their respective loved ones. Naruto and Guren were suddenly swarmed by Tayuya, Fu, and Yukimaru as they made sure they were okay, at least until Tayuya noticed Guren. Hey, what's she doing with you? As far as Tayuya was concerned, Guren was as much to blame as the other sound ninja that Naruto was eaten in the first place. It's alright Tayuya, we came to an arrangement. She and Yukimaru are going to travel with us for a while, at least until we can find them somewhere safe to live. Tayuya didn't seem particularly happy with this new arrangement but crossed her arms under her chest and gritted her teeth. She knew Naruto was stubborn when it came to things like this, and if he could trust them then she supposed she could too. So Onisan, what was it like inside the Sanbi? Both Naruto and Guren just shuddered involuntarily, trying to force the memories out of their minds for good. Surprisingly spacious. Chapter 47. So what do we do with these guys? The five of them crowed around the trees that the other members of Team Guren were tied to. Gozu and Nurari were still dazed and disoriented from what Naruto and Fu did to them, but Kidri, Kaho, and Rinji were all looking at them fearfully. I dunno, we can't let them go. They'll just go running back to Orochimaru and tell him what we've done here. The captives shook their head furiously, unable to speak because of the lengths of cloth acting as gags. You're right, but we can't take them with us, they'll only weigh us down or try to escape. Again the captives shook their heads desperately, all except Gozu anyway. Guren looked thoughtfully down at the group with a hand under her chin, staring at Gozu in particular. She walked over and crouched down in front of him so that they were eye to eye. Gozu, you once told me that you would walk to the ends of the earth for me, is that still true? The large man nodded solemnly, not the agreement of a desperate prisoner but the sincere promise of a loyal follower. Guren stood back up with a small smile, looking over to Naruto with a small nod. This'll work, Gozu is loyal to me, not Orochimaru. He can carry them until we can get them to somewhere they can be locked away. Tayuya narrowed her eyes at the scene, still not particularly liking all of this. Understandably she still didn't trust Guren, mostly because not even an hour ago she was trying to kill Naruto. Naruto just looked between her and Gozu, eyeing them both for any sign of deceit or treachery before nodding tiredly. Fine, it's probably our best option anyway. It's not like we're cold-hearted enough to just leave them here. Tayuya put a hand up to her chin with a contemplative expression. Well, now that you, Naruto looked over at her sternly. Tayuya, no. She huffed, putting her hands under her chest in annoyance. Sheesh, it was a joke. I swear you get eaten by the Sanbi and suddenly you have no sense of humor. Naruto smiled a little at the over-the-top display of annoyance before walking up behind her and wrapping his arms around her waist. She fought against it at first before smiling herself and melting back into his arms. A simultaneous cough from Guren and Fu snapped them out of their little world. Yes, well. I think we should probably get going. The base you wanted is in the land of hot water, so that means we'll have to charter a boat from one of the port towns to the north after we drop off these guys in Kirigakure. Naruto reluctantly separated from Tayuya, waving Guren off with a hand. Don't worry about that, I got it covered. Tayuya raised her eyebrow at the declaration but said nothing, content to try and capture Naruto's hands again to wrap around her waist where she felt they belonged. At this point Fu perked up, having been quiet alongside Yukimaru until now. What about the Sanbi? Are we just going to leave it? Again Naruto just waved away her concerns with a hand, also trying to return to his comfortable position with Tayuya. Nah, Kyuubi says after me and Guren burst out of its gut it's probably going to go and recuperate, plus Orochimaru doesn't have anything to capture it with now that Yukimaru's with us. He sent a small smile in the boy's direction who returned it with a little grin. Fu just nodded hesitantly, uncomfortable with the idea of leaving a large angry turtle in a cove off of water country. Now come on, I have to gather my strength before I can do another great breakthrough, so we might as well get a start on getting to Kiri. The group nodded and set off after him after untying Gozu, who promptly picked up the still bound members of his old team. It was a ragtag group at best, but few would be able to stand against them with 2 jinchuriki, a crystal user, and Tayuya. 2 cloaked figures walked along the barren pathway, one seemingly a lot more excited than the other. Despite their organization impressing the importance of subtlety on its members, the 2 were more than noticeable. The first was relatively unremarkable save for the bright orange spiraling mask that only had one eye hole at the center of the spiral. The second figure on the other hand would have turned heads even in the depths of Orochimaru's organization. Apart from the fact that he had an enormous Venus flytrap sprouting around his head, people would have noticed that his body was split into 2 colors down the middle with a black and a white half. Come on Mr. Zetsu, I think we're almost there. Zetsu sighed for the umpteenth time that day. Generally there was only so much he could put up with his fool of a partner before he started to look a little too tasty. Now remind me again, which tailed beast are we after again? Zetsu sighed to himself, in a more than literal sense considering his slightly differing personalities. The Sanbi. Toby nodded vigorously and Zetsu could have sworn he could see the man's tongue sticking out underneath the mask as he concentrated. He held up his hand with all his fingers splayed before counting off each one. I Chibi. Nibi. And I'm Toby, he giggled maniacally to himself from behind his mask as they continued to trek down the path. My Mr. Zetsu, you're being awfully quiet today, are you pollinating or something? There was a moment of silence as the 2 figures paused on the road before Toby doubled over in laughter, tears streaming down from behind his mask. Both sides of Zetsu grumbled in annoyance before walking on, content to simply ignore their blathering partner for now. Aw, did Toby upset Mr. Zetsu? Ooh look, that place sells dango. Toby can make it up to Mr. Zetsu. Sure enough, Toby pointed down the stretch of road to where a small restaurant sat at the top of a hill with a sign advertising their dango. Zetsu just shook his head as a negative. It wasn't like he even enjoyed the taste of normal food anyway, not enough raw meat for his liking. Toby wailed from under his mask, this time tears of sadness streaming out as they walked past the restaurant. Why is Mr. Zetsu so mean to Toby? I try to be a good boy, Zetsu continued to grumble as the few patrons of the restaurant turned their heads at the very odd sight passing by. When they had finally gone far enough that they weren't drawing curious and slightly frightened looks, Zetsu finally quietened down. Toby had adopted a saddened, hunched-over pose as he walked in an overdramatic display of how upset he was. Toby was looking forward to having dango with Mr. Zetsu, then he was sure to get into Akatsuki. Zetsu really was nearing the end of his considerable tether, the idiot persona of his partner just too much sometimes. Obito, must you really play this fool of an idiot while we are alone? It drives me insane. There was another pause as both figures stopped on the road, looking at each other, one with irritation and the other, unreadable due to the mask. Toby isn't a fool, Toby is a good boy. The black half of Zetsu sighed again as they continued on down the road. Oh, leave him alone, I like it. He reminds me of Spiral. The black half would have sneered if he had a visible mouth to do so with. A little too much if you ask me. The white half just shrugged as Toby continued to skip merrily down the path, swinging his arms in an exaggerated manner. Oh, this is going to be fun. When Toby captures the Sanbi, then he's sure to get into the Akatsuki, for definite this time. Both Zetsus glanced at him before returning their attention to the job at hand, Capturing the Sanbi without it having a jinchuriki host wasn't exactly going to be an easy feat. Preferably the organization would have sent somebody like Kisame or Datara considering their skills, but Kisame was still trying to track down the Nanabi and Datara had dropped off the map along with Sasori ever since they went to get the Ichibi. You have got to be kidding me, there's no way we can water walk that far. We'll all run out of chakra and drown. Guren was staring incredulously out at the open stretch of water that separated Water Country from the larger continent to the north and west. It must have been over 30 miles across at the thinnest gap, and Naruto just expected them to walk across. She wasn't a cage for Kami's sake. No, you'll go as far as you can, then me and some clones will carry you, Tayuya, and Yukimaru. Fu can fly and He looked uncertainly across at Gozu. Even if he did have the stamina to run across the large stretch of ocean, he didn't think he could carry somebody that heavy. Guren just looked between them, chuckling to herself at Naruto's daunting expression. Oh, don't worry about Gozu. Out of all of us, I would actually expect him to be able to make it. I don't think I've ever even seen him get tired. Naruto looked the man over again, taking in his rather simple features before shrugging. Well, okay, but if he starts to lag behind, I'm definitely not carrying him. Gozu just nodded with his own small but determined smile as he looked out over the water, then at Guren. Well, come on then, we might as well get going. The group all nodded before sprinting out over the waters, hoping they didn't get caught in a storm or something. Fu unfurled her wings, taking to the air as she simultaneously shocked both Guren and Yukimaru. The former stared up at her with a raised brow, knowing that she was a jinchuriki, while the latter stared up with wonder as he looked at the sunlight stream through her semi-transparent wings. After about an hour of running, Guren was starting to visibly tire and slow down, as was Tayuya. As soon as he saw this, Naruto immediately stopped and swung the redhead onto his back, picking up the pace as he tried to outrun Fu's flight. A few minutes later, he created 2 clones that repeated the procedure with Guren and Yukimaru. Once again, Guren didn't exactly look like she was enjoying being carried, but she found it a preferable option to drowning out here. As the hours dragged on and Naruto just continued to run, Guren could only stare at the clone carrying her in amazement. She didn't believe having stamina like this was even natural, or chakra levels this high even possible. To say she had underestimated Naruto would have been a definite understatement. Even Fu, a fellow jinchuriki, had to come down from her flight every once in a while to rest on a clone's back, while Naruto was able to charge right on. Not only his stamina impressed her, but his chakra control. He was able to simultaneously water walk while creating and maintaining clones. Even when the water became choppy further out to sea, he managed to maintain his balance and keep a startling pace. Guren thought she had seen the limits of his speed inside the Sanbi when they were escaping the mini Isobu, but now she realized she hadn't even scratched the surface of what Naruto Uzumaki was capable of. Suddenly all those bravado-esque claims of defeating the Akatsuki and Orochimaru didn't seem all that far-fetched. In all this time, Yukimaru had simply been staring at Fu, whether she was in the air or resting on one of the Naruto clones' backs. He too had marveled at Naruto's abilities, but not as much as he had Fu's flight. She looked impossibly graceful as she rode air currents, sometimes not even having to flap her insect-like wings to stay airborne as she expertly rode the skies. They shimmered lightly in the sun and far from unappealing. Their thin, glass-like appearance only intrigued the young boy even more. Every so often Fu would feel like she was being watched intently, only to turn around while flying or resting to see nothing out of the ordinary. Occasionally she would catch Yukimaru looking away from her as if he were purposefully avoiding her gaze, while all the while his cheeks were tinged a faint red. She thought nothing of it. She was far too busy enjoying the feel of wind rushing by her skin, splaying her unruly hair out behind her. Even so, she kept note of it in her mind to possibly ask her older brother about it later. It intrigued her slightly the way Yukimaru acted so differently from Naruto. The only real interaction with boys Fu had was with B-sensei and Naruto. Other than the only other boys she had met her age were the ones in Hoshigakure and Chojuro. The boys in the village hidden in the stars were all a little too aloof for her taste, even though that had improved slightly by the time she had left. Chojuro was exactly like Yukimaru, shy and timid, unless of course you put him in a battle situation. Then he was breathtaking to watch. It made her curious as to how boys could be so different. One end of the spectrum you had Naruto and B, the epitome of confidence yet at the same time kind and humble. Then you had people like Chojuro, just as kind and sweet but lacking confidence in themselves. Of course there were also the bad ones out there, the cocky guys who were too full of themselves or just plain cruel. For some reason Fu couldn't figure out where Yukimaru seemed to fit in all of this. He seemed nice enough, but she didn't get the feeling he was naturally shy like Chojuro, only around her. Maybe Tayuya would be a better person to ask, seeing as she had found her way into Naruto's heart. Hey, I think I see land. She called out to the rest of the group from her position high above them and caught the thumbs up from Naruto to acknowledge they had heard. He powered on, actually increasing his already speedy pace so that he could reach land quicker. He hoped they arrived in the right place. He should have moved in a straight line, but sometimes with the waves he lost track. If they did go in the right direction, then they should end up at the southern coast of the land of hot water. After another 15 minutes, Naruto was finally able to set his feet on land again, allowing his stiff passengers to get off his back. Tayuya for one just dropped to the ground, rolling around on the floor, glad to be back on solid ground where there was no threat of drowning. Guren and Yukimura seemed just as pleased but were slightly less visible with their celebration. Naruto smiled at the warm scene before taking one step further inland and promptly fainting on the spot. Tayuya looked down at his crumpled form before stifling a laugh. "Wow, looks like we found Naruto's limit. I thought I'd never see the day." Guren just nodded dumbly. She had been unsure of Naruto's abilities right up until the end, and it seems that even 5 more minutes and they would have all been plunged into the freezing waters of the ocean. "He's truly remarkable, I have to admit." Tayuya raised an eyebrow in her direction as she hefted Naruto up under her arm. "Don't be getting any ideas, Twinkles. He's mine. I found him first." Guren just laughed faintly and raised a placating hand as the odd group moved further into the country. She joked, but a part of her was actually a little sorry that Naruto was taken. He was a remarkable person and Guren didn't hand out compliments like that to anybody. "Mr. Zetsu." Zetsu watched impassively as Toby continued to make a fool out of himself as he was tossed around the large cove by the highly angered Sanbi. The half-plant man didn't understand why the man wouldn't simply use his abilities and end this already instead of acting the idiot and prolonging this. The black half finally grew too impatient. He had other assignments besides babysitting a fool that wouldn't act his own age or ability. The formed grass nin plunged his hands into the ground at the edge of the coast, spreading out his chakra as a massive system of large roots burst upwards from his position. With more chakra he forced them across the lake until they formed a net that Toby, and then the Sanbi promptly found themselves caught in. A few minutes later and Zetsu had suitably subdued the massive turtle, his wood-style ninjutsu draining away the most potent of its demonic chakra. A soaked Toby climbed out of the water onto the creature's upturned belly, looking around himself in wonder. "Did you see that, Mr. Zetsu? My jutsu totally got him. Now I'm sure to get into the Akatsuki." Black Zetsu used the arm he controlled and firmly planted his face into it, really not wanting to deal with Toby's antics right now. He turned and started walking away from the coast, leaving a confused and slightly panicked Toby behind as he frantically waved his arms above his head. "Mr. Zetsu. What about the Sanbi? We still have to get it back to the base." Zetsu didn't reply as he just continued to walk into the forest, leaving Toby to look around himself and scratch his head. Suddenly the beast beneath him roared out from under the water, nearly sending the masked figure toppling back into the ocean. Toby frantically shook his hands down at the creature's belly. Good Sanbi?" Zetsu could only smirk as the panicked cry rang through the forest. "Mr. Zetsu." Fu smiled as she looked down at Naruto's peacefully resting form. Like everybody else, she didn't believe that Naruto even had a limit. Then again, over 30 miles of water running was impressive. She stretched out her arms a bit, still a little sore from hours of flight and sitting on Naruto's back. She smirked as she looked down at Tayuya lying next to her boyfriend, not asleep but using him as a pillow until he regained his strength and woke up. A part of Fu wished she could have somebody like that. She knew her brother loved her, but it could never be in that way. While she would never call her life sheltered, especially before Naruto had found her, and she would never call him overbearing, she knew that Naruto was very protective of her. She wasn't resentful and knew it was out of concern, but it did have the side effect of keeping her from many things, boys her age for example. They always moved around too much for her to develop any meaningful relationships. She hoped that would all change when they got back to Suna, but now here they were, out on the road again. She was shocked out of her thoughts when she spotted Yukimura over by a tree, staring into the crystallized flower of his. She looked behind her at Guren getting comfortable against a tree and wondered why Yukimura was so obsessed with the crystal. At first she thought it was because it was his only connection to Guren when she wasn't there, but she was right across the clearing from him. Everything about the boy was a mystery to her, his shy but warm personality, his past, his strange ability that made her feel an unrivaled calm. She walked over, completely unnoticed as the boy was absorbed in the reflections in his crystal. Fu wondered if there was any significance in the camellia, but from the way Yukimura couldn't tear his eyes away from it, she knew there had to be. "Hi." The boy's head darted up, shocked at getting sneaked up on despite Fu making no attempt to do so. Hi." Fu smiled and sat down next to him, leaning against the same tree as she studied the crystal. "So what's with you and that crystal?" I know Guren gave it to you, but there must be a story behind it. Yukimaru gulped and stared at the frozen flower before his gaze darted to Guren and finally back to Fu. I like camellias, red or white. Instead of petals, the entire flower drops from the tree and you can make ink from the tree itself. Fu nodded along. It was actually quite interesting despite her knowing practically nothing about flowers. Yukimaru's eyes suddenly brightened as he looked around, settling on something further away from the camp. I can show you something if that's okay. Fu just nodded, now intrigued by what the boy was offering. They picked themselves up and Yukimaru led her away from the clearing while his eyes darted around as if he was looking for something. Finally he smiled warmly as he picked up a leaf, nodding at it as if he was appraising it. He fiddled with it for a while before motioning for Fu to come closer. She did so and he smiled at her, a warm expression that made Fu's heart flutter a bit. My mother showed me this before she. He looked away sadly and for some reason Fu hated to see him like that, already moving a hand to place it on his shoulder comfortingly. He perked up a little before bringing her over to a nearby tree, leaning against it as he placed the leaf against his mouth. Fu watched and listened in amazement as he proceeded to whistle through the leaf as if it were a flute. The music he made was beautiful, sad and heart-wrenching, but beautiful. She was captivated by it, unable to tear her eyes away from him even as he lost himself to the sadness in the song. It bore his pain, the loneliness from his life without his mother. It picked up at parts as he remembered Guren and all she had done for him, but the somber overtones remained. When he finally finished and set the leaf down to one side, he looked across only to see a single tear running down Fu's caramel cheek. Fu, are you okay? He wasn't allowed to finish as the mint-haired girl leant across and captured him in a tight, comforting hug, new tears coming to replace the ones she had already wept. She parted from him, leaving him a little dazed and left with the scent of her hair in his nose as she wiped the tears from her eyes and cheeks. That was beautiful. Where did you learn it? Yukimaru suddenly seemed rather uncomfortable as he glanced between Fu and the discarded leaf on the ground. I didn't, I just sort of make it up. Fu blinked a few times, not quite willing to believe that the music she had heard was anything but rehearsed. He looked down again at the leaf before looking back up at her, red now tinging his features. Fu, can I ask you something? She nodded, not quite sure why she suddenly felt her heart rush and unconsciously leaned closer to Yukimaru. Can I see your wings? Fu blinked a few times, frozen in place as her mind did a complete 180. Yeah, I guess. She stood up and allowed her wings to unfurl, stretching a bit to relieve the discomfort that built up when she kept them suppressed for too long. They still ached a bit from all the flying she had to do across the sea, even the rests on Naruto's back didn't do much good. Yukimaru just stared at them with wonder, making Fu feel just a little self-conscious as she curled in on herself just a little. The young boy stood up and walked over, gaze still fixed on the semi-transparent set of wings that branched out to either side of Fu like a dragonfly. Recently she had been able to use 4 of them, but having to take a leap up from 2 by skipping the third tail was difficult. It was only a partial transformation, so there was none of Chomei's actual chakra involved, just a manifestation of her own, much like a transformation jutsu but more solid. Yukimaru traced a hand across the surface of the wing, following a light vein as it wound its way through the paper-like surface hypnotically. Fu let out a little giggle at the soft touches, surprised when she found it tickle her. Naruto never teased her for her wings, in fact he loved them, but he had never touched them like this, and Fu found her heart beating a little faster. She wasn't sure what to make of all these strange sensations as Yukimaru continued to stroke her wings in an almost trance-like state. They're incredible. Fu blushed from the praise, not sure how to take somebody being so entranced by her wings. Thanks? Yukimaru emerged from her other side, smiling warmly. It must be incredible to be able to fly free like a bird, floating on the wind like an errant petal, astray from its tree. Fu blinked at the poetic way the boy described it, finding herself lost in his bottomless magenta eyes. His warm, innocent smile captivated her, and again she found herself unconsciously drifting closer towards him. Fu almost couldn't stop herself as her lips drifted closer to his, Yukimaru only noticing what was happening right before Fu. Hey, did I hear someone playing a flute over here? Fu jerked back, nearly tripping over her own feet as she tried to put distance between herself and Yukimaru before Tayuya emerged from the trees. The older girl took in the scene with a trained eye, noticing the matching blushes adorning the 2 younger teens' faces. She also saw the way neither were meeting her in the eye, or each other for that matter. A very mischievous smirk found its way onto Tayuya's lips. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you too. Fu's head shot around, her blush's intensity instantly doubled. It's not like that, why don't you just mind your own damn business? Without another word her wings flapped powerfully and she took off into the air using strong strokes of her wings to propel herself further away from the embarrassing scene. Tayuya just raised an eyebrow, not quite expecting such a powerful reaction from the girl before turning to Yukimaru who now seemed a little lost. "Don't worry kid, she'll come around." Yukimaru blinked a few times before shyly letting his head droop to the floor. Tayuya actually found the scene a little adorable, seeing what Fu saw in the kid. Then Tayuya just lightly patted him on the back with a half smile, half smirk. "I was kidding kid, don't worry about it." Yukimaru looked up with a weak smile. "Now, did I or did I not hear someone playing a flute or am I going crazy from being near Naruto too long?" Yukimaru's smile gained a bit of confidence as he rushed back over to where he had discarded the leaf, showing it to Tayuya who found the makeshift instrument interesting. "Budding musician, eh? No wonder Fu likes you." Yukimaru blushed again but tried to gain some confidence back by playing a short melody on the leaf flute. It wasn't as long, or as somber as the one he played to Fu, it contained more of a nostalgic feel, it had an equal impact on Tayuya though. She didn't cry but she still found the music he produced to be powerful and moving, it really came from the heart. She pulled out her spare flute from the red pouch on her belt, looking it over with a scrutinizing eye before offering it to Yukimaru. The boy just looked at it tentatively before taking it, staring at T like it was made of gold. Tayuya gave him a rare heartfelt smile before walking back to camp with him. "Don't worry Yukimaru, you and I are going to get along just fine." Not much was said as the group trudged across the open fields of the land of hot water that stretched on in a similar manner to the deserts surrounding Suna. Occasionally an outcropping of rock would just up from the otherwise barren landscape, breaking apart the horizon to stop travelers from going insane. Naruto wasn't sure how they were supposed to find one of Orochimaru's bases all the way out here in the middle of nowhere but he followed Guren anyway. There was a slight tension amongst the group, Fu and Yukimaru seemed to be trying to walk as far apart from one another as physically possible. Tayuya on the other hand was throwing amused and knowing looks between the two, smirking every now and again from Naruto's side. He had noticed that Yukimaru now carried one of Tayuya's flutes and was a little happy that she was opening up to somebody else. He was also glad she had a fellow musician to talk to now, once she had tried to get him to take up an instrument but his attention hadn't been in it. Guren raised a hand as they came across a rather large group of 3 boulders that towered up above them. Her eyes narrowed in concentration as she tried to remember exactly what the entrance looked like the last time she had been there. Finally she nodded with a small smile, turning back to the group as she pointed to the boulders. "We're here, this is Orochimaru's base." Chapter 48. "Alright, Gozu, you stay out here with Yukimaru and look after him." Naruto turned to where Fu was eagerly looking towards the boulders marking the entrance. "You as well Fu?" The girl turned to him questioningly and a little hurt, thinking he doubted her abilities. He just shook his head with a warm smile as he enveloped her smaller body in a deep hug. "This isn't like before Fu, Orochimaru might be in there and if anything happened to you I couldn't live with myself." He broke away and caught the shy nod she gave him. Encouraged by that he motioned for Tayuya and Guren to follow him while the rest of them backed away. "Alright Guren, you've been here before, how do we get in?" Guren just moved him to the side before approaching the rock formation confidently. Her hands blurred through a set of hand seals faster than Naruto could keep track of before slamming them down on the ground. The largest of the boulders swung away with an ear-wrenching grinding sound to reveal a candlelit staircase. Naruto threw one last glancing smile towards Fu before he descended the stairs with Guren and Tayuya in tow, the boulders swinging back down to hide them. As soon as they entered the dank, cold staircase Naruto felt a sense of foreboding that permeated the air like a fog, clouding his senses and sending shivers up his spine. Tayuya saw this and put a hand on his shoulder before sending a pulse of her chakra through his system. Strong genjutsu, meant to make you feel insecure and frightened, probably compensating for a lack of guards or something. The redhead looked around with a small smirk, her eyes showing moderate appreciation for the powerful genjutsu. While not life-threatening in itself, it might just give the attacker not affected an advantage strong enough to get the upper hand. She could appreciate the subtlety with which it was applied as well, probably spread throughout the entire base. Guren led them further down the eerily similar corridors, all bearing the same crisscross pattern of wood as door after identical door passed them by on both sides. If Naruto or Tayuya were here without Guren, they would have certainly gotten lost in the endless array of maze-like tunnels that stretched on seemingly endlessly. Luckily the blue-haired kunoichi seemed to know where she was going, leading them confidently further into the base. "Sasuke should be in the rooms at the center of the complex, I have no idea which but at least it narrows it down." Naruto nodded, setting his senses all around them on the lookout for any guards that might be patrolling. It almost unnerved him how silent the entire complex was. He hadn't heard a footstep or even trickle of water since they entered. It was almost too quiet for a place that Orochimaru himself frequented. Where are all the guards? Guren looked around, shushing Tayuya with a finger to her lips, but Naruto had to agree with her. Shouldn't there be sound shinobi patrolling or something? Naruto whispered it, but the sound of his voice still echoed through the corridors thanks to the otherwise silent background. No, apparently Orochimaru wants to keep his precious Uchiha away from the rest of the sound ninja. This entire complex is entirely for him to train in. Naruto detected the hint of spite in Guren's hushed voice. He could tell she wasn't particularly fond of Sasuke. They continued to rush through the complex, their feet making no sound on the wood-paneled floor. Naruto had long ago applied the same silencing seals he put on his Fuijin no Iki kunai to his sandals. It eliminated him having to try and be sneaky, also letting him run as fast as he liked without making a sound. Tayuya had trained herself to be silent, using her above-average hearing to make sure she never created a sound louder than anything in the surroundings. Guren created a layer of very fine crystals across the soles of her sandals which muffled any noises she made. In essence, the three made no sound whatsoever as they rushed through the complex like ghosts. Once again Guren raised a hand and they all came to a stop in another identical corridor, nothing discerning it from the hundreds of others they ran through. Alright, we're in the inner compound. Tayuya just looked around confused. How can you tell? It all looks the same. Guren just pointed to one of the many candle brackets on the walls and Naruto immediately noticed that it was set in a different metal to the ones they had passed before. He never would have noticed that if Guren hadn't pointed it out. Okay, now what? Tayuya stared back at Naruto incredulously again. Seriously, don't you ever plan anything? Naruto just shrugged with a sincere grin. My life's not the type you can plan. Tayuya was about to retort, but she had to admit he sort of had a point. Her shoulders sagged as she returned to just boredly looking around, not that there was anything to see of interest. I think we should split up. I'm not familiar enough with this part of the complex to locate the Uchiha and I assume neither of you are Sensor Nin. When she saw Tayuya and Naruto shake their heads she nodded and made a move to run off into the adjoining corridor. Tayuya quickly caught her hand, smirking to herself. Actually, I have a better idea. Tayuya moved back a bit into the center of the corridor before moving through a few hand seals and slamming her hand into the ground. Summoning Jutsu. In a poof of smoke she was surrounded by a flock of falcons who all seemed confused as to why their summoner had brought them to this dank hallway. Alright guys, I need you to spread out and look for Sasuke Uchiha, dark blue hair, looks like an emo with a duck's ass on his head, you can't miss him. When you find him come back here and tell me. The falcons all looked amongst themselves in what looked like an unsure manner before flying off down all the corridors. You know I could have just done that with shadow clones. Tayuya raised an eyebrow in his direction, leaning against the wall of the corridor. Well, you could have mentioned that before I summoned them. Naruto just shrugged in his lazy way and joined Tayuya by the wall, both of them sliding down until they were in a seated position with Tayuya rested her head on Naruto's shoulder. They both waited for the falcons to return while watching a candle flicker in its holder. Guren just stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do in this situation. Tayuya noticed her discomfort and smirked, reaching up her hands towards the blue net. Aw, is somebody feeling left out? Guren just scowled at her in irritation, which left Tayuya to chuckle into Naruto's shoulder. Naruto just smiled apologetically in Guren's direction before the former Sound Nin turned to keep watch of the corridor they came from. Finally they all heard the flap of wings, Naruto before the girls, and watched as a single eagle turned the corner, before getting promptly zapped into oblivion by a bolt of lightning. Tayuya and Naruto scrabbled to their feet just as a slightly irritated Uchiha rounded the corner, giving everybody the chance to look him over. Naruto couldn't see all that much change in him in the 2 years that had passed. His hair now hung in bangs down his face which had gotten more angular. He had also changed his clothing, although whether or not it was for the better was questionable. He now wore a light gray shirt loosely tied with a dark purple rope which matched the color of the pants his shirt was tucked into. Are you the ones who sent those falcons to find me? Naruto stared him down, cocking his head as he took in the sword on the teen's back. Hey duck butt, remember me? Naruto looked at Tayuya with an expression which clearly said, is now really the time for that? Tayuya just shrugged as a response before they all turned their attention to Sasuke again. No. Tayuya actually seemed a little offended before the Uchiha turned his attention to the other two intruders. You are one of Orochimaru's lackeys, what are you doing with these intruders? Guren didn't reply, instead crossing her arms over her chest as a thin layer of crystal began to form across her body, unseen to everybody present. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He didn't like being ignored, but it was the last intruder who intrigued him. You're one of the ones who captured me. His eyes narrowed as the Sharingan whirred into life. Where's the one who could manipulate sand? Naruto smiled cockily, wondering where this guy got off making demands. Sorry, Gaara was too busy to come and kick your ass for a third time. I'm here in his stead. Now if you wouldn't mind knocking yourself unconscious so I can get a look at that hickey mark on your neck, that would just be great. He smiled pleasantly at the end, earning him a few snickers from Tayuya while Sasuke remained unimpressed. Fine, you will be a good test for my new skills. Naruto gave him another fake smile as somewhere near Tenchi Bridge a pale kid with no fashion sense sneezed loudly, startling his fellow shinobi. Are you sure you don't want to just knock yourself unconscious? It would be a whole lot less painful, Sasuke sneered, his 3 Tomoe Sharingan already spinning in anticipation. For you maybe. Naruto just nodded with a bemused expression as if Sasuke was just pointing out the obvious. Well yeah, that too I guess. Sasuke was starting to tremble with his annoyance and anticipation. Big talk for a man that hides behind women. A smirk found its way onto Sasuke's face as Tayuya's dropped right off hers. She had been about to step forward and fight, but in a moment of calm she stepped back, taking Guren with her. Kick his fucking ass, shithead. Naruto looked at her questioningly. She wasn't usually the type to step back from a fight, but he wasn't going to disappoint her now. Sorry, I was going to make this quick, but you insulted Tayuya. She's not going to be happy until I break at least 5 of your bones. He took a look at Tayuya, who was frowning at him. Sorry, 6. Tayuya smiled happily, content to watch her boyfriend do all the work. Enough of this. Sasuke disappeared from where he had been standing in a burst of speed that defied the human eye to follow. Unfortunately, Naruto could see it all too well, moving out of the way at the last minute as Sasuke's electricity charged fist passed right by his face. At the last moment he stuck out a leg, tripping Sasuke and sending him tumbling forwards, cracking his head against the floor. Oh! Even Guren had to snicker at that as Sasuke picked himself up. Naruto could have used that moment to subdue the last Uchiha, but he had promised to draw this out. Sasuke stood and glared at him angrily, a light growl emanating from his throat. How did you move that fast? My Sharingan couldn't predict it. Naruto smiled wholeheartedly. There's a reason I'm called the most unpredictable ninja in Wind Country. Sasuke continued to growl as he sprinted at Naruto again, and this time the blonde didn't bother to dodge out of the way. He countered the first punch, then the second, blocked a kick with his leg before ducking under a third lightning-infused fist. Every time he only brought his arm or leg up at the last possible moment, not giving Sasuke's Sharingan enough time to read his movements. Sasuke grew angry as his punches continued to be blocked or dodged seemingly without Naruto having any trouble at all. Finally, Naruto saw an opportunity when Sasuke overextended his arm, which Naruto promptly caught. He spun around, using his arm as a lever to send his elbow into Sasuke's ribs. Naruto let go and backed up when he heard a satisfying crack emanate from Sasuke's torso. That's one. Sasuke gritted his teeth through the pain, refusing to cry out as he straightened himself up and settled back into a combat stance. Really, you're going to try that again? I thought Uchiha were supposed to be intelligent. Sasuke said nothing. Instead he tried to speak through his fists as he unleashed a devastating series of high-powered, high-speed blows on Naruto. At least they would have been devastating, if any of them had actually reached their target. Naruto was nothing but a blur as he nimbly moved his body out of the way of Sasuke's blows. He added insult to injury by putting his arms behind his back, making no attempt to try and block the blows, content to bend his body in all the ways Yugito had taught him. Because his hands were behind his back, Sasuke couldn't react fast enough when Naruto did finally retaliate, spinning on the spot to launch a powerful backhand at Sasuke's ribs again. This time the Uchiha was prepared for such a maneuver though and blocked. Unfortunately for him, Naruto wasn't the type to blindly repeat a move just because it worked. As soon as Sasuke made a move to block, Naruto disappeared from view, only appearing a moment later behind the Uchiha in order to deliver a devastating blow to his side. Again Naruto heard a crack as another rib was fractured by the force of his blow. 2. Sasuke ignored the injury as he spun around, attempting to hit the agile blonde while he thought he was weakened, to no avail. Naruto followed the movement, spinning at the same time Sasuke did, so they were back to back and Naruto was right behind Sasuke. Said Uchiha was confused when he turned only to see thin air before Naruto used him as a springboard to launch himself away, leaving Sasuke to tumble to the ground, Naruto's foot leaving yet another rib broken. 3. Sasuke finally wised up as he stood to his feet, clutching his midsection in pain as he reappraised his opponent. "You're fast," Sasuke grumbled it out in begrudging respect for the flighty blonde, actually admitting that his opponent had the upper hand in one aspect. "I try, now would you hold still, we still have 3 more bones to go." The small iota of respect Naruto had gained in Sasuke's eyes immediately shattered as the Uchiha flashed through a set of hand signs. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. The Uchiha took a deep breath before exhaling his chakra-infused breath over the tiger seal he formed with his hands, which acted as the spark needed to ignite the attack. Naruto span through his own seals and breathed in before the fire could reach him. Wind style, Grand Great Breakthrough. Normally only an idiotic shinobi would ever try to counter a fire jutsu with a wind jutsu, seeing as the air only empowered the fire, feeding it to make it larger and stronger. Then again, those shinobi didn't have the incredible affinity to wind that Naruto did. The gust of wind he exhaled from his lungs not only empowered Sasuke's fireball, it overpowered it, turning the raging ball of flames and sending it right back at its creator. Sasuke could only widen his eyes in surprises as the flames were halted before changing course to head straight at him. He could only turn and run until he found a corridor that branched off to the side. He immediately dived in, just in time as he felt the fireball fly by, singing his feet slightly before it struck the intersection. The explosion the oxygen-fed fireball created was enough to shroud the area in a thick layer of dust and earth. Naruto waited a few moments to see if Sasuke had survived. He really hoped he had, otherwise he was back to square one on the whole curse mark problem. Finally the dust cleared enough that Naruto could see thin rays of sunlight stream through, illuminating the corridor as it revealed the gaping hole in the compound that now led outside. Sasuke finally stumbled into view, wincing each time his feet made contact with the ground as burned skin was rubbed against the soles of his sandals. Naruto watched impassively, trying to ascertain if the Uchiha had broken any bones from that attack. He didn't want his count to be off. Seriously, what kind of asshole uses a fireball technique in a corridor? That's just asking for trouble. Sasuke just sneered at him, trying to stand straighter despite all his various injuries. "You're so interested in my curse mark? Fine, I'll let you see it as much as you want." Naruto watched with a cocked head as black flame-like markings crept along Sasuke's skin until he was completely covered in them. The black marking glowed red for a second before they merged, darkening the Uchiha's skin into a mottled gray as his hair grew longer, changing to a light purple color. A matching cross appeared above the bridge of his nose as his sclera turned black, retaining the red of his Sharingan. Finally a pair of rather creepy hand-like wings sprouted from his back. So that's what your curse mark does, it turns you into a woman. Interesting, but I fail to see the point of that, Sasuke sneered with his now purple-tinted lips, using a powerful downward sweep of his wings to lift himself into the air. "Make all the jokes you want, you die here now." Naruto waved a dismissive hand at the flying Uchiha as he turned back around to Tayuya. He healed. "Do I have to start the count again?" Tayuya just nodded exasperatedly while Naruto lurched forward in irritation before turning to Sasuke again. "Ugh, you just made it harder." He sprinted at Sasuke so fast that it appeared he was there 1 second, then right below him the next. With one powerful leap Naruto sprang up and in a similar move to the one he used on Sasori, used his momentum to swing up and strike Sasuke in the face with the heel of his foot. He swung back off, landing outside of the compound in a grassy plain, checking back over his shoulder to see an irritated Sasuke clutching his face. "Okay, one. Again." Sasuke snarled again, his body crackling with lightning as his uncontrolled irritation got the better of him. He withdrew his sword, one eerily similar to that of Orochimaru's Kusanagi, which told Naruto he didn't want to be on the receiving end of it. So when Sasuke, with a powerful sweep of his wings, sped at Naruto from the air, he dodged backwards, backflipping until he was out of range of the dangerous sword. As he moved away he made sure to flick his arm out, unsealing a good number of his kunai as he did so, not bothering to grab them before spreading out over the field. Sasuke looked around him, trying to find the purpose of such a technique considering none of the kunai even came close to touching him. Naruto grinned as he realized Sasuke was completely unaware of the danger he was in. Instead he was focusing on Naruto. "I'm guessing Orochimaru didn't tell you anything about my abilities then?" Sasuke sneered but said nothing, all the answer Naruto needed. Sasuke tried to repeat his move, speeding at Naruto with his sword raised. The blonde just looked bored, not even moving into a defensive stance as the gray-skinned Uchiha approached rapidly. In the instant before Sasuke's blade would have pierced his unprotected neck, Naruto vanished. Sasuke didn't even see a muscle twitch, he just disappeared. Reacted on the sixth sense. All shinobi trained to perfect Sasuke blocked a spinning kick from behind with his wing, turning only to see the same thing. Again, he swiveled in an instance, using his leg to intercept another blow only for Naruto to vanish as soon as Sasuke saw him. Growing impatient, Sasuke began to channel the chakra in his body, blocking attacks that came out of nowhere and disappeared in a similar manner. Finally, when he felt he had built it up enough, he released it all in one go. Chidori Current. The next time Naruto appeared, he was suddenly shocked as numbing electricity arced through his body, leaving him unable to move as his muscles contracted uncontrollably. Sasuke turned, a smirk on his face as he saw the immobile Naruto, stuck in position. He raised his sword almost lazily before bringing it down to cleave Naruto's head from his shoulders only for Naruto to disappear again, reappearing near the kunai farthest from Sasuke's position. "How did you do that? You shouldn't even be able to move." Naruto smiled weakly, finding it difficult to control the muscles in his face right now. "Got to have secrets, you know." Already he was leeching the foreign lighting chakra from his system as Kyuubi repaired the damage that it had done to his muscles, allowing him to stand up again, albeit a little shakily. He stretched out his muscles as Sasuke approached him again, only for Naruto to disappear as soon as he was close. It was like the Uchiha never learned. "Stop that." Sasuke was visibly angry now while Naruto just smirked, feeling his body finally come back under his control. "Okay, if you insist." Naruto clutched his wrist and forced chakra into his palm, rotated it and concentrated it down all the while feeding it until it grew to the size of his body. Sasuke stared at the enormous mass of violent chakra contained in Naruto's hand until the blonde reared back his hand like he was throwing a baseball. Naturally, Sasuke dodged to the side as the glowing blue sphere sailed past him. What he wasn't expecting was the thin blue thread that connected it to Naruto's hand. Naruto tugged the Rasengan back like a yo-yo, sighing in relief as it firmly smacked Sasuke in the back, shredding into his wings as the Uchiha cried out in pain. Still not finished, Naruto brought the Rasengan mace back up with a flick of his wrist before slamming it back down into Sasuke's prone body like a sledgehammer. There was a flash of light as the energies were released before Naruto had to wait for the various dust and smoke to clear. He caught Tayuya and Guren emerging from the hole they made in the complex and waved over to them cheerily. Tayuya waved back while Guren just looked between the blonde and the settling cloud of dust, as well as the ground littered with kunai. "I'm pretty sure that counts for at least 4. He idly pointed in the direction of the smoke cloud while Tayuya grinned. Naruto was a little distracted by the new arrivals that he almost didn't catch the blur that shot out of the cloud of smoke and dust. As it was, he saw it but wasn't quite fast enough to intercept it before Sasuke managed to firmly clasp his hand around Tayuya's neck. Naruto unconsciously started to send lightning chakra to his muscles and wind chakra to his tenketsu even as he sprinted towards the scene. Time slowed down for him, literally, as his reflexes were temporarily tripled and his speed was markedly increased. He watched as Sasuke brought his sword around, ready to piece Tayuya's heart before she could even cry out. Naruto's footsteps began to create small craters in his wake as he increased the power to his body, moving at speeds unimaginable to most. He arrived just in time to divert Sasuke's sword as it was an inch from Tayuya's chest, slamming into the Uchiha's arm with enough force to shatter the bones inside, despite the curse mark. He didn't even stop as he grabbed the same arm and spun with it, launching a rapid kick at Sasuke's exposed back before pivoting in the opposite direction to again slam the same foot into the Uchiha's unprotected front. From the outside it looked like the Uchiha was standing perfect still when in actuality Naruto was repeatedly kicking him back and forth so quickly that his net displacement was negligible. It was over in a second. Naruto had managed to break most of Sasuke's ribs, 2 places in his legs, and shattered one arm completely. He let the broken Sharingan wielder fall to the floor in a crumpled heap, watching as the curse mark receded back into his neck. Naruto didn't even realize that his canines had elongated and his eyes had flipped into red and black slits. He snarled down at Sasuke with an audible growl that promised even more pain even though said Uchiha was unconscious. "Don't you ever try and hurt Tayuya." He gave the limp body another powerful kick for good measure before he reined in his emotions. His feral appearance receded, leaving behind a weary and angry Naruto who looked around to make sure Tayuya was okay. What he saw was a face full of amazement from Tayuya and another in equal disbelief from Guren. "What?" Tayuya and Guren sat nervously outside of the door which Naruto had practically dragged Sasuke's unconscious body into. Apparently he didn't stay that way long if the cries of pain emerging from behind the door were anything to go on. They stopped abruptly, which Tayuya took to mean Naruto had put up privacy seals, making her shudder as she subconsciously rubbed her curse mark. She was thankful that Naruto had Sasuke to do his tests on, She knew her blonde boyfriend would never intentionally hurt her, but she didn't like the sounds that came from that room. Finally he emerged, wiping his hands of something that Tayuya would have preferred not to know, even if the Uchiha had deserved it. He looked up at them like he was surprised to see them sitting just outside the room before glancing back inside and smiling sheepishly. Tayuya stared at him for a moment, wondering how he could act so casual after that, but decided to disregard that train of thought. It was Naruto. "What did you do to him in there?" Guren was also curious and turned her head to look up at Naruto. "It's probably best if you don't know." Tayuya was still curious, but from the tone of Naruto's voice she believed him and didn't ask anything else. Naruto sighed as he closed the door behind him, not particularly caring what Sasuke did at this point. He understood enough about the curse mark now that he had created a seal that completely suppressed it and then made that seal a bitch to crack just to piss of Orochimaru. You know, for a pedophilic asshole, Orochimaru was a genius. That curse mark is one of the most complicated pieces of Fuinjutsu I've seen, second only to mine, Fu's and B's seals. Tayuya hung her head in sadness. She had thought as much considering the time Naruto was in there. She had seen the time it took him to immediately analyze and break down the seal of that pseudo-Anbu shinobi they had encountered. It only took him seconds. He was in that room for over half an hour. That could only spell trouble for her. It's incredibly complex, but basically it's got 4 main aspects. Some kind of injector for this weird enzyme which I think triggers the mutation at the level 2, a chakra converter that I'm still figuring out, slight mind-altering properties, mostly to boost aggression and sadistic tendencies, and... He trailed off, realizing he had just allowed himself to ramble while Tayuya looked up at him expectantly. "And? What?" Naruto sighed while looking down at the floor. "Come on, shithead, what's the last part of the seal?" Naruto looked up at her, his face completely serious, more so that she had ever seen him before. "The last part of the seal is a housing for a part of Orochimaru's soul." Silence reigned in the corridor for a good 5 seconds before Tayuya's eyes widened in horror. "What?" Naruto cringed from the volume of her voice as she desperately clawed at her neck, only causing herself more pain in the process. Naruto walked over and gently took her wrist, stopping herself before she tried to tear the mark off her shoulder entirely. He held her close, pulling her into a hug while he tried to put across as much comfort as he could. She clung to him and probably would have sobbed into his shirt if Guren hadn't been there watching. "Tayuya, I promised that I would get that thing off of you. It's taken longer than I thought and it's going to take just a bit longer, but I swear that I will get rid of it, then we'll make that bastard pay." Tayuya looked up at him, allowing him to wipe away her tears before they were allowed to form before nuzzling back into his shirt. Guren just stood in the corridor awkwardly before backing out towards the hole Naruto had made earlier to get some fresh air. After 5 minutes of just hugging in the silent corridor, Tayuya finally let go of Naruto, who let her move back away from him until she was leaning against the wall of the corridor. "His soul? How is something like that even possible?" Naruto sighed again, idly playing with a spot of dirt that stained his shirt before looking up. "I'm not entirely sure, but I have all my notes to go through still, and now that I have the difficult part out of the way I can use your seal to finish it up." Tayuya nodded tiredly, the information all just a bit too much for her right now. Naruto saw this and moved over, pulling Tayuya onto his back. For once she didn't complain, allowing him to carry her around like a child while she buried her face into his neck. Naruto managed a weak smile as he followed Guren's lead towards the improvised exit. When he got to Kumo, Tayuya would take up all his attention. Chapter 49. Naruto had never been so happy to see the imposing gates into Kumagakure. The journey there had been a long one. To say that the mood was depressing would be like saying Iwa Nin only slightly disliked Minato Namikaze. Ever since the revelation regarding Tayuya's curse mark at Orochimaru's base, the atmosphere around the ragtag group had been somber at the best of times. Only Yukimaru was able to bring a small amount of light into the otherwise bleak and dark days. Naruto had grown to enjoy the younger boy's company. Most of the time he could find a reason to be happy at anything. He would spend his time flitting from one member of the group to another, chatting with Naruto, learning the flute from Tayuya, holding hands with Guren, getting a piggyback ride from Gozu, or shyly walking alongside Fu, only briefly exchanging glances with one another. Naruto had felt something going on between those two, and honestly he was happy about it. Yukimaru was a great kid, someone he felt was perfect for his little sister. However, he wasn't really the matchmaking type, having been useless in romance until it was painfully pointed out to him by Tayuya. Instead, he just decided to let things run their natural course and let Fu do whatever made her happy. In his eyes, that was all that mattered. His mind deviated off its brief but welcome tangent onto the topic that had been daunting him for days now. His eyes naturally drifted over to where Tayuya was walking in front of him. showing a few hand positions on her flute to Yukimaru, who simply watched, rapt at attention. He smiled at the sight before Tayuya's hair swayed to the right, revealing the stain of a mark on her neck before swishing back over to cover it. He sighed to himself, reviewing the plan he had been working over in his mind since leaving the land of hot water. He was fairly confident in himself and his skills, as was Tayuya. Even so, he didn't want to do anything to hurt her and was constantly checking these things over in his mind to make sure he made no mistakes whatsoever. When he had said Orochimaru's curse mark was a work of genius, he hadn't been exaggerating. The man had layered the seal over itself to try and hide many of the functions, not expecting anybody to go through the rigorous process of separating it out into its base components. To actually pull apart a seal that had been layered was without a doubt a painful process if not done over weeks or possibly months. Luckily Naruto was under no such restrictions with Sasuke. Now that he had a better understanding of what he was dealing with, he could replicate the process on Tayuya painlessly, at least he hoped as much. Naruto barely noticed as they passed through the gates into Kumo, far too lost inside his own head to notice the change in scenery. Tayuya was watching him from the corner of her eye even as she spoke to Yukimaru, noting the way he seemed absent and distracted. She sighed internally, knowing that he was worrying about her and was going over what he would still have to do in his head. She appreciated that he wanted to help her, but she had sort of missed him over the past few days. The closest the two had gotten was when they slept, other than that he would keep to himself at the back of the group, only really speaking to Yukimaru out of politeness. The group wound their way through the mountainous paths and bridges that kept Kumo connected. Surprisingly, none of them received any strange looks or glances. Then again, to a people who have had to bear countless attacks from the Hachibi, a group of strange-looking travelers wasn't anything to talk about. A few seemed to recognize Naruto and Fu as they passed, giving friendly waves that only the mint-haired Jinchuriki returned. Tayuya wasn't the only one worrying about the way Naruto was behaving, and Fu could only hope he would return to normal after he had fixed Tayuya's seal. After another few minutes of trudging through the winding paths of the village, the group entered the Raikage Tower. They waited patiently while Naruto informed the secretary why they were here. The woman recognized Naruto and promptly went to see if the Raikage was busy. When she came back and said that he was free for the next few minutes, the group quickly made their way over to his simple inscribed door before politely knocking. "Yeah, come in." Naruto entered first, drawing a smile from the large cage and his equally large companion, who just happened to be taking a break from training to visit his brother. "Yo, if it ain't Lil 9. I hope you've been doing fine. I gotta go tell little miss too, she'll be excited to see you too, Fu." Naruto smiled warmly for the first time in a few days as he fist bumped with B, enjoying the brief nostalgia the man's raps gave him. "It's great to see you too, B-sensei, there's someone I want you to meet." Naruto put a hand on Tayuya's shoulder and moved her forward a bit so that B and the Raikage could see her better. Tayuya, not a naturally vain person, suddenly found herself very self-conscious and began to twiddle the ends of her long hair nervously. B appraised the girl quickly, smiling as he took in Naruto's girlfriend. I did likewise, but with a bit more subtlety. "Allow me to introduce myself, Tayuya. I'm Killer B, but I bet you heard of me, yeah?" Tayuya just gazed at him for a moment, the whole room going quiet as they waited for her verdict. Gently she leant across until her lips were right by Naruto's ear and whispered softly. "Does he always talk like that?" Naruto nodded with a small shrug, not really sure what Tayuya was talking about. He enjoyed the way B talked. In a way, it always reminded him that despite the dangerous and serious times they lived in, there was always time for fun and enjoyment of life. Towards the end of Naruto's stay in Kumo, the first time he had told B exactly this, the large man had solemnly taken off his shades, knelt down to Naruto's level and given him a warm and genuine hug. B had thanked Naruto that day without a single rhyme, just honest, grateful words. "Right then, I'm out of here." Without further ado, Tayuya bowed respectfully towards the Raikage, an unexpected action in itself, before quickly spinning on a heel and walking straight out of the office. Everybody just turned to watch her leave, noting the slightly curious expression on Mabui's face as the redhead passed her. Finally everybody turned and stared at B. The man seemed to have gained a small rain cloud over his head as he hung his arms limply, muttering about people not understanding him and his raps. After a nervous chuckle broke the tension, the group returned to business with the attention turning to Naruto. "Well, Naruto, while it is always nice and interesting to have you visit." At that point Naruto received a strange look from Guren which he didn't return. "I must ask why you have come to Kumo with this group, two of which are known subordinates of Orochimaru himself." Naruto chuckled nervously, although his expression wasn't nearly as nervous as Guren's. While she was a kunoichi confident in her own abilities, she couldn't take on the Raikage, his personal guards, Kumo's Anbu, their two Jinchuriki and all their shinobi, at least without a few scratches. "I can explain that. Simply leant back in his custom leather chair designed for his large bulk, waiting for him to do just that. Naruto moved ahead of the group, letting them know that he was going to look for Tayuya. They had gained a shinobi escort courtesy of the Raikage, purely to keep an eye on the former sound ninja. Guren had said she understood completely, and had she been in the Raikage's place she would have made a similar call. Naruto of course was well known throughout Kumo, so was given some leeway in that regard, so he left the others with their escort and moved off to look for Tayuya. He might have said he located her through his tracking skills, but honestly he had placed a seal on her a long time ago that let him find her anywhere. It was incredibly useful. Of course he simply could have used his Fujin no Iki to find her instantly, but for some reason it unnerved a lot of the Kumo nin when he did that. So instead he had to walk through a few streets, letting the seal on his arm tug him in the right direction before he ducked under the flaps into a small ramen stand. He sat down on the stool next to Tayuya, the girl not showing him any notice as he did so. He waved a hand to the owner of the stall, ordering a miso ramen before letting him get back to his other customers. It was a curious thing, but Naruto had never tasted ramen before. There was no specific reason, but between moving around and training he never really had the chance before. He waited patiently for his food to arrive as he swiveled on the seat to look at Tayuya. She hadn't moved since he had arrived, content to simply stare into the bowl of steaming broth and noodles in front of her. "Why'd you run out back there?" He saw Tayuya's shoulders shake a little as she chuckled silently before turning around herself, letting Naruto's blue eyes connect with her green ones. "Oh, so now you suddenly care what I do?" Naruto frowned, wondering where this came from as he tried to pry the answer from Tayuya's eyes alone, unsuccessfully. "What are you talking about, Tayuya?" He laid his hand atop hers, which was planted on the stall's counter, and thankfully she didn't pull away like he had feared she might. His confused gaze was met with a defiant and slightly hurt expression from his girlfriend. "You know damn well what I'm talking about. You haven't said 3 words to me in the last few days." Naruto let his head droop, knowing that she was right. He had been reclusive recently, but it was only because he cared for her. "I mean, damn shithead, I thought we could tell each other anything." Naruto was about to speak, but he couldn't find his voice for some reason, like a part of him was telling himself to just take Tayuya's verbal beating. "Don't shut me out of your life, Naruto. If there's something wrong, fucking talk about it." She drew a few irritated stares from the other patrons of the stall, but couldn't have cared less at this point. Like Naruto, she found herself under the influence of a little voice in her mind that wouldn't let her stop. The floodgates were already open. "I get that you worry about me. I get that you only want to help me with this fucking curse mark, but listen to me very closely when I tell you this." She pulled his shirt so that he had no choice but to look directly into her emerald orbs. "I would bear this damn mark for the rest of my fucking life if it meant I wouldn't have to live without you." A few of the glares from the other customers turned into warm smiles as they took in the somewhat romantic speech. Naruto, on the other hand, could only stare at his girlfriend, unable to think of anything intelligent to reply with. "Tayuya, Tayuya firmly placed a hand over his mouth, even as the stall owner placed his order of ramen down on the counter. It quickly went forgotten by the blonde shinobi as he was unable to direct his attention away from his girlfriend. "No, Naruto, this is important and hard to say, so just shut up." Naruto nodded with his eyes wide from behind her hand. In any other situation she would have found it endearing, but she was too serious for that right now. "I don't want you to ever abandon me like that again, Naruto, because I lo." Tayuya finally seemed to hesitate as her eyes flickered down to the counter. However, her mind flashed back 2 years to when she had been unable to talk to this very boy about her emotions and all the trouble it caused her. With new confidence she looked back up, straight into Naruto's eyes. "Because I love you." Finally she allowed her hand to drop away from Naruto's mouth, not that the blonde could say anything at that moment anyway, he was far too shocked. Tayuya couldn't look at him in the face anymore, having become too embarrassed and frightened. Yes, frightened. She worried. This was the very first time she had truly and utterly opened her heart to anybody, and she was scared to the core. Scared that Naruto wouldn't return her feelings, scared that her dreams would be crushed, scared that. Her train of thought was abruptly and thankfully cut off as she felt a pair of warm hands gently clasp her cheeks, guiding her face up until she was back to looking at Naruto's cerulean eyes. She had a brief moment to notice the tears that had gathered in the corner of his eyes before his face came forward and caught her own in a tender and gentle kiss. Tayuya naturally melted into the contact, her fears evaporating as all she could feel were Naruto's lips pressing against her own. There was no competition, no battle for dominance, just two people trying to accurately express how they felt to one another without words. "Tayuya, I love you too, more than anything I thought possible. I love you so much." She didn't let him speak any more as she initiated the kiss this time, drawing it out so that she could just feel him against her more. If she wasn't so caught up in the moment, she might have noticed tears of her own slowly trickle down her cheeks after hearing his reply. Her heart felt lighter, her body felt warmer, and a pain that she didn't even know she had been bearing her whole life suddenly felt less intense. Naruto finally broke their kiss, only to replace it with a hug as he wrapped her up as tightly as he could, burying his face into her loose hair. "I'm sorry, Tayuya-chan, I'll never leave you again. I'll never let anything hurt you again, not even me." All Tayuya could do was smile. She literally couldn't have stopped it even if she wanted to, it just seemed the most natural thing to do. After a minute caught in each other's embrace, they finally noticed that they had become quite the spectacle for the other stall goers. The women watching had hearts in their eyes as they took in the scene, while the men were trying to hide their blushes, unable to admit how touching it had all been. "What are you fuckers looking at? Never seen a girl fucking bare her soul before?" Naruto could only laugh as he wiped away the tears. Tayuya knew just how to ruin any perfect moment, not that he would change it for the world. Of course, the now embarrassed patrons quickly returned to what they had been doing, some of them leaving with a large blush over their faces. Tayuya turned back to Naruto, a warm smile set on her face as she pulled him up by the hand, leading him away from the stall in no particular direction. Naruto remembered to throw down some money on the counter, even though he hadn't managed to touch his bowl of ramen. "You know I still meant what I said, Tayuya. I will get that seal off of you, but I won't ignore you anymore." Tayuya smiled as she hugged his arm while they walked, nuzzling into his soft coat with her cheek as she did so. "I know you will, shithead. I know you were just worried about me and wanted to make sure you got everything right." Naruto smiled as he looked down at her, finding the interaction so adorable he almost acted like some teenage tourist girl shouting kawaii. "So you're still going to call me shithead?" Tayuya's smile brightened, even if it was only because it became slightly more devilish. "Of course, why would I call you anything else? Are you fucking done yet?" Tayuya had been sitting in the chair for what felt like hours now, but was probably closer to 10 or 20 minutes. Naruto had been examining her seal to determine if there were any differences between it and Sasuke's so there wouldn't be any complications. Right now she was just leaning over to one side while Naruto looked at her seal, taking notes where necessary. "Huh, what? Yeah, I was done like 5 minutes ago." Tayuya looked up and around to see that Naruto wasn't anywhere near her, instead he was on the other side of the room, furiously going over his notes and calculations. Tayuya's eye twitched a little seeing him completely forget about her. "Hey, what the fuck?" Naruto looked up, the end of his ink brush in his mouth as he concentrated on the work he was doing. "What?" Tayuya just sighed, knowing that Naruto was far too absorbed at this point to even try and realize what he had done wrong. Instead she just walked over, slapped him over the back of the head for good measure and sat down on his lap. She leant back into his chest even as he looked around her, still intent on the notes and the scroll in front of him. Tayuya looked it over, nothing but a bunch of lines and squiggles to her, but she had seen firsthand what they were capable of, the Fuijin no Iki as case in point. "So what are you doing now?" Normally Tayuya wasn't really all that interested in sealing, it was too difficult for her, far too much maths and patience involved for her liking. However, seeing Naruto so riveted on one thing that wasn't her, it was enough to pique her curiosity a little. "I'm looking over the chakra converter array on the seal." When he saw Tayuya's blank look he sighed, smiling as he leant back into the chair, wrapping his arms around her like a grandfather preparing to tell a grandchild a story. Basically it's a series of seals that convert one form of chakra into another, like your spiritual energy into physical. Tayuya still looked blank before staring at the mass of circles and squiggles on the page, trying to comprehend how they did that. "I didn't know you could do something like that," Naruto chuckled and shrugged. "Yeah, neither did I, but it's the only explanation I can find for the array." Tayuya just nodded, gradually losing interest as she felt Naruto's body heat radiate through her, exciting her and pulling her mind onto more distracting topics. "So what kind of chakra does it convert?" Again, she wasn't really interested, more keeping the conversation alive for the hell of it. She found Naruto was much happier if she pretended to take interest in the things he enjoyed. It was besides the point that he would then return the favor tenfold, but Naruto was just like that anyway. "That's the funny thing, it took me ages to recognize, but if I remember our academy days then it's nature chakra." Tayuya furrowed her brow, trying to think back to all those boring lessons with Baki-sensei where he would try and drill this stuff into her head, mostly unsuccessfully. "I thought humans couldn't use senjutsu without special training." Naruto's smile positively glowed as he felt Tayuya really contribute to the conversation. He loved it when she took an interest. "That's the part that makes the seal so brilliant. The user doesn't use the nature chakra, the seal converts it into regular chakra, except it's a hurried job so it becomes more potent. That, coupled with the enzyme I told you about earlier, which I believe is responsible for the transformation, is the reason the seal degrades the user over time. Actually, if Orochimaru had just tweaked it a bit more, he could have been giving his followers a much less potent dose of chakra but kept the seal completely safe. Tayuya looked at him strangely. What about the enzyme? Naruto waved his hand towards one side of the scroll where complicated notations of specific chemical formulae littered the page. There's nothing inherently dangerous about the enzyme. In fact, it's a completely natural compound, probably some kind of extract from a Kekkei Genkai user. The problem is that the untempered nature chakra doesn't react well with it when the transformation is triggered. If I and all of those medical scrolls I've been reading are right, it's the cause for the skin discoloration and changes in the sclera. Tayuya was actually rather interested in this now. Somehow Naruto had a way of making a dull topic seem relatable, or maybe it was because he seemed to be hinting towards something. What are you getting at, Naruto? She knew if she called him shithead it would only distract him from the conversation. Naruto seemed to take a deep breath before smiling kindly down at her. I'm saying that we wouldn't have to remove your seal. I could alter it, make it better and less damaging. He waited a few moments as silence descended over the room. But, I can still get rid of it if you. Tayuya stopped him by pressing her hand up against his lips, staring him dead in the eye. And it would be safe, no complications? Naruto chuckled lightly. Yeah, if I could get a hold of some of that enzyme I might put one on myself. Tayuya just maintained her level stare, not looking away from Naruto's eyes until he sighed and pulled her in closer. I'm not a medic, Tayuya, there could always be problems, but I assure you I would never attempt this if I ever thought it would hurt you. I made sure to isolate the part of the seal that stops your body from violently rejecting the enzyme, probably what caused the 1 in 10 death rates for Orochimaru, that way I can make sure I don't accidentally get rid of it. Tayuya leaned back into Naruto's chest, staring out of the single window in the room that looked over the cloud-covered mountains of Kumo. She thought about it for a while, considering everything. On the one hand, the seal would always be a reminder of what Orochimaru did to her, on the other, it would be amazing to use it against him. She could imagine the look on his face if Naruto created a seal better than his own, he'd be furious. Plus she could imagine the edge it would give her in a fight. She had seen what Sasuke could do, even if Naruto had kicked his ass. Okay. Her voice was quiet and meek, still rather unsure of herself. Tayuya, are you sure? She stopped Naruto from talking again, this time with a quick peck on his lips. I'm sure, I trust you, Naruto, with my life. Naruto was speechless for a few moments before he smiled warmly and pulled Tayuya in closer. They shared the chair a while, just enjoying the company of the other while talking about nothing in particular. Both, however, were thinking about the days to come and what this new change would bring. It was only a matter of time now before Naruto felt he was ready. Tayuya shivered in the cold, spacious room. She supposed that was only natural for what was essentially a dungeon beneath the Raikage Tower. Unfortunately, it was the only room that met Naruto's exact specifications, not that Tayuya was reluctant because of that. Like Naruto, she was nervous, and if Naruto felt that something was necessary for this to go right, then she wasn't going to argue, even if it felt like her teeth were going to break from chattering. She envied Naruto for his natural invulnerability to cold. She couldn't even go over and use him to warm up, or she might break his concentration as he went about the room, drawing out the seals. She had seen him draw them before, but never this slowly and carefully, and never this complicated. Hundreds upon hundreds of kanji littered the floor, sometimes in concentric circles, other times in swirls or wavy lines. After half an hour of this, though, it was blatantly obvious that the focal point was the very center of the room, where Tayuya supposed she would be lying. She didn't really fancy the idea of lying down on the cold concrete floor, but she supposed if it was necessary she could bear it. At that point Naruto got up, stretching his back after crouching down for so long, and walked over. This is a little awkward, but you have to take your clothes off. Tayuya just stared at Naruto like he had grown a second head. Are you fucking serious? It's freezing in here. Naruto just looked around curiously. It shouldn't have surprised her that he hadn't even noticed. Instantly she felt the area around them warm up as Naruto began to release a warming aura of weak chakra, just enough to ward off the chill. Tayuya simply sighed. He had the worst timing sometimes. Fine, let's just get this over with. She walked over into the center of the room, careful not to disturb any of the carefully placed drawings on the floor while stripping. You don't have to. Naruto just watched as Tayuya unclipped her bra before shimmying out of the rest of her underwear. What was that, shithead? Naruto just kept staring at her in a daze, unable to take his eyes off her perfect form. Nothing. Tayuya started at him oddly before shrugging and carefully lying down in the area indicated by the lack of kanji in a vaguely human-shaped space. Naruto managed to shake himself of his daze before smiling brightly and walking over, already prepping his ink brush. He was particularly proud of his brush. It had seals with copious amounts of ink sealed inside that would slowly release onto the brush itself. The actual brush was a single strand of very firm and very durable hair, which meant he could be very precise and accurate with his fuinjutsu and create very small seals. He set to work on Tayuya's body, carefully inking out the required patterns and seals across her naked body. She would giggle occasionally from the feel of the brush moving across her bare skin, but she was good and didn't move. Naruto was also good for his part, not letting himself get distracted by Tayuya's tantalizing flesh laid bare in front of him. In no time at all, but still too much for Tayuya's liking, he was finished and looked down at her with a slight blush. I didn't want to mention this, but I need to bite you. Tayuya raised an eyebrow but didn't move, mostly because she wouldn't dare by this point. I didn't realize you were into the kinky stuff. Naruto just chuckled sheepishly before vaguely pointing to where the faintest of marks still lay from Orochimaru's original placing of the seal. It's to trigger an inflammatory response and get your adrenaline moving in the area to evenly disperse the enzyme around your body. That suppression seal has kept it all pent up, and if I released it all in one area too suddenly it might cause a mutation, or worse. Tayuya didn't particularly fancy finding out what worse was, but she also didn't really fancy getting bitten. Isn't there another way? Naruto smiled and shrugged. I could slap you. Tayuya scowled before sighing deeply and letting her head slump back softly to the floor. Fine, but if I feel you sucking then it's a stake through the heart for you. Naruto laughed warmly before cracking his knuckles and stretching out his neck, letting a large grin wash over his features. Let's do this. He concentrated chakra to his hand, letting it build up in his fingertips before blue fire burst out over each digit. He carefully placed it over Tayuya's seal before taking a deep breath and twisting harshly, simultaneously unlocking it and activating all the seals he had set up in the room. Immediately, like a flood, the kanji rushed across the room, winding round and round like they were caught in a whirlpool towards the seal that was now glowing a dangerous red. Naruto waited until the exact moment when the seals unlocked the enzyme from spreading into Tayuya's system before leaning down and swiftly biting into her neck. He was careful to place his canines above the marks Orochimaru made so that she wouldn't get any new scars. Tayuya was already squirming from the strange sensation the procedure was giving her. It wasn't unpleasant or painful, just strange. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder before something warm began spreading through her body, sending pleasure through her body. Naruto sat up, watching the small amount of blood trickle away from the 2 small bite marks he had made. He frowned at the taste in his mouth, wondering what Anko saw in tasting blood. It wasn't exactly terrible, but it wasn't really all that good either. He considered asking her about it but didn't much think he would like the answer. That, and it would start to bring up a lot of questions about why he had drank blood, which would in turn lead to teasing. He looked down again to see the last of the seals safely enter the 3 tomoe before watching, astonished, as it slowly shifted and became a small spiral. He hadn't foreseen the design of the seal itself changing, but for some reason he felt it was an improvement. He figured it was because of his name. Uzumaki meant whirlpool after all, and it briefly made him consider making this his trademark for seals if he found out why it happened. Once the sealing process was finished, Tayuya was left panting and breathless. His skin was flush and had a fine sheen of sweat that caught the light, making her shine slightly. Naruto helped her up into a sitting position as it was quite obvious Tayuya was fairly incapable of moving at the moment. She was looking around the room with lidded eyes until they came to rest on Naruto's concerned face. He had seen her writhing on the floor but had mistaken it for pain. He had been sure that the procedure wouldn't be painful, except for the biting. How do you feel? Tayuya slowly brought a weak arm up and touched it to the new design on her neck, rubbing her fingers over the skin like she had never felt it before. She couldn't believe it, but that dull aching throb she had to put up with for the last 2 years was finally gone. The realization struck her hard, and after a few blinks to make absolutely sure this wasn't all a dream, she turned around and launched herself at Naruto, toppling him to the floor in a mighty hug. Amazing, better than amazing, fantastic. His eyes were sparkling and it brought a smile to Naruto's face as he helped her up. At that point both of them realized Tayuya was still quite naked, so Naruto quickly ran over and got her clothes while Tayuya noticed the small sealing array that was still on the floor. Fearing that something might have gone wrong with the process, she pointed it out to Naruto when he came back. What's that? Naruto just smiled devilishly, looking at the small seal with a hint of malice. The fragment of Orochimaru's soul had to go somewhere. Tayuya shivered at the sight of Naruto's evil look. It didn't fit his face at all, and she could only imagine what he had done to Orochimaru's soul as she looked at the seemingly harmless set of squiggles on the floor. Orochimaru was still reeling from the defeat of Sasuke, mostly due to the condition the Kyuubi container had left him in. He had gone away from the base for a few days to deal with some troublesome Konoha shinobi who were prying a bit too close, and he had come back to a half-destroyed base and an even more wrecked Uchiha. Not only that, but after he had calmed down he found out somebody had put a blocking seal over Sasuke's curse mark, a damn good one too. It was all enough that he had to vent his anger out on a few subordinates, suffice to say that the echoes of screams would be filtering through the base for a few days. Currently he was pensively sitting in a large throne-like chair, mulling over everything that had gone wrong and what he would have to do to fix it when a blinding pain ripped through him. It was like when the old man had first sealed his arms away, the blind numbing pain tore through his body but was most intense right behind his eyes. He had no way to be sure as he writhed on the floor, but he just knew who was responsible for this. Curse you, Uzumaki. Kabuto rushed into the room a few seconds later, confused at the sight he had walked in on. Orochimaru was unconscious on the floor, blood was streaming from his eyes like tears, and embarrassingly the medic noticed that the snake Sanin had soiled himself from the pain. Chapter 50. Yes, Naruto, for the last time I understand, too soon a shinobi will be coming to pick up 3 of your companions in 3 days' time. Naruto nodded, just making sure that the Raikage understood him. So your ninja won't attack them or try to harass them? The Raikage sighed. Why was it that any conversation with the blonde jinchuriki in front of him seemed to drag on endlessly? You know Naruto, Suna and Kumo are allies now, we don't just attack our allies without provocation. Naruto raised a brow, smirking as he recalled some things he had learned during his world studies. So what was that incident with the Hyuga clan a few years ago? The Raikage coughed, blinking a few times at the unpredictable ninja in front of him. Yes, well, that was more than a few years ago and was under my father's rule as Raikage. I assure you that no such thing will happen as long as I'm in charge. Naruto just smiled and nodded, he was only teasing the man after all. It always amused him that he could so easily get under the intimidating Raikage's skin, even if he was one of the few he actually showed verbal respect to. However, that was really more out of fear of the man's iron claw technique, he shuddered just thinking about it. That's all right, Raikage-sama, just worried about my friends is all. The Raikage relaxed back into his comfortable chair and nodded with an uncharacteristic smile. When he was alone with Naruto, who wouldn't dare breathe a word of the large man's soft side, he could relax and be the caring brother he was to be. Understandable, Naruto, don't worry. When Guren, Yukimaru, and Gozu's escorts arrive they will be welcomed in. Naruto smiled warmly and nodded before deciding to turn to lighter news. So I heard B-sensei got both were suddenly interrupted as an Anbu member burst into the room, quite literally as he was blown through the wall of the Raikage's office. Both A and Naruto stared incredulously at the man's crumpled form before Naruto rushed over, making sure he was okay. He had left a fairly large dent in the wall and must have a few cracked ribs, but otherwise he was okay. Our Raikage-sama, it's... The poor Anbu member had to stop to cough as his body shook from exertion at Akatsuki. They went after Yugito-senpai. Both A and Naruto's eyes narrowed as they heard the organization's name. Naruto carefully laid the man's head down, now unconscious, and stood back up. He only knew of one member of Akatsuki that would be this blatant about their arrival, Hidan. Before the Raikage could even put up a hand to stop him, Naruto had jumped out of the hole in the wall, making a beeline for where he knew Tayuya would be. Yugito raced through the narrow tunnel of the catacomb, just barely staying ahead of her pursuers. She glanced behind her only to see the glint of red steel which forced her feet to naturally quicken their pace. Reaching a more open area where water peacefully trickled through, she leapt to the side, narrowly dodging the head of the tri-bladed scythe before it smashed into the floor. Her body gracefully arced through the air before landing on the surface of the water, skidding back. She stared at the scythe, still embedded in the floor of the tunnel, glinting in the weak light as the cable it was attached to slowly reeled in, signifying the approach of its master. Yugito watched, masking her panic as best she could, as 2 figures slowly emerged out of the darkness in the tunnel, walking like they had all the time in the world. The first, a smirking man with greasy slicked back silver hair, was connected to the scythe by a cable that disappeared into the sleeve of his robe. He wore it open at the front to reveal his bare chest. Yugito knew from what Naruto and Tayuya told her that this was the Akatsuki member known as Hidan. The second, a more stoic and mysterious man with a towering presence, had the strangest eyes Yugito had ever seen. The sclera seemed naturally red with dark green irises and no pupils. He wore a hood and face mask that managed to cover most of his face, and his robe, identical to that of his partner, was equally concealing. This was Kakuzu, a man who had gone toe-to-toe with the first Hokage himself and survived. "Let's just finish this." His voice was deep and gravely, fitting the intimidating persona his towering build gave. "Not just yet." Hidan, on the other hand, had a much more irritating, overconfident voice, matching his generally vain appearance. He pulled out a strange amulet, a circle with a triangle inside, letting it turn hypnotically in his hands. "Before that, I have another with whom I must confer." He smiled as he held the dull metal amulet up to his face, causing his partner to look around at him. "You can be such a pain in the neck sometimes." Kakuzu was obviously used to these situations. It didn't make him any happier about it though. "It's a pain for me too, but the laws are very strict about this." Yugito was almost shocked as the man brought the pendant up to his face in his closed hands, almost making it look like he was praying. Instead, she simply smirked. The two had walked right in here without a second thought, with no regard to the fact she had planned it all along. "You idiots, you think you have me trapped? Well, I'm the one who's trapped you." She clasped her hands together and focused her chakra. Immediately everybody in the room heard the hissing as multiple explosive tags were set off. They exploded, showering debris and rocks through the area, sealing off all the tunnels in or out of the hall. "Well, would you look at that? We walked into a trap." Kakuzu. His partner just looked around, completely ignoring the tensed Yugito. "No matter, this makes things even easier." Hidan looked equally confident, although he did seem slightly agitated. "This whole mission just goes against my beliefs. There's a rule in Jashinism preventing us from leaving survivors. To resist destroying you is a huge struggle for me. Come on, why don't you just surrender and come with us?" Yugito looked at him like he was crazy, an increasingly likely conclusion given the evidence. She had enough of this. She wasn't here to negotiate with Akatsuki, she was here to make sure these two would never hurt anybody again. She dropped down to the surface of the water on all fours, the winds and waters picking up and spinning around her in a small tornado as all her internal energy was released outwards. She could already feel the familiar blue flames licking at her body, just waiting to be released and given form. She was about to do just that, to unleash the power of her bijou on these idiots, but was rudely interrupted as the entire hall shook violently. Both Yugito and the Akatsuki members looked around in confusion as the tremor stopped, the dust settling from the ceiling. They heard it again, a dulled muffled thump that caused the entire room to shudder, releasing more dust from the ceiling. It repeated again, louder, and the room shook even more, a fine layer of debris now coating everything as it was disturbed. Now they could see cracks appear on the roof, spidering out more and more as the crashes continued. With one final ear-splitting crack, the ceiling finally gave way under pressure, splitting open before showering the room in chunks of concrete and dirt. Yugito coughed and tried to wave away the cloud of rubble obscuring her view, wondering if this was some kind of ploy. However, when the smoke cleared enough, she looked up, only to see the smirking face of one Naruto Uzumaki, flanked on both sides by Tayuya and Guren. All three quickly dropped into the cavernous hall as the last of the makeshift smoke screen cleared away, revealing an irritated Kakuzu and an almost gleeful Hidan. "Yes. Jashin-sama be praised. Now I can finally fulfill my religious duties and cause some chaos. I might have to capture that heathen over there, but I have neither qualms nor restraints in killing all of you." Naruto looked back calmly, standing firm with his arms crossed over his chest, coat flapping in the breeze his entrance had created. Yugito, while annoyed that she had to be rescued, was gracious for the help, even if Naruto was now putting two jinchuriki on the line instead of just her. "Tayuya, Guren, Yugito, you deal with Kakuzu." He smiled viciously as his canines elongated subconsciously. "I'll deal with Hidan." Hidan's gleeful smile didn't dissipate in the slightest. In fact, he seemed even happier at this turn of events. "That's right, come and fight, Blondie. Let me bask in your pain as I slowly draw each and every last breath out of your heathen body." Naruto settled into a defensive taijutsu stance and made the universal sign for "come get some." Hidan screamed out in delight before fully retracting his special scythe and charging the calm jinchuriki. Naruto dodged the first sloppy swing, but his abilities in evasion were quickly put to the test as the Jashin follower madly swung the weapon without abandon. While disorganized and unrefined, Hidan's attacks came with unparalleled ferocity and tenacity, giving them a chaotic elegance. Naruto was forced to dodge left, right and center to avoid the unpredictable and often near-fatal swings. He knew that even one single cut or drop of blood would be his end and was beginning to regret letting Hidan initiate the fight. Even so, he held his own, and like a blur of motion he weaved around every clumsy swing of the scythe, the red steel sometimes coming so close as to lightly skim his coat. Hidan cried out in a mixture of glee and praise in a mad squeal after every other swing, basking in the joy of a fight, knowing that his opponent's end was coming at any moment. One slip, one wrong placing of their feet, one hesitant moment and it would be over. He had all the time in the world to wait. He brought the scythe up blindingly fast, screaming out as he did so, and brought it crashing down to where he expected Naruto's head to be. In a flash of yellow, Naruto vanished from view, and as per usual Hidan simply swung his weapon in a long arc around his body. Naruto narrowly ducked under the blow, finally managing to get inside the chaotic fanatic's guard, delivering a swift and efficient kick to the man's side with enough force to send him hurtling across the room. He crashed into the rubble, blocking one of the exits, the boulders and debris not enough to arrest his momentum as he was sent crashing through into the adjoining corridor. Naruto sighed, knowing this wasn't the end for his unrelenting opponent, and quickly dashed through the opening. Kakuzu and the others had been silently observing the swift and shocking fight. Kakuzu was even mentally praising the young blonde. Few people had ever lasted so long that close to Hidan. For now though, he had other concerns to deal with, namely the three very angry-looking women across the large hall from him. He sighed, wondering if he was truly getting paid enough to have to deal with such annoyances. Very well, we might as well get this started with, I want to get back and get my money. All three women snarled. Each was very powerful in their own right, and there was only one of him. He should be at least worried. Not particularly liking the man by this point, Tayuya decided to kick things off. She unsealed her staff and twirled it once before firmly slamming it into the ground. The sharpened metal edge dug into the ground below them before she passed her lightning chakra through it. The bow staff acted as a conductor, vibrating more rapidly than the human eye can even follow. Immediately a wave of cracks appeared in the ground in front of her before blasting outwards, uprooting the floor and sending a powerful shockwave towards Kakuzu. Before it could even reach him, large black vine-like tentacles burst forth from his back, appearing in front of him like a protective shield. The thick threads absorbed all the shock, leaving Kakuzu completely unharmed. Tayuya only smirked. All three women watched as the Akatsuki member sank to his knees, clutching both hands to his head as he reeled. Tayuya had maintained her chakra through the staff, using the shockwave as a medium to transmit a very high-frequency wave that would mess with most people's senses and, in the case of some weaker opponents, knock them out. It was an effective and usually solid strategy that had helped her before, so she was surprised when more of those black threads shot out of Kakuzu, digging deeply into the ground. He stood up again, looking none the worse for wear as Tayuya realized what he had done to defeat her attack. The threads acted as a grounding device, passing the vibrations out of him and into the ground to be safely dispersed. Tayuya cursed at the effective and damnable tactic before Kakuzu was suddenly attacked from all sides by razor-sharp crystals. They sprouted from the ground like thorns, trying to skewer the cloaked figure from all angles. Kakuzu merely shattered them all with another wave of his threads, drawing a gasp from Guren, who had never seen anybody destroy her crystals so easily. She was so shocked that she was unprepared for the counterattack as Kakuzu launched her across the room with a swipe of his threads. The only thing stopping her bones from being shattered from the impact with the wall was her crystal armor. She groaned as she got up. The thin layer of rock-hard crystal may have saved her from the worst of the damage, but the impact still left her a little rattled. It unnerved her to see an opponent who she could see was easily as powerful, if not more so, than Orochimaru, unnerved, and slightly frightened. Yugito felt that it was her turn, so channeling chakra into her hand she forced her fingernails to grow into razor-sharp blades, each as hard as diamond as they were reinforced with Matatabi's chakra. She rushed Kakuzu, feeling no need to resort to her full transformation seeing as she only had the one opponent now. She skillfully dodged the waves of threads aimed at her body, intent of sweeping her off her feet before incapacitating her. She threw her body to the ground, sliding across the water on her knees with her back pressed to the ground as she evaded a strong blow that would have cracked a few ribs. Immediately after, she bent her body back until she was able to use her hands to launch herself into the air, twisting around yet another attack before using it to propel herself forward. Her hands were held out in front of her, fingernails ready to tear into the man willing to attack her home and herself just because of what, or who she carried within her. She was a few feet away from the man, who seemed no more perturbed than when he was joined by Hidan before his eyes narrowed ever so slightly. That was all the warning Yugito got before she saw something shift beneath his robes and his hands came up into a single hand sign the jinchuriki didn't recognize. Wind style, pressure damage. The air around Kakuzu seemed to visibly shudder for a moment before violently exploding outwards. It damaged everything in its path, be it wall, floor, or unfortunately, Yugito herself. With bone-breaking force she was launched across the room, arcing up into the air with her hair trailing beneath her before crashing back down to the ground. She was saved as she saw Tayuya in the periphery of her vision plunge her hands into the ground. The floor seemed to ripple towards her landing zone, and before she knew it she landed in a soft bed of loose earth, effectively cushioning her fall. Kakuzu seemed unfazed that his attack had failed. Instead, everybody noticed something underneath his robe shift again, while he maintained a perfect air of calm that only came with age and experience. Guren had recovered by now and was throwing countless crystal shuriken at Kakuzu, condensing them straight out of the air which glittered around her. Kakuzu stood firm, unwavering as barrage after barrage slowly ripped his cloak to shreds. He made no move to dodge, block or even move. Slowly, as more and more of his body was revealed, Guren began to figure out he had some kind of protection around him like her crystal armor. Tayuya on the other hand knew exactly what it was, Kakuzu's earth heart. As long as he had that heart in his chest he had a nearly unbreakable defensive layer covering his skin. While Guren was keeping Kakuzu occupied, she quickly made her way over to Yugito, stopping the blonde jinchuriki before she could attack again. It won't work, we need to hit him through the chest when he uses one of his other elemental hearts. Yugito looked at her strangely before remembering that the opponent they were fighting had multiple hearts, each interchangeable and granting him a different elemental affinity. Yugito nodded, turning her attention to where Kakuzu was finally growing irritated by the endless hail of razor-sharp crystals. Earth style, Earth spears. Guren's eyes widened before she nimbly jumped backwards, growing a crystal beneath her to propel herself away. She just lifted off the ground as a small field of spears made from the rock in the room all sprouted from the ground with the intent to skewer her. She was fast but not fast enough. One managed to skim her side. The only thing protecting her was the thin shield of crystal covering her body. It made a horrible screeching sound as it gouged out a visible trench in the transparent material. Tayuya wasted no time in using that as a distraction, launching herself forward as she batted away the spears with her staff. The lightning in her staff easily overpowered the earthen poles, lighting being naturally dominant over earth. With an incredible show of balance she planted her staff down on the head of a spear just as it was emerging from the ground. She thrust down, using the extra momentum that gave her to soar into the air, twisting her body around more black threads that tried to flick her away. She smirked as she saw something shift beneath Kakuzu's robe just as she approached. It was an unfortunate fact for Kakuzu that with age also came predictability, and Tayuya had full intent on using that to her advantage. Wind style, great breakthrough. Kakuzu's eyes widened for a split second as his body jerked violently. Under his mask his mouth twisted into a pained snarl. He staggered away, looking behind him at Yugito, her blade-like fingernails covered in blood. He looked down at his chest as the last of his tattered robe fell away, revealing the patchwork stitching that made up his body. Blood poured from a large puncture wound straight through his chest as Kakuzu gasped out in pain. Both Yugito and Guren looked on confidently, adamant that they had won. Yugito smirked. She had a fire affinity, but she always made sure to learn outside her comfort zone. The hiding in water technique was brilliant to catch an unaware enemy off guard, and an Akatsuki member was no exception, having fallen for their trap. Tayuya was less confident. She had the pleasure of having witnessed Kakuzu fight before. This wouldn't be nearly enough to stop him. Sure enough, when they looked over to his hunched-over form they could see his shoulders shake lightly as he let out a low chuckle. "Please, little girls, you are 100 years too young to defeat me." He stood up straight, giving Yugito and Guren a full view as black threads covered his heart, replacing it with one from the masks, now visible, on his back. "But it does seem I need to start getting serious." Tayuya saw the man's skin change ever so slightly as it darkened, indicating it was the earth heart he was now using. She knew he would have worked out what they were trying to do and would now fight more intelligently. This just became a lot harder. Hidan's high-pitched screams as he swung his scythe madly were really grating on Naruto's ears as he continued to swiftly dodge every potential blow. If Hidan was upset or aggravated by Naruto's continued avoidance of his weapon, he showed no sign of it. Instead, the man just maintained a psychotic grin as he gleefully continued to twirl in his own chaotic dance of destruction. Naruto tried to get back and get some distance between him and his opponent, but Hidan simply let loose with his scythe, sending it flying on its metal tether, which Naruto was beginning to suspect he could control with chakra. The scythe itself seemed unbreakable. The blonde had already tried to snap it with a Rasengan, but it was fruitless. Likewise, any blows that Naruto did manage to get in were simply shrugged off like they were nothing. Hidan was tough. At first Naruto had difficulty believing Tayuya about the man's immortality, but after a few minutes fighting him he lost all doubts. The man could ignore kunai cuts like they were bug bites, powering through with a smile or a demented shriek of joy. If anything, Hidan seemed to derive some kind of sick pleasure every time he was hurt. Still, Naruto couldn't afford to get sloppy. Hidan didn't tire. Naruto would eventually, and then he would make a mistake. The red steel of the scythe glinted in anticipation of the blonde's blood. Just one drop and Hidan could end it all. Naruto knew all about the self-harm ritual of the Jashin follower. He would take pleasure in inflicting pain to both himself and his victim until he ended it with a stab through the heart. Naruto had a plan, but he didn't foresee fighting Hidan in such a confined place. He needed somewhere more open. The next chance he got, Naruto kicked Hidan with as much power as he could muster. The Akatsuki member was sent flying back through the corridor they had been fighting in, sailing out into the main hall as Naruto followed suit. He saw the girls fending off Kakuzu, but he couldn't step in to help, at least not yet. Instead, he used their fight to his advantage as a plan formed in his mind on the fly. Racing over Hidan's temporarily downed body, he used Kakuzu's distracted state to launch himself over the man. He was forced to dodge a few errant tentacles which reminded him of evading Gaara's sand, but he did touch down behind the former Taki shinobi. In a flurry of movement, he firmly stuck a tag on Kakuzu's back, the intricate seal glowing briefly. There was a small explosion of smoke, but when it cleared, Kakuzu was nowhere in sight. Instead, there stood two Narutos. The original quickly mustered all the strength he could and leapt onto the wall, running up until he was lost in the shadows. Kakuzu was mildly surprised by the maneuver and only saw the shadow bearing down on him when it is too late. In a flash of red steel, a large bloody gash appeared across Kakuzu's chest before Hidan jumped back with a mirthful smile. "It's finally over, brat. You thought you could evade me, but no one can escape Jashin-sama." Hidan, temporarily transformed into Naruto, just widened his eyes as he realized what was going on. "Hidan, you moron, wait." But it was too late. The silver-haired man licked the trickling blood off the scythe, drinking it down as he prepared himself for the ritual that had become second nature to him now. With glee, he traced out the symbol of his religion into the ground below him from what blood was falling from his own body, his skin already changing. All over, his body became black as bone-like decals adorned his face and what you could see of his arms and chest. He smiled gleefully, too lost in the joy of his sacrifice to listen to the rest of his companions' pleas. With sadistic pleasure, he ran his sacrificial blade across the skin of his arms, smiling evilly as similar wounds appeared on Kakuzu's transformed body. Years of life in the Earth Grudge Fear Jutsu had numbed the ancient Taki shinobi to pain, and he showed no outward sign of being affected. This seemed to anger Hidan greatly. He wanted to hear the cries of his victim ring out through the hall. "You aren't a worthy sacrifice, not even a single scream." Without much more debate, he plunged the knife into his heart as Kakuzu doubled over, feeling his precious organ burst inside his own body. Hidan smirked at seeing his opponent finally die after putting up a valiant attempt, at least until the original Naruto dropped down from the ceiling. The second member of the zombie combo watched in irritation as the Naruto he had killed transformed back into Kakuzu. He pointed an accusatory finger at Naruto, murder in his eyes. "You tricked me, punk." Naruto smirked at how angry the man had gotten. It wasn't all that hard, really. A large tick mark appeared on Hidan's forehead as he once again charged at Naruto, a blood-curdling scream of anger and slight glee once again emerging from his throat. Naruto simply dodged the clumsy attack, firmly punching Hidan in the back, sending the man through one of the blocked-off passages. Again. Naruto sighed. Despite the danger Hidan posed, he really wasn't all that much of a fighter once you knew what to look out for. Wearily he followed the small trail of destruction his body had created, now intent on actually finishing this. Guren and Yugito were now much more wary of Kakuzu, despite his seemingly mortal wound. Sure enough, the hole in his chest closed over, a new heart moving to replace its destroyed comrade, although they couldn't be sure which. Kakuzu, far from his usual calm and collected demeanor, was now highly agitated. The loss of his wind heart he could deal with, those were a dime a dozen in wind country, but a decent earth heart was difficult for him to get. Usually to subdue a powerful earth affinity shinobi you needed to use lightning techniques, those didn't generally leave much to scavenge from. "Hidan, you imbecile." It was a growl more than a sentence as he looked around at his three opponents. With only 3 hearts left, he had to be careful. Quickly devising a strategy from years of experience in the battlefield, he placed his hands in a seal. Water style, water shockwave. Water seemed to converge out of thin air, joining the tepid water already flowing through the large hall. It rose up in a large wave before coming crashing down on the 3 women, forcing them to dodge out of the way. Of course, Kakuzu knew that the attack wouldn't be nearly enough to deal with his opponents, but it did give him some time as they dodged out of its way. Using that to his advantage, he hunched over his 2 remaining masks separated from his body, gaining their own life with the black threads that composed his body. After the threads writhed around for a moment, they began to take on forms with the masks acting as heads. One became a demonic, twisted visage that faintly resembled a tiger, while the other grew tall with spikes emerging from its shoulders. Both looked dangerous, both looked vicious, and both were staring straight at their intended targets. As the three women landed from dodging the water attack, Tayuya and Guren gulped as they saw the strange humanoid creature staring at them. There was a single second of perfect silence as everybody in the room just looked at one another, then, on some unspoken signal, it all began. Simultaneously, the two black creatures charged down Tayuya and Guren, the tall one aiming for the latter and the tiger-like one the former. Kakuzu, on the other hand, immediately turned his attention to Yugito, who all of a sudden felt very alone with the imposing man staring her down with his dispassionate green and red eyes. She didn't want him to have the first move, so she immediately formed a series of rapid and complex hand seals. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullets. Yugito focused her chakra with immense control as it took on the appearance of an enormous dragon composed entirely of bright white flames. It reared its head and roared, the room shuddering from the noise, while Kakuzu remained unimpressed. The dragon immediately began spitting out intense flames the same color as its body, all of them on a collision course with Kakuzu's body. Water style, great encampment wall from the water surrounding Kakuzu and the extra he had added with his last technique. A thick wall of water erupted all around the Taki shinobi. When the two jutsu collided, there was a great explosion that once again rocked the large room, steam being released from the heat of the flames. Despite the power of Yugito's technique, she could clearly see Kakuzu standing perfectly still, not having moved at all. She gulped, knowing that was the most powerful jutsu in her arsenal. Kakuzu just smiled. Chapter 51. Naruto managed to land another strong blow on Hidan's chest, for all the good it did him. The silver-haired man flew across the room the two had found themselves in. Naruto didn't know where by this point. Their fight had been so mobile that Naruto had completely lost track of where he was or even the way back to the main hall. Right now they were in a medium-sized room with what was once a smooth polished floor, bringing to question what this place used to be used for. Now, however, it was covered in dust and crumbling masonry from the neglected and old walls. Hidan picked himself out of the crater he had been thrown into. He had long ago gotten over his anger and was back to his usual psychotic glee. This was one of the best fights in his life. Nobody ever lasted as long as the blonde in front of him, and the extra weight made everything even more exciting. The moment where he sacrificed this one to Jashin would be long remembered and cherished in his eternal life. What's the point of fighting it, Blondie? No matter what you do, I can't die, Naruto huffed for a moment. Despite his near-eternal stamina, the fight was really starting to wear on. He was going to have to do something about that soon. Yeah, I'd ask how you did that, but I already know and I didn't particularly like the answer. Hidan just smiled. He was only a little put off that this teen knew so much about their organization, or specifically him, but it wouldn't matter for much longer. I was merely willing to go the extra mile than the rest of the idiots of that so-called Jashinism wouldn't. They wouldn't know the first thing about Jashin-sama. Naruto just nodded in exasperation, having caught his second wind. The two combatants began to slowly circle one another, each on one side of the fairly large room. If he had looked closely enough as they circled, Hidan might have noticed that Naruto would seem to flicker every so often as they moved. Unfortunately for him, the room was dark and Hidan was more focused on the ceremony he had yet to perform. Naruto took a deep breath, smiled and prayed to whatever gods that were listening, except Jashin, that this would work. He rushed forwards, for once initiating the combat as he dived under one of Hidan's blows only to spring up onto his hands. Hidan was only momentarily confused by the action but figured it only made it easier for him to deal with the whelp. Naruto stayed on his hands, fending off Hidan's scythe with his feet while using his clawed hands to maintain a steady grip on the floor. His legs were a lot more powerful than his hands, so thanks to his extraordinary balance he was able to launch off rapid blows while constantly evading Hidan's mad swings. Nice trick. Were you in the fucking circus? Naruto ignored him but smiled as he was reminded of the way Tayuya talks. Slowly he began to lead Hidan around in a spiral that steadily moved inwards towards the center of the room. Never once did he drop off his hands. Hidan was actually starting to grow annoyed. The kicks, or were they punches, came in hard and fast, leaving bruises across his rapidly healing body. Finally Naruto feigned before rolling under Hidan's legs. On the way through he caught them and pulled as hard as he could. Hidan was pulled out from under himself, landing with a crack on his back. He would have rubbed his head from the pain if Naruto hadn't sprung to his feet and like lightning pinned all of his limbs the floor with elongated kunai. Naruto took a breather while Hidan struggled against his bindings, uncaring of the pain the action brought. You think this will hold me long, you faggot? I'd rip my own arm off to appease Jashin-sama. Naruto just rolled his eyes and threw a kunai at the man's neck, squarely severing his head from his body. He wasn't usually one for such brutal treatment of a prisoner, but he figured this was a special case. You can't silence Jashin-sama. When Kakuzu deals with those bitches and reattaches my head, I'll gouge your fucking eyes out. Naruto just sighed and put his head in his hands before walking over to where Hidan's head was rolling about. He picked him up and looked at him, their eyes meeting as the disembodied head stared down the jinchuriki. Naruto just smiled and threw Hidan's head over to his body, watching it land on his own chest with a dull thump. Naruto ignored more of his angered shouts and wails as he moved over to the man's hand and took his Akatsuki ring. He then moved to his other hand and pried out his Jashin symbol. When this was over, he was going to have to investigate that. Hidan was still uttering curses and various obscenities by the time Naruto picked him up again. "Hey, how long does your immortality last without a sacrifice to Jashin?" Hidan's eye twitched at the disrespectful way he spoke about his god before he tried to bite Naruto, to no avail. "Fuck you, heathen, I'm not telling you anything." Naruto smiled, which made Hidan quieten down for just a moment. "You just told me everything I need to know." He held up his hand a little higher and turned Hidan so he could look around. "Do you see that?" Hidan tried to look at what the blonde was trying to point out. He would have shaken his head if he still had neck muscles attached to it. "Look harder." Hidan scowled and was about to berate Naruto again when he spotted the faint pattern that encircled his decapitated body. He looked again and saw intricate seals occasionally dotting the room, all centered around his body. "Oh, you see it?" Hidan's look of fury returned as he tried to move in Naruto's iron grip. "That's a sealing array. Now usually you can't seal a human, especially an alive one, but I found a way while I was working on my signature move. It's what lets me move through sealing arrays despite having chakra." He smiled a bit more casually, like he was just lecturing a student instead of explaining his opponent's defeat. "So I seal you away, you can't sacrifice to Jashin anymore and..." "Then what?" For possibly the first time in Hidan's immortal life, a look of fear passed over his features and he gulped, widening Naruto's smile. He was speechless. He had never feared death before, partly because he thought he was immune to it, yet here he was, looking down at his own body, having his own slow death explained to him. "I will fucking kill you. I'll rip your arms off, then your legs, make it as slow as I possibly can, then mmmpphhhmmmpphhhmmmpphhhmmmpphhhh." Naruto had grown tired of listening to his insane opponent continue to speak and had covered up his mouth. When the disembodied head tried to bite him, he simply tossed it back onto his body before bending down and passing chakra through a nearby seal. The room glowed briefly as the seals lit up and Naruto cheerily waved to his vanishing opponent. "Bye-bye." The glow stopped and Naruto looked back over to see that Hidan's body, and thankfully his head, had disappeared. He stood up and cricked his back. All that time on his hands really put a strain on his back and wrists. Not to mention the fact he was forced to use swift release in order to write out his seals without Hidan noticing. In all, he felt pretty drained. He sucked it up though and turned to face the corridor he had entered. He could return and move Hidan into a scroll later. For now he had to get back to Tayuya and the others somehow. Tayuya flipped over another fireball. The creature chasing her seemed to have an infinite supply of them and wasn't shy about using them. It was like dodging rapid-fire kunai, except hotter, and she couldn't dodge them by only a little bit or risk third-degree burns. Already she had to dive through the water to prevent herself from losing half her arm. Never had she thanked her medical skills so much. She had already lost count of all the ways she had tried killing the damn creature. Electrocution didn't work, cutting it didn't work, setting fire to it didn't work, trying to crush it with debris didn't work. She was frustrated beyond belief. The only thing she had found that seemed to remotely work was vibrating the damn thing. It seemed to loosen the connection it had between itself and Kakuzu, except she couldn't do it enough to fully sever the tie. All she could do right now was dodge it and continue trying different ways of killing it. She heard the crackle of air as another fireball was launched her way. Charging up her staff, she turned and tried to swat it back at her pursuer, only for it to bend its body out of the way and fire yet another ball. Guren wasn't faring much better. Kakuzu had been very smart when he sent his lightning mask after her. All her crystal attacks proved useless. She would attempt to capture the creature only for it to coat itself in lightning chakra and burst out. Trying to skewer it on needle crystals or with her hexagonal shuriken only resulted in it shrugging off the blows like they were nothing. Then she had its attacks to deal with. It could create a constant stream of lightning from its mouth which could slowly chase her down. Despite usual lightning attacks not having much effect on her crystal armor, she had learnt firsthand that this much more concentrated version could melt straight through it. She was running through the room, clutching her side in pain as she tried to stay out of the water or risk getting second-hand electrocuted from a stray shot. She heard the now familiar sizzle of air being burned off as the masked creature charged up for another attack. She dodged to the side, erecting a wall of crystals behind her as she ran. She heard the discharge of energy as the thread creature let loose with another bolt of deadly lightning. She looked behind her in time to see it impact with the wall of crystal. Expecting it to shatter under the attack, she raised an arm to shield her eyes. What she didn't expect was for the bolt to pass straight through the shield, not damaging it but getting skewed off to one side as it went through. She looked back and forth between her shield and the wall that now held a nasty burn mark before a smirk found its way onto her lips. That could work. Yugito, despite knowing that now Kakuzu's earth heart was gone, he was vulnerable, wasn't happy about it. Vulnerable wasn't a good word to describe Kakuzu in any way. Staying at a distance proved difficult with his deadly water techniques and incredible chakra capacity. Getting in close was suicide, thanks to those damn threads, and anywhere in between was dangerous just because the man was fairly unpredictable now that he was taking the fight seriously. Cutting the threads that composed his body proved to be impossible, even with her razor-sharp claws. Any time that she thought she actually managed to do it, he would just disperse into a rush of water, indicating an annoying use of the water clone. Then came his counterattack. He had already used the water dragon jutsu to startling effect, the damp craters in the walls around her serving as testament to that. His arsenal of jutsu seemed nearly endless and each one was executed perfectly. She had never met anybody with such a mastery of the water element before. Suddenly her thoughts were cut short as she felt a very strong hand wrap around her throat. Her eyes opened wide in panic as she looked around, only to see the patchwork hand she was held by connected to Kakuzu's body by a long length of the threads. The man smiled behind his mask as he slowly drew his hand back towards his body, squeezing a little harder around the woman's neck. He brought her close so that she was looking at him right in his oddly colored eyes. "You are lucky that we are not here to kill you. Then again, with what the Akatsuki have planned for you, perhaps death would be a blessing. In either case, I am going to have to ask for more money. You silly girls have already cost me 2 hearts." He smiled dispassionately as Yugito started to feel darkness encroach on her vision, losing herself to unconsciousness. Tayuya turned on a dime, flipping herself up and over the creatures as she firmly planted her staff in its back. With an enormous burst of lightning chakra, she attempted to once again electrocute the creature in the water that covered the floor. It only paused for a moment before she watched in sick fascination as the mask twisted 180 degrees to look at her. The mouth opened and her eyes widened before she pushed off again, moving as fast as she could to escape the enormous fireball the black threaded creature unleashed. "Tayuya, I need your help." The redhead looked up incredulously at Guren, who was busy flipping across a wall to avoid the great beam of lightning trying to cook her. "I'm a little busy." Guren just grunted as she erected another wall of crystals between herself and the lightning mask. It wouldn't hold long, so using that opportunity she sprinted over to Tayuya, sending enough crystal shuriken at the fire mask to momentarily hold it up. She quickly explained her plan before the two of them were forced back into fleeing their respective masks. Tayuya didn't particularly like it. It sounded far too risky, but she didn't have anything else, so she had to go with it. Summoning jutsu. With a brief moment of respite earned by passing more lightning chakra through the water, she slammed her hand down. After the smoke cleared, a large falcon, the size of a large dog, appeared beside her, its eyes widening as both it and Tayuya dodged to the sides to avoid a large ball of flames. "Hey Mizu. I need your help." The seemingly larger than possible falcon just nodded, its wings already moving about in intricate spirals as the water began to respond. Tayuya ran to where Guren was already preparing her part of the plan, forming large circular objects out of her crystal. Tayuya knew that Kayamizu would only give her so much time, so as soon as she saw an opening she rushed in between them. Time seemed to slow down for both of them as light began to crackle around the mask's mouth. If this didn't work, then Guren was about to be turned into a lightning rod, something she didn't think she would survive. Tayuya dived through the air, intercepting the bolt of lightning with her staff as the metal absorbed the energy like a sponge. Using her own chakra to prevent herself getting fried, Tayuya quickly twisted through the air, moving her staff out in front of her. Her hands trembling from holding back all the power in her staff, she released it all in one blast, directly at the crystal Guren had created. She made sure to release it all before she touched back down, preventing any of the energy from being grounded. The bolt hit dead in the center of the circular crystal, and there was a moment's delay before it came blasting out the other side. The lens focused it, condensing it into an even more powerful bolt as it was released, directly at Kakuzu. It soared through the air, splitting molecules from its intensity before impacting with Kakuzu's side, not stopping. The blast ripped right through his torso, leaving a sizzling hole through both sides of his body. Yugito could only watch as Kakuzu's eyes widened momentarily before the grip he had around her throat loosened and she fell to the wet floor. The two masks froze for a moment before both suddenly rushed to their master's aid, both unraveling as they went. The fire mask would have reached him first if Guren hadn't suddenly placed both hands on the ground. In its confused and hurried state, the mask could do nothing as a crystal spear shot out of the ground, splitting the mask in half as the heart it concealed was skewered. The lightning mask did make it, Kakuzu's body absorbing it as his wrecked heart was replaced again. He stood up, fury in his eyes when he realized that he was down to his last heart. He had survived the first shinobi war, gone toe-to-toe with Hashirama Senju himself and harnessed the most powerful kinjutsu in Takigakure. He was not going to die here to a bunch of women barely out of their diapers. With a roar of annoyance, he thrust both his hands into the water that covered the floor. Lightning style, discharge lightning calamity. Faster than most could blink, arcs of electricity spread through the wet floor. All three women were caught unprepared as they cried out in pain, their bodies almost glowing from the sheer amount of lightning passing through their bodies. Kakuzu didn't let up until he saw their bodies smoking, completely uncaring that he was killing his target. Finally he stopped and the women's locked up bodies were allowed to rigidly fall to the floor, still twitching. Kakuzu just smirked, he wasn't dying today. That smirk fell right off his face as he jerked forward, spitting out blood as he did so. His eye went wide as he looked down to see 5 razor-sharp fingernails, the end of a metal bow staff and numerous sharpened crystals piercing his body. He gulped, trying to stop the blood flowing from his mouth as his eyes blinked rapidly. He looked back at the cooked bodies floating in the water only for them to dissolve away. He tried to speak but his words caught in his throat before he fell to the water, dead for good this time. Tuya twirled her staff, ridding it of blood as Yugito did the same, both retracting their respective weapons while Guren just let her crystal dissolve back into the air. They all looked down at the body in front of them while Tuya prodded it with her foot, watching it drift lazily in the water. Tuya just smiled happily, despite having come so close to death more than a few times in the fight. And Naruto thinks that genjutsu has no impact in a fight. The women to her right and left just sweat dropped as they looked at her incredulously. Why couldn't you have done that sooner? Tuya just shrugged as she turned to Guren. I'm sorry, I was too busy trying to not become a Tuya flambe. Yugito was still looking down at the body floating in the tepid waters, amazed at how close she had come to dying or getting kidnapped. It doesn't matter, he's dead and all of us will be fine. Tuya just turned to her with a smirk. Oh, look at Miss Glass half full, if you'll remember it was me and Guren who saved your ass. Yugito just scowled. Hey, it was my idea. Tuya just looped an arm around Guren's shoulder. Yeah, but it was my awesomeness that made it happen. There was a moment of silence in the room before all three women burst out laughing, the situation too much for them. It was that scene that Naruto rushed in on, looking ready for a fight as he quickly surveyed the room. What he hadn't expected was to find the three women laughing while Kakuzu's dead body drifted lazily around in the water. He looked around, spotting the numerous signs of an intense fight in the form of smoking or damp craters or large trenches of smoldering earth. Whoa, what happened here? All three women turned to see Naruto, 2 of them sighing in relief that he was okay. Naruto walked over as they all looked around the room, seeing the damage they did for the first time. Not much shithead, just kicking some ass. Naruto wasn't sure whether to back away slowly from the chuckling women or go over and hug Tuya. He decided on the latter and after a few giggles from Yugito and Guren he separated, walking over to Kakuzu's body before flipping it over with his foot. Carefully he slipped the man's ring off before putting it with the others. It took him a few moments to seal away Kakuzu's body but once he was done he stood back up. Okay, I just have to go back and collect Hidan's body then we'll probably have to report all this to the Reikage. He received a round of nods from the women before Tuya looked at the scroll in Naruto's hand. So who gets the bounty on that guy's head? Everybody's sweat dropped while Tuya just looked around. What? The Reikage was still holding the 2 scrolls incredulously, looking up at the group of people that had killed 2 of the most dangerous S-ranked criminals in the world. He had a right to be skeptical but once Naruto had shown him Kakuzu's body and Hidan's head, which wouldn't shut up, he was convinced. Seeing a disembodied head scream obscenities at him was an eye-opening experience for the normally stoic Reikage. In the end he had sighed from relief when Naruto resealed Hidan back into the scroll he would be calling home for the foreseeable future. Not only that but Naruto had dealt with the man single-handedly, I wasn't even sure what to make of that and had to reevaluate just how powerful the teen in front of him was. He now had Hidan's scythe slung over his shoulder and all he would say about it was that he had taken a shine to it after seeing how effective it was in a fight. The Reikage decided not to question it as he simply wanted the group out of his office before his headache got any worse. After the group had collected their respective bounties, the 3 girls splitting Kakuzu's evenly and Naruto claiming Hidan's in its entirety, they walked out of the office, with Yugito staying behind. I'm glad you're okay Yugito, B wouldn't have forgiven himself if anything happened to you. The blonde just nodded, smiling lightly at the thought. She was certain that if B hadn't been away on a mission then he would have been right there with Naruto and the others. Thank Naruto, Guren, and Tayuya. Without them I'm certain I wouldn't have made it. A nodded solemnly, he knew this already and he would be writing a personal note of thanks to the Kazekage. I know you've had a recent traumatic time because of the Akatsuki, but that's why I believe my next request is important. I want you to find out how they got into our village so easily, find it and stop it so it can never happen again. You might be safe now but we have no way of telling if they will try this again. Yugito nodded, giving a cheeky salute to the Raikage as he just smiled. And be careful Yugito, Kami knows your parents would haunt me if anything happened to you. Try it again Tayuya. The redhead just grunted as she shot an irritated look at Naruto, quieting the blonde up. I already have, 7 times. Naruto just nodded while Tayuya continued to strain. They had been trying to work out how Tayuya could activate her new seal all day now. It proved more of a challenge than Naruto had foreseen. The original curse mark latched onto feelings of anger and hatred, but without that aspect Tayuya was having difficulty finding its trigger. They had already tried the obvious answer of channeling chakra in the area, but all that got her was a light tingling sensation from the seal. Well, the original seal used emotions as a trigger, maybe we just need to find out another that will activate the new seal. Tayuya just sighed, really hoping that the trigger was frustration because then she would have it worked out in seconds. You made the damn seal, why don't you know what fucking activates it? Naruto just shrugged as he smiled sheepishly. Hey, I couldn't predict everything. Tayuya just scowled in his direction as he held up a placating hand. Alright, why don't we take a break for a while, go get some dengo or something. Tayuya just nodded with a small relieved smile as Naruto walked over, wrapping her up from behind in a warm hug. Tayuya's frustrations melted away as he pulled her in close, resting his head on her shoulder as she leaned back into his body. Tayuya felt excitement run through her body as the blonde planted a small but loving kiss on her neck, then another slightly higher up as he worked his way around to her mouth. She turned her head to make it easier and soon they were both pressed up against one another, their tongues wrestling playfully. Tayuya smiled into the contact and Naruto brought his leg up so that she was straddling his thigh. This was a fairly common sight with them now, they were practically inseparable. She suddenly felt a strange sensation in her shoulder, thinking that Naruto had kissed her too hard, if such a thing was possible. She just carried on. However, when Naruto opened his eyes they widened, making her pull back in confusion. What? He just pointed at her as she looked down on her body, not seeing anything out of the ordinary. He took off his headband and held it up so that she could look at her reflection in the polished metal. She gasped at what she saw. Her hair had grown much longer, becoming a light shade of pink. Her skin hadn't changed at all thankfully, but her eyes were different, the irises were larger and her pupils had vanished completely. That's when she noticed that she suddenly felt stronger, like she just had more energy running through her body. Naruto too was looking her over, feeling the slight shift as her chakra suddenly increased. They both knew that she had activated the seal, not really understanding why until Tayuya suddenly groaned, falling to her knees. "Oh come on." Naruto just looked at her oddly while she continued to sulk. "What is it?" Tayuya just looked up hopelessly as she rubbed the spot where the seal was glowing a warm blue. "I have a seal that gives me awesome powers but it's activated by fucking love? How stupid is that?" Naruto just sweat dropped comically as he took in the sulking Tayuya. He moved over and pulled her back onto her feet. "Well, we don't know it was that. It could have been, well, you know." Tayuya looked up at him strangely, not catching what he meant until she saw his slight blush and her eyes opened wider. A smirk found its way onto her face as she rubbed up against him slightly, which made him once again notice the fact that her endowment seemed to grow while under the influence of the mark. "Oh, so a seal activated by lust? I guess that's slightly less stupid." Naruto just chuckled as he took the hint and captured Tayuya's lips with his own, earning himself a moan from the redhead turned pinkette. They parted after a minute, both panting with smile plastered over their faces. "It could be either, but the important thing is we found something that triggers it." He smirked to himself, making Tayuya wonder what was going through his head. "Now comes the fun part, seeing what you can do." Tayuya grew her own smirk as she settled back into a fighting stance, Naruto doing the same. "Well fucking bring it, shithead." B looked over the wrecked training ground, noting the numerous scorch marks and craters which littered the plateau. Right in the center of it all laid Tayuya and Naruto, the former straddling the latter as they furiously made out. Half their clothes seemed to be either ripped or burnt off and their modesty was only saved by a few strips of fabric, not that the couple seemed to mind in the slightest. B wasn't sure whether to leave or grab a chair, but in the end he cleared his throat loudly, shocking the duo out of their makeout session. "Oh hey B, sorry about the training ground." B just raised an eyebrow while Tayuya pouted at being interrupted, apparently not caring that the only thing covering her was Naruto by this point. "Don't worry about it Lil 9, someone will clean this up just fine." Naruto nodded. He was a bit worried they had gone too far in their spar but didn't let it get to him. "So what do you need?" B smiled broadly. "Big bro wants to see you, better go grab Miss 7-2, got some visitors you'll want to see," so he sent a messenger in the form of one Killer B. Naruto nodded, standing up as he clutched at his pants which threatened to fall down. "Thanks B, we'll go as soon as we." He looked around to Tayuya who was hiding behind him so B wouldn't see anything, get some other clothes. The large rapper just nodded before leaving. He swore he saw something different about Tayuya but he couldn't place it. Chapter 52. Gaara? Naruto looked over at the smirking form of the Kazekage. When he had said he would send people to pick up Guren, Yukimaru, and Gozu, he hadn't expected him to come himself. "Hello Naruto, I expect you weren't expecting me to come." Naruto just nodded dumbly while a head popped up behind Gaara. "Hi Tayuya, hi Naruto." Both of them waved at Matsuri, a little dumbstruck that both had left Suna to come all the way here. Gaara saw this and smiled, waving his hands to dispel any ideas they might have been getting. "No, I didn't come all the way here just to escort your friends, that would be a little overkill, don't you think?" Naruto just nodded, his usual smile coming back to his face as Gaara turned to face the Raikage. "I came to speak to Raikage Dono, I figured it was about time we met." Naruto was a little surprised that the two hadn't met already, but he guessed they were both busy and couldn't afford to up and leave their villages. This made him wonder what had changed. Gaara saw this as well. "I decided that the Akatsuki has gotten away with too much. It's time we did something about it before something bad happens. I have already received word that nobody has seen Iwa's jinchuriki for a few months now, either of them." Naruto put his head down solemnly. He knew that Akatsuki had gotten to them. "That is why we have decided to convene in Konoha. Kiri will also be there if Mizukage Dono accepts the message I sent." Naruto looked at him confused. "Why Konoha?" He figured somewhere more neutral would be appropriate, even if all four countries were somewhat allies. Kiri had gained a reputation, thanks to their past, despite everything Mei was working to change. Kumo wasn't exactly liked in Konoha after certain incidents in the past which the Raikage was also working to fix. Suna were Konoha's allies, but that wouldn't stop any petty personal grudges people had with Wind Country. In all, Naruto didn't believe it to be a very good idea. "I know what you are thinking, but a neutral country wouldn't be good right now. There would be nothing stopping Akatsuki or anybody else from attacking while we are all convened. That is why we must do it in a shinobi country where we will at least be protected to a degree." He looked at Tayuya and Naruto, smiling softly at his oldest and closest friends. "And that is why you will accompany me as my bodyguards for the duration of the summit." Naruto still didn't seem sure of this. "But what about Iwa? They won't be happy that all the other Kage are convening." The Raikage scoffed from his chair, obviously finding the idea laughable. "Ha, like Oonoki would ever try something. The legendary fence sitter wouldn't dare." Gaara nodded solemnly. "Raikage Dono is correct, even Tsuchikage Dono would not risk attempting anything with all the other nations convened at once." He sighed as he looked at the Raikage. "Even so, I have sent him an invitation to the summit, despite how unlikely it is for him to actually come. That way he cannot blame us for convening without Iwa having a representative." Naruto nodded with a frown. Gaara made a good case, even if he still didn't like it. "But why does it concern Iwa at all? Like you said, they don't even have jinchuriki anymore." Gaara shook his head. Despite how much Naruto had grown, he could be a bit short-sighted at times. "No, the immediate situation does not concern Iwagakure, but the Akatsuki are collecting the bijou for a reason. While we don't know what that reason is, it is obviously not good. That does concern Iwagakure. As a major village, they have a right to know what we are doing to stop them." Naruto just nodded. While he had slightly less restriction thanks to their friendship, Gaara was still his Kazekage and he would have to listen to him. "Fine, so when are we leaving?" Gaara looked at the Raikage, who simply nodded. "Tomorrow. It's best to deal with this soon before there are any more issues." Naruto nodded, at least that made sense to him. Tayuya on the other hand was frowning, counting off on her hands. "Raikage-sama, who would you be bringing as escorts?" I looked at her, curiously, wondering what the redhead was thinking. "Yugito and B, I wouldn't have anybody else as my personal escorts, plus they are the most powerful shinobi in the village in active service." Tayuya nodded with a frown. "But then with Gaara?" Naruto, Fu, B, and Yugito all there, plus whoever May brings, wouldn't that be a lot of jinchuriki in one place? Naruto's eyes widened, seeing what she was driving at as he turned to Gaara. Yes, that is correct. Precisely the reason why we are doing so. No matter how powerful Akatsuki believes themselves to be, they would not dare attack a hidden village when it contains 5 jinchuriki and 4 kage. It would simply be foolish. Naruto had to agree with Gaara on that one. The numbers alone were intimidating to say the least. Nobody would pit themselves against those odds. Naruto suddenly had a thought as he turned back to Gaara. Wait, if we're going to Konoha, then who is escorting Guren, Yukimura, and Gozu to Suna? Gaara just smiled as the door to the Raikage's office opened to reveal 2 figures. Hey Squirt, long time no see. Naruto turned to see the smirking faces of Kankuro and Tamari. Naruto was walking through the streets of Kumo, flanked on one side by Tayuya and Fu, on the other by Kankuro and Tamari. He was busy showing the pair around Kumo while the Raikage showed Gaara and Matsuri around himself. Right now Naruto seriously wished he was with them as Kankuro chatted about how he had converted Sasori's old body into a puppet called Scorpion. It all sounded far too morbid for Naruto's taste, but he politely nodded along while Tamari was shooting him apologetic looks. They stopped for some lunch at one of Tayuya's preferred restaurants, mainly because they were one of the few that serves dengo in Kumo. Tamari constantly looked between Tayuya and Naruto with a smirk, mostly because Tayuya was sitting as close to the blonde as physically possible without sitting on his lap. She would have done, but the table was too low down and it would have been uncomfortable for both of them. Fu was also slightly cuddling up to Naruto on one side, but not quite to the extent that Tayuya was. Cool tattoo, Tayuya. Tamari nearly scowled at Kankuro for breaking the awkward silence she had been enjoying so much. Tayuya just rubbed her neck idly while Naruto looked at her with concern. He knew that ever since he had altered the seal, Tayuya wasn't in any discomfort, but any mention of it would make her remember how it used to be. He just smiled and wrapped a comforting arm around the redhead's shoulders, pulling her closer into him. It's a seal actually. Kankuro nodded with a smile, still shoveling the food into his mouth without abandon. What's it do? He yelped as Tamari kicked him from under the table. Her brother might have been an unobservant moron, but she could clearly see the topic was a painful one for Tayuya. Naruto just smiled at them both warmly. It's okay, Tamari, I guess we never told you about it before. He tried to remember back to when Orochimaru had first given her a seal in the second stage of the Chunin exams. After that he guessed it must have just never come up with Tamari or Kankuro. He quickly explained it to them, about what Orochimaru had done and how Kakashi had sealed it before a few days ago when Naruto improved it, getting rid of its negative properties. The 2 Suna siblings listened intently, wondering how they hadn't heard about this sooner, especially after 2 years. Whoa, I didn't know you could use seals. Everybody just looked at Kankuro incredulously while Tamari slapped him over the back of the head. That's what you took away from this? Kankuro just shrugged and went back to his food while everybody else just sighed. Fu giggled a little. She found the interaction between the siblings funny, knowing it was all in good fun. Naruto recovered, finishing the last of his dengo while Tayuya pouted. He usually left the rest of it for her but was hungry today after their spar. Well, I guess we should introduce you guys to the people you'll be escorting back to Suna. Tamari just nodded, having finished her own meal while Kankuro tried to cram as much of his as he could into one of his pouches. Naruto led them back out, taking them over to where Guren and the others were staying, still under observation from Kumo. For some reason he had a feeling that Guren would get along with Tamari. Tayuya walked next to Naruto, enjoying the feel of his arm wrapped around her waist. It always made her feel so secure. So, you want to do something tonight? It is our last night in Kumo. Naruto nodded idly with a smile. Yeah, that sounds like fun, but I think I should visit Kurama first. With everything that's been going on recently we haven't had much time to talk. Tayuya just nodded with a sigh. She wasn't necessarily jealous of Kyuubi, she just didn't like that Naruto would almost place them with the same importance. Okay, she wasn't fooling anybody, she was jealous as hell. Of course she wouldn't say anything as it would make her sound petty. Naruto couldn't help that a giant demon fox was sealed in his stomach. Then again it didn't really help that Kyuubi was a woman, although Naruto always assured her that Tayuya was far more attractive in his eyes. Naruto had seen some strange things in his life: Fu's wings, Hidan's talking head, a woman materializing out of paper and a giant rapping octopus, just to name a few. However, the scene that someone would walk into in his mindscape later on that night would have ranked very high on that list. If someone else was able to enter it, they would have seen an enormous fox with 9 tails. Normally that alone would have been enough for some people to call strange or unusual. Of course Naruto never did anything in half measures, so of course the enormous nine-tailed fox was on her back, writhing in pleasure as over 100 clones of one blonde jinchuriki were rubbing her stomach. The furry but powerful tails thrashed about as the Kyuubi received the tummy rub of a lifetime. The clones used whatever they could to scratch her. The landscape around them was slowly being leveled as the tails destroyed everything in sight, Kurama unable to control them as her mind was lost to the pleasure of the moment. A few minutes later and Naruto had dispelled all his clones while the Kyuubi had shrank back to her smaller size. She was still on her back though, panting heavily as she tried to recover from the clone massage. Naruto was just smiling at her. He knew all the tailed beasts' lives must have been hard. They were created by the sage of the six paths nearly on his deathbed, dying not too long after. They had to grow up in a world that didn't understand them, remembering only the Kyuubi and the destruction it had wrought. Naturally they were feared, hated, driven out by the fearful humans who couldn't accept the enormous chakra constructs. In a way Naruto felt connected to them, like he could understand them. They had both grown up without parents, only having a name to go on. They both were feared for something beyond their control. They both had to grow up without guidance, without truly knowing what was right or wrong and why. In the end, Naruto could connect with the Kyuubi more than most, except Gaara. You remind me of him, you know. Naruto looked around to where Kurama was watching him, still on her back with her paws raised up in such an adorable way he had difficulty believing the power she held. Who? Kurama smiled warmly, a rare occurrence with the great fox. Our father. You are a lot alike. We may not have known him very long, but we have vague memories of when we were still a part of Mother. He could find the good in anybody, helping them to bring it out, but at the same time he knew when violence was necessary, even though he loathed it. He was powerful, but humble beyond belief. He never asked for anything in return for what he did. In fact, you look a lot alike too. If you had red hair and no whiskers I would almost call you twins. Naruto wasn't sure what to make of being compared to the most legendary figure in the shinobi world. Really? Kyuubi just nodded with melancholy. It had been a better time back then for a short while. She had her siblings and her father. Then he passed away, leaving a world that despised them, feared them and drove them apart. Again it had seemed good for a while. The memories faded with the generations and they were left alone for a while. Then stories became legends and people sought out the bijou for their power, sealing them away into hosts to fight their wars. The hatred of humanity was too much for some of them, driving Shukaku insane as he was forced to watch a monk become a weapon of war. I'm not the only one. Chome sees it as well, and I'm sure if Shukaku would leave his bloodlust for even a moment he would see it too. He practically worshipped father. Naruto sighed, thinking about everything that had been done to the bijou, everything they had to live through. Even Kyuubi wasn't spared. He thought of how she was sealed within him, stripped over half her chakra. The bijou weren't like humans, chakra was what they were, and to have it taken away must be like losing a limb. Kurama, Kyuubi looked up, rolling onto her side to better speak to Naruto. I've been thinking about what you told me. The fox quirked her head quizzically about your yin chakra. Kyuubi sat up on her haunches before padding over to sit beside Naruto, letting the blonde rest against her body as a few tails wrapped around him. This was their standard position when they talked, a remnant from when Naruto was a child and would do this. Why doesn't it just replenish itself like normal chakra? He had been pondering this question for a while. Chakra wasn't limitless, one could use it up, however after resting it would replenish itself. Kurama chuckled sadly, watching one of her own tails sway in front of her. Does bijou chakra not recover? Kurama seemed to be hypnotized by her own tail, a symbol of her power amongst the bijou, 9 of them, marking her as the most powerful, even with only half her chakra available. Yes it does, but without foundations a house can't be built. Naruto looked up at her curiously as Kurama continued to watch her tail. Energy cannot come into being from nothing, it must come from somewhere. That is why a human will die if they use all their chakra. If there is none there to grow from, it will not grow. Naruto nodded slowly, so there needed to be some chakra there in the first place for it to replenish itself, and without any yin chakra Kyuubi couldn't grow it back. Do you ever wonder why when you die, I will as well? Whereas when Gaara, Yugito or even Fu someday pass their bijou will only be freed? Naruto nodded. He had wondered that sometimes but always just put it up to the seal the fourth had used. In a sense it is true, I will die, but not in the way you think. Naruto looked up again, partly wondering why Kyuubi was telling him this. When the day comes and you pass into the next life I will be freed from this prison into the world, however without my yin chakra I can never take form again. In a sense, I will be dead. Naruto blinked a few times, his eyes furrowing as he thought furiously about what Kyuubi had told him. The cogs in his head spun rapidly as his mind flickered from idea to idea. Kurama would be nothing but yang chakra, floating through the world, forever unable to affect it in any meaningful way again. It sounded like a terrible fate to Naruto, not one he wished on the fox that had become his first friend. Is there nothing we can do? Kurama just chuckled. Oh yes, she saw so much of her father in the boy, so willing to help and hating feeling helpless. I have accepted my fate, Naruto. To recover my yin chakra from the Shinigami would be impossible. Nothing returns from his stomach. Naruto frowned again. His mind was working harder than it ever had before. Slowly a smile found its way onto his face, even as a crazy, stupid and brilliant plan began to form. Kurama? The Kyuubi finally broke her gaze away from her tail to stare down at Naruto, red eyes meeting blue. The seal draws out your chakra, right? Converting it from a form harmful to me into my own so that I can use it? Kyuubi nodded, her eyes narrowing as she began to suspect what Naruto was proposing. What if I just reversed it? Converting my yin chakra into a form that you could use, letting you redevelop it on your own. Kurama blinked at the suggestion, unable to truly believe what the young man was telling her. But that would mean putting yourself in a situation where I could drain out your chakra, you would be at my mercy. With a physical form I could have a body again, I would no longer fear our deaths being intertwined, in fact your death would be to my benefit, I could be free again. Naruto listened to her, his warm smile never wavering for a moment. When she stopped he simply looked up at her, making sure their eyes were looking directly at one another. I trust you. For a moment Kyuubi could almost see her father's face superimposed across Naruto's before she realized what it was. Their smiles were the same, so full of compassion and caring that one couldn't help but be drawn in by it. Kyuubi sighed as she was brought back to memories of her father with that same exact smile. Even if you wanted to kit, you don't have the key to your seal, without it you couldn't alter it. Naruto frowned, she was right, he didn't have the key to his seal and there was no way he had the time to pick it apart bit by bit, it would take years. He thought about who might have it. Konoha would only entrust it to somebody powerful who could protect it, someone with sealing skills. The first person that came to mind was the fourth himself, but he was dead so the next logical choice was Jiraiya of the Sannin. He was powerful, that much was obvious. From what he knew he traveled a lot which would keep the key safe and he was a sealing master which made him perfect. The only problem was tracking him down. Hopefully when they were in Konoha he could ask Tsunade about it, until then there was little he could do about it. Naruto woke up from his mindscape to the soft tune of a flute, its melodious song filled the air as he sat up from the bed. Tayuya sat at the window, her eyes closed as her features were set into a smile, she was almost never happier than when she could play her flute. Naruto also enjoyed it. Her harmonies were relaxing and beautiful to listen to, drawing you in. He smiled as he saw Tayuya finish her song, pulling the metal instrument from her lips almost reluctantly. I could get used to waking up to that. Tayuya looked around at Naruto with a smirk, walking over as she pushed him back down onto the bed playfully. And what would you be willing to do for it? He just chuckled and grabbed her arm, pulling her down on top of him before wrapping her up in his arms. They scooted up the bed until they were in a semi-sitting position that gave them a view of the star-studded sky out of the window. Tayuya wrapped her own arms around Naruto's waist before nuzzling her face into his chest. So what did you two talk about? Naruto smiled, she was always curious about what he and Kyuubi talked about. We were discussing how to get rid of you quietly so that we could run off and live happily ever after together. He heard a snort in his head as Tayuya looked up at him with mock hurt written over her features. Yeah, like you would ever dump this. She motioned with her hand across her own body, lingering over her endowments. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment before smirking. Yeah, you're right. Tayuya just huffed in a victorious manner, snuggling back into his chest. Damn right I'm right. Naruto smiled as he kissed the top of her head making Tayuya smile in content as they both looked out of the window again. But seriously, we were talking about a way to get Kyuubi her yin chakra back. Tayuya looked around, shifting her position so she could look across at Naruto. Is that a good idea? Naruto just nodded with a shrug. I don't see why not. Could you imagine living without half of yourself for almost 17 years? Tayuya looked ready to argue but seeing the conviction in Naruto's eyes she knew she wasn't going to change his mind. Fine, I guess that would make you more powerful anyway. Naruto raised an eyebrow, he hadn't even considered that but he guessed Tayuya was right, having Kyuubi almost double her chakra would also give him a boost. Naruto just smirked as he tugged her closer. That means you'll have some catching up to do. Tayuya returned the smirk as she playfully rapped him on the forehead. Hey, once I got this mark down you'd better watch your back. Naruto nodded as he settled back down on the bed. Yeah, once you get used to the chakra being pumped into your body, I could increase the flow. Hell, by the time we're done you could have chakra comparable with a bijou. Tayuya smiled widely at the thought. To have that much power on her own would be incredible. Naruto just chuckled. Then you can see just how hard it is to cast a genjutsu with that much chakra. Her smile turned into a frown. She weighed the costs of having that much chakra to being unable to weave her intricate and subtle genjutsu, some of which have saved her life. Nah, I'll just work on my chakra control. Naruto snorted loudly. He knew it wasn't that easy. Even so, if anybody could do it, he believed Tayuya could. Hell, if she managed it, she could put an entire army under a genjutsu without a single one realizing it was happening. He shuddered unconsciously. Maybe it would be best if he didn't get on Tayuya's bad side when that day came. He smirked to himself. Better start laying the groundwork then. He rolled over and planted a quick kiss on Tayuya's lips, which she quickly deepened until it was suitably French. The two rolled around on the bed as they got better acquainted with one another by slowly removing each other's clothes. Soon Naruto was in nothing but his boxers while Tayuya was down to just her panties, now a vibrant red which matched her flaming hair. Unknowingly Tayuya had activated her seal. Her body grew in certain areas while her hair shifted into pink. Naruto came up, panting for breath, and noticed the changes, specifically the ones that affected one of his favorite areas on Tayuya's body. Did you know when you activate your seal your breasts get bigger? Tayuya looked down at herself, trying to figure out if he was right while her brow furrowed. You think? Naruto smirked as he placed a hand against her breast, feeling it as he needed it to her heart's content. Author's note: there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. Chapter 53. Naruto couldn't help but look across at Gaara as they walked together. Ever since they entered the land of fire he had been reclusive. Matsuri had actually been worried enough to ask Naruto if he knew what was wrong with the sand wielder. Naruto had no idea, and that worried him. Before leaving for his training trip, Naruto could almost always tell what was going through Gaara's mind. Now, as they walked along the path that brought them closer to Konohagakure, he couldn't find what was wrong with his friend. Hey Gaara. The redhead didn't even look around when Naruto slunk back in the group to walk next to him. Ryo, for your thoughts? Gaara looked up at the path ahead of them before sighing and looking around at his friend. A lot has changed since the Chunin exams, hasn't it? Naruto looked at his friend quizzically before nodding as he contemplated his words. I guess it has. Orochimaru, Akatsuki, hell, even me and Tayuya and you and Matsuri. Gaara just nodded as they continued along the road. It was just the five of them. The Raikage would be coming his own way. Yes, who would have thought that when I next walked through the gates of Konoha it would be as Kazekage of the Sand Village. Naruto nodded again, thinking of all the things that had changed for better, or for worse, since that eventful month. Not just that, we have both changed, both become more powerful. Naruto smirked at that as he turned back towards the redhead. Yeah, but isn't that good? We have to get stronger so we can continue to protect the people closest to us. Gaara nodded solemnly, still caught up in his nostalgia. As a Kage of a hidden village he knew that better than anybody. Yes, but don't you wish we could go back to those days when it was just me, you and Tayuya? No worries except for our next mission or next prank? Naruto smiled warmly as he placed a hand on Gaara's shoulder. Not a day goes by when I don't think that, Gaara. His friend turned to look at him, a little surprised, but every day I remind myself not only of what hardships I've had to face, but of what I've gained. I have Tayuya, I have Fu, I grow stronger so I can protect them, and I have the wisdom you can only earn by making mistakes. I wouldn't trade away my life for any other, just like I hope you wouldn't either. Gaara paused for a moment as he thought before he looked up at Matsuri, and an equally genuine smile appeared on his features. I know what you mean. Naruto's smile turned into a cheeky grin as he playfully slapped his friend on the back. Then stop being such a grump and go talk to your fiancé. Gaara shot him an annoyed look before it shifted into a tired smile. They parted as he walked forward so he could travel alongside Matsuri, and Naruto joined Fu and Tayuya, walking in between two of his most precious people. So what's eating Gaara? Naruto smiled as he hooked an arm around Tayuya's shoulders, letting her lean on him as they walked. He was just caught up in the past back when it was the three of us. I think that it's all moving a little too fast for him, realizing that we are all slowly moving apart. Tayuya looked at him strangely. What do you mean? Naruto sighed as his glance drifted on to Fu. Ever since the Chunin exams we've had more and more responsibilities thrown on our shoulders, and ultimately it's driven us in different directions. Think about it, back then we were inseparable, we did everything together. Nowadays we only really see Gaara when we're in the Sand Village, and until Akatsuki are dealt with, those visits are few and far between. Tayuya huffed, pulling herself closer to Naruto as if it could happen to them as well. Well, joy to you, Mr. fucking Buzzkill, Naruto chuckled and returned her gesture, pulling her even closer to him so it looked like they were joined at the hip. It's true, we'll always be friends, though it's just there's more in our lives now. Gaara has Matsuri though, I have Fu, and we have each other. Tayuya nodded, smiling as she looked down the road they were traveling. Traveling like a civilian was boring the hell out of her, but it was moments like these, when she was pressed up against Naruto, that made it livable. I guess. Naruto broke away from her, looking down at her with his eyebrow quirked. I guess? Tayuya just shrugged. What? Naruto just shook his head in amusement. Well, maybe I'll just go to someone who appreciates me. With that he bent down low and pulled Fu onto his back suddenly, shocking the mint-haired teen, before he raced off down the path. Hey, get back here, shithead, that's my piggyback. All she could hear was Fu and Naruto's laughter as the three of them raced down the path. Gaara had his head firmly planted in his hand while Matsuri was smiling in bemusement. Now he could remember why he preferred now instead of their childhood, at least he could get some peace nowadays. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha with the hood of his coat up, obscuring his hair and a lot of his face with its shadow. Thankfully that seemed to stop people from staring at him this time, and it made him wonder why he hadn't thought of this in the first place. He and Tayuya were walking on either side of Gaara and Matsuri as they were escorted through the village by a squad of Onbu operatives, only the best for the Kazekage. With this kind of escort it didn't take them long to reach the Hokage's office, where Tsunade was sitting behind her desk, unsurprisingly free of her Hokage robes. It was just as well, considering Gaara had decided to come without his robes, just like he knew the Raikage wouldn't either. Instead he wore a large red coat that was fastened at the front and covered by beige body armor slung over one shoulder. His gourd, though, was notably missing, drawing the eye of the Hokage, who chose to say nothing. Kazekage Dono, it is good to see you. Gaara nodded politely. As it is good to see you also, Hokage Dono. Tsunade smiled at the redhead's overly polite greeting, waving him off with a hand. There's no need for the extra pleasantries, Gaara, we should all be friends here. Gaara just smiled pleasantly, sitting in the chair presented to him. So I understand that you were the one to call this Council of Kage. Gaara nodded. As I have discussed with Raikage Dono, it is clear Akatsuki has been given too much free rein. Something should be done before their plans begin to threaten our nations. Tsunade sat back in the chair, nodding as she glanced out at the village, her village. I believe you're right, but what would you have us do? Akatsuki and their leader prove elusive, and we have little information on their members or practices. Gaara smiled secretively and looked towards Naruto, who nodded and stepped forward. While the details should be discussed when the other Kage get here tomorrow, I can assure you that Akatsuki have been dealt a crippling blow. Already 4 members have been dealt with. Tsunade raised her brow, leaning down onto the desk with her head propped up on her steepled fingers. And how do you know this? Gaara smiled. 2 of them I have dealt with personally with Naruto's aid, a third by Naruto alone, and a fourth by Tayuya and the jinchuriki of the Nibi. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, wondering how she hadn't heard of this yet, especially considering Jiraiya was supposed to be up to date on these matters. She also cast a very curious glance at Naruto, wondering how the boy in front of her could become powerful enough to take on an Akatsuki member alone. On a cue from Gaara, Naruto emptied out the pouch on his belt containing the Akatsuki rings he had collected, each one clattering down onto the desk as Tsunade looked at them, surprised. Wow, you really did it. Gaara just nodded as Naruto returned the rings to his pouch, sealing them away with his own smirk. As for information, he motioned to Tayuya, who walked forward and dropped a large file on Tsunade's desk. The young-looking blonde just groaned at the sight of more paperwork as she casually flicked through the pages. Inside that file contains a complete list of the Akatsuki members, their known abilities and last known locations, although they do tend to travel quite a bit. Tsunade nodded absently as she reached the page with Sasori's dossier, noting the large black X through his photo. She found the same thing on Datara, Kakuzu, and Hidan's page before she came across the last page. You have no information on their leader? Gaara shook his head while Tayuya frowned. She had done a lot to try and find out about him, to no avail. No, he proves to be difficult to pin down, all we have is a name, Pain. Tsunade quirked an eyebrow again, noticing the absence of a photo or really any information about the man, his abilities or his appearance. How did you come across this information? Gaara smiled again as he leant back in his chair. I took active measures in assuring we had operatives within Akatsuki's fold. Tsunade scowled, Jiraiya had assured her it was near impossible to infiltrate the group. She would be having words with the Toad Sage later on. Well, Kazekage Dono, this information will prove invaluable, I'm sure. Tsunade paused as she flicked past a page, moving her hand back as she examined dossier of the member marked as Konan. It contained no photo, but it marked her abilities down as paper manipulation, which sounded awfully familiar for some reason. Naruto tried to look over Gaara's shoulder. Tayuya had given him descriptions of all the members before, but he had never seen the actual file before. Tsunade quickly pulled it to one side of the desk, figuring she could mull it over later. Well, would you care for a tour of the village, Kazekage Dono? Gaara shook his head kindly. No, I've been before, and if I forget anything I'm sure Naruto can help me find it. Tsunade frowned again, less noticeably this time as she once again took to examining the blonde in front of her. She feared that her sensei had made such a mistake allowing him to leave the village. He had grown into a fine man, and a finer shinobi. To take on an S-ranked criminal at the age of 16 and not only survive but win, it was nearly unheard of. Maybe part of that strength was because he had been allowed to leave, but Tsunade couldn't help but wish that the same results would exist if he had stayed. Yes, very well. Everybody took that as a dismissal, and Gaara politely stood before inclining his head in Tsunade's direction, to which she replied in kind. If I may, would Naruto stay for a few moments to talk? Gaara looked at Naruto, who just shrugged back while the redhead turned. I don't see a problem with that as long as I get him back in one piece. Tsunade smiled at the joke as everybody moved out of the room, just leaving Tsunade and Naruto alone as the younger blonde took the seat in front of the Hokage's desk. So what's up, Tsunade? The older blonde growled at the disrespectful way he talked, but inside it reminded her of the little brat who had convinced her to take the position in the first place. I thought since you left the village so quickly last time you were here we could catch up. Naruto nodded with a smile. Okay, so what do you want to talk about? He had the urge to kick up his feet on her desk but thought that might be pushing it, even for him. How about how you managed to take down an S-ranked criminal by yourself and fought against two other? Killed. Tsunade blinked as Naruto interrupted her. What? Naruto smirked cheekily. I was the one who killed Sasori and Deidara in the end. Tsunade just blinked again as the few Anbu in the room all looked at the cocky blonde incredulously, none of them actually believing what he was saying. Although admittedly I probably wouldn't have been able to do it without Gaara there, Tsunade sighed slightly at that, although that still made it two 16-year-olds taking down older, more experienced and in all cases more powerful opponents, ignoring the fact that one was the Kazekage. And just how did you manage that? Naruto just smiled as he stared up at the roof, pulling out one of his special kunai and twirling it around his finger by the hole. All the Anbu in the room stared at it in utter disbelief, not believing for even 1 second that the kid, who they were starting to notice looked incredibly similar to the fourth, had mastered the Hiraishin. You know me, I have my ways. Tsunade smiled warmly, just accepting the fact that out of everybody she knew, she would never truly understand Naruto. Yeah, I guess you do. Now what's the deal between you and Tayuya? Last time you were here she seemed awfully close to you. Naruto smiled fondly as he thought about the redhead that had become so integral to his life. You guys done it yet? Naruto shot forward in his chair, the kunai spinning out of his hand as he stared at Tsunade incredulously while the blonde Hokage just fell back in her chair, laughing furiously. Tsunade, she continued to chuckle as she wiped a tear away, before leaning back over and smiling at Naruto warmly. But seriously, I'm glad for you too. Naruto was still a little shaken, but he just nodded with a weak smile. There is actually something I wanted to talk to you about, two things actually. Tsunade waited for him to continue politely as he rooted around in a pouch before drawing out the scroll he used to make all his notes about Fuinjutsu. He opened it up and found the notation he was looking for before presenting it to Tsunade. Have you ever seen this seal before? Tsunade looked at it with a scrutinizing eye. To her it just looked like a few rectangles lined up with the bottom two split in half like a snake's tongue. Sorry Naruto, if you want help with seals you should ask Jiraiya. Naruto waved his hand, pointing to the seal again. No, I already know what it does, I just want to know where it came from. I found this on the tongue of a man who attacked me, Tayuya and Fu when we last left your village. Tsunade suddenly felt a pang in her heart as she heard Naruto refer to the leaf as her village for some reason. He was dressed like a leaf Anbu but the mask was wrong, like it was demonized. Tsunade frowned. Naruto was giving her the description of a root operative, but that organization had been disbanded after the last shinobi war. Sorry Naruto, I can't help you with that. Naruto frowned before sighing and putting the scroll back into his pouch. He would look it up again later. Okay, well, speaking of Jiraiya, do you know where he is? I need to talk to him about something. Tsunade settled back in her chair, putting the root issue to the back of her mind for now. Why? What do you need him for? Naruto just motioned to the general area of his stomach. It's about the seal. Tsunade's eyebrows shot up in alarm as she slammed her hands down on the desk in panic. What is it? Is the seal weakening? Naruto quickly waved his hands out in front of him to calm the frightened Hokage down. No, nothing like that, I swear. Tsunade sat back down shakily before gulping and releasing the breath she had been holding. Kami brat, don't scare me like that, so what do you need him for anyway? Naruto chuckled at seeing Tsunade freak out like that. It wasn't every day he could scare a Kage, well, nearly. Oh, I just need to talk to him about a few things, nothing too important. For some reason Naruto didn't think that telling Tsunade he planned to double the Kyuubi's power and give her a physical form again was a good idea. Tsunade didn't seem convinced but leaned back in the chair anyway, still a little shocked from jumping to a conclusion. Well, he isn't in the village at the moment, but he will probably be back for the Cage Summit. I've sent for him to act as one of my bodyguards during the meeting. Naruto nodded, although why Tsunade needed bodyguards in her own village when Anbu were swarming everywhere was beyond him. Well, it was nice talking with you, Tsunade, but I should probably catch up to Gaara and the others. Tayuya's probably gotten herself into some kind of trouble already. Tsunade seemed a little loath to let Naruto leave, but with a small sigh she nodded and Naruto stood up to go. He was halfway out of the door when he paused and slapped his forehead comically. Damn, I almost forgot. He suddenly vanished into thin air, shocking the Anbu present, but not as much as when he reappeared in the same instance by Tsunade's side. The Anbu were already on alert with their hands on their weapons, but Naruto just bent down and picked up his Fuji no Iki kunai. Tsunade smirked, knowing he did that on purpose just to mess with her guards. Internally she sighed, knowing she would have some explaining to do to the Anbu captain when her guards gave their report. Naruto walked back out again but made sure to look straight at one of the Anbu hidden in the shadows, winking at them before he left the room. As soon as the door closed, that same Anbu, a purple-haired woman with a cat-themed mask, dropped from the roof to stand in front of Tsunade's desk. Hokage-sama, was that really the fourth? Tsunade raised a hand and motioned for the rest of the Anbu in the room to come out of hiding. Yes, that was a variation of the Hiraishin Jutsu, developed by Naruto himself. However, that information is not to leave this room, am I understood? The Anbu seemed hesitant. They desperately wanted to know how a 16-year-old kid had not only replicated one of the most powerful techniques ever created, but made his own version. Tsunade's eyes just narrowed as she looked over the assembled Anbu, noticing their hesitation. Am I understood? Her tone brokered no argument this time. Understood, Hokage-sama. Tsunade just nodded as the Anbu all returned to their positions, except for the one who had first dropped down. Hokage-sama, I could help but notice, Naruto, he looks a lot like. Tsunade raised her hand again, a dangerous look in her eyes. That's enough, Nico. The purple-haired woman's face was covered, but it was obvious that her eyes were confused. But if he is, then why is he in Suna? Shouldn't he? Tsunade slammed her hands down on the table in anger, but if you looked close enough you could see her eyes water ever so slightly. I said that's enough. Nico immediately saluted and returned to her position, but all of the Anbu in the room were now very confused about the identity of one Uzumaki Naruto. Nico especially watched the blonde-haired boy race away out the window. Naruto Uzumaki? Could it really be true, Kushina-sensei? Naruto rushed outside, using his seal to locate Tayuya. It tugged him in the direction of the gates, which he found strange. However, when he took to the rooftops he managed to catch a glimpse of some kind of crowd gathered in the streets just inside the gates. He sprinted over as fast as he could. To the civilians it looked like he simply materialized next to Gaara. Even the shinobi present were shocked at his speed. However, most quickly turned their attention back to the commotion at the gates, where a short-haired, pink-eyed girl and a large, brutish-looking man were demanding entrance into the village. Naruto quickly worked out what the problem was. Their headbands quickly showed their loyalty to Bido Iwagakure. Gaara had moved towards the disturbance, curious as to what the problem was. Excuse me. The leaf shinobi harassing the Iwa nin looked around, dismissing the red-haired boy with the gravelly voice quickly. Suddenly both of them found themselves enveloped up to the neck in a thin layer of sand, but not thin enough that they wouldn't be crushed if Gaara was so inclined. I said excuse me. Everybody in the area's eyes went wide as they took in Gaara's arrival. He hadn't even moved a muscle. Immediately he was surrounded on all sides by leaf shinobi with their kunai poised at his throat, for all the good that would do against his sand armor. Quickly one of the leaf nin that recognized who Gaara was ran forward, dropping to one knee in front of the cage. I apologize Kazekage-sama, I assure that the ninja meant you no disrespect. All the people gathered who hadn't recognized Gaara before widened their eyes even more, some of them whispering amongst themselves. Gaara just grunted and the two ninja encased in sand dropped to the floor as their bindings retreated back to Gaara's body, the sand vanishing as if it were never there. They rubbed their necks painfully while Gaara dismissed them, turning his attention to the Iwa nin. Suddenly they parted as a very old and very small man walked out from between them. Kazekage-ha, so you're the brat they got to replace that bastard Kin no Subaku. Gaara stared down at the seemingly frail old man, knowing perfectly well who he was. Those that didn't began to whisper even louder, wondering who was brave enough to so blatantly disrespect a former cage. That bastard was my father Tsuchikage Dono. There was a communal gasp amongst the gather crowd as Naruto naturally went for one of his kunai while Tayuya's hand twitched over her flute pouch. Likewise the girl behind the Tsuchikage placed herself in a ready stance while the more brutish-looking man cracked his knuckles loudly. The Tsuchikage and Gaara just stared at one another, not moving for a second, neither blinking for a moment. I didn't expect you to come Tsuchikage Dono. The small man stared at Gaara for a bit longer as the redhead continued to stare back impassively. The tension in the air was so thick it could have been cut by a blunt kunai. Suddenly the smaller man let out a chuckle, smiling lightly as he took in Gaara and his bodyguards. Call me Oonoki. I like you kid, you've got. Oonoki's eyes suddenly twitched as Naruto's kunai managed to reflect the light, catching his attention as in a blur of motion he raced across the street, catching most unprepared for the sudden movement. He snatched the kunai out of Naruto's hand while Tayuya had already brought the flute to her lips and Naruto had already unsealed Anther, prepared for a fight. You! What are you doing with this cursed weapon? Naruto looked at the old Tsuchikage curiously. He knew the Hiraishin was a feared technique in Iwa but he didn't expect anything like this. He pulled his hood down so that the old man could look at his face and all three Iwa nin let out a simultaneous gasp, as did a few of the civilians from the Leaf Village. Namikaze! Oonoki pointed at Naruto furiously, dropping the kunai he had been holding in anger. Not wanting to cause an international incident, Naruto put his hands up in an almost surrendering motion, but not quite. No, I am not Minato Namikaze. He died 16 years ago. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Oonoki continued to just stare at Naruto. He had met Minato Namikaze towards the end of the Third Shinobi War and this boy, minus the whiskers, was his spitting image. There was no way the two weren't related, you just couldn't get that kind of similarity without blood relation. Who are you? Naruto tried to smile warmly but with a powerful cage staring him down it proved difficult and it came out rather strained. Like I said, I'm Naruto Uzu. Oonoki held up a hand. Don't give me that. Who were your parents? Naruto scowled and by this point Gaara decided to step in. I would appreciate it if you would stop harassing my shinobi Oonoki Dono. The Tsuchikage scowled in Gaara's direction. You're shinobi? He turned back to Naruto. You aren't a shinobi of the leaf? Naruto shook his head quickly while Oonoki shot glances between him and Gaara a few times. That is correct, Naruto is a ninja of the Sand Village and his parentage is unknown. He has been an orphan since birth, at least to my knowledge. Oonoki seemed to catch the last part and sent a suspicious look at Gaara. What do you mean to your knowledge? Gaara frowned. He hadn't meant to let that slip, he was trying to avoid a conflict and it appeared he was failing. Naruto was not born in Sunagakur, he was born here in Konoha but he left at a young age and my village took him in. Oonoki seemed to be back to full alert, slowly moving back to his two bodyguards who were currently sweating bullets at being surrounded by so many leaf ninja. The crowd was silent, watching the brewing conflict as the tension nearly reached a breaking point. Is this some kind of joke? Gaara shook his head while Oonoki continued to send poisonous looks in Naruto's direction. You expect me to believe that this boy is not the son of Minato Namikaze when he holds a kunai of the Hiraishin Jutsu and damn near looks identical to the man? The crowd seemed to have turned their full attention to Naruto now, scrutinizing him as more and more people began to open their eyes wide as they saw the similarities. The blonde felt like he was under a spotlight as he began to fiddle with the kunai nervously, which wasn't really helping. What's going on here? All attention turned to Tsunade who had just arrived at the scene, taking it in with one glance and gulping as she noticed Oonoki staring at Naruto. Shit! Tsunade! What is the meaning of this? Who is this boy? Tsunade looked around, counting the number of Onbu operatives in the area. He is Naruto Uzumaki. Oonoki shot her a murderous look as he stared right into her eyes. Who were his parents? Naruto too was now looking in Tsunade's direction, his own nervousness forgotten for the moment as he looked at her curiously. Now Tsuchikage Dono, this isn't really the place to be discussing such matters, is it? Oonoki's glare told her otherwise, so Tsunade pulled in a deep breath and looked around at the gathered crowd. Everybody will disperse immediately. There was a moment of hesitation as the people in the crowd looked among each other. Immediately. Quickly the civilians moved away from the woman, rushing away from the scene as the ninja followed suit. Soon it was just the Hokage, a few Onbu, the Tsuchikage and his escorts, Gaara, Tayuya, and Naruto. Oonoki watched them leave with distaste. In his village it only took one order to get things done. In comparison the leaf seemed weak. Tsunade. Oonoki's voice was a growl now as he pointed at Naruto. Who were that boy's parents? Tsunade was trapped. On one hand she didn't want Naruto to find out this way, on the other if she refused it might start a war. Konoha and Iwa were on shaky enough terms as it was. She sighed deeply and looked at Naruto apologetically before turning back to the Tsuchikage. His parents were Minato Namikaze of Konoha and Kushina Uzumaki of Uzushiogakuren. Naruto's eyes went wide as he stared at Tsunade. Oonoki was essentially doing the same, but he had years of practice at not showing how shocked he was. Naruto was frozen solid as his mind just shut down. His idol, the man who sealed the Kyuubi inside of him, the man whose techniques he had based his fighting style on, the greatest Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. Was his father? He saw Gaara and Tayuya look at him strangely before his world went black and he passed out. Naruto rested peacefully in the bed. For all the world it would appear his mind was untroubled and carefree. Tayuya lay next to him, a more worried look adorning her sleeping face as she curled up next to her unconscious boyfriend. Rain pattered lightly on the window as black clouds filled up the night sky, only a faint trace of moonlight filtered into the dark hotel room. The air next to their bed seemed to warp and twist for a moment, and in a few seconds a man appeared out of the thin air. He looked down at the sleeping couple, his expression hidden by his orange swirling mask as he stared intently at the blonde's face. His eyes narrowed, crinkling the slightly distorted flesh on the right side of his face. Mentally he covered up the blonde's whiskers and added a long white billowing coat to his sleeping form. His eyes narrowed even further as the corner of his mouth twisted up into a small smile. Interesting. Tayuya woke up a few seconds later, rubbing her bleary eyes as she glanced around the small room. Not seeing anything unusual, she looked back down at her sleeping boyfriend with worry, slowly stroking the whiskers adorning his cheek before settling back down next to him. His body was cold, something that, in Tayuya's world, should never happen. Naruto was always warm, it was just a constant thing. Tayuya didn't know whether to take it as an omen, but she knew it wasn't anything good. Chapter 54. Did you know? The large fox looked back at Naruto and slowly shook her head. Naruto just growled dangerously, don't lie to me. I can turn this place back into a sewer, you know. The Kyuubi just scowled at the idea she would lie, manipulate, tell half-truths, evade questions, yes, lie, no. I assure you I did not know, it was as much of a surprise for me as it was for you. Naruto scowled, staring at the fox as he searched for any deception in her eyes. How could you not know? He was the one who sealed you. Kurama narrowed her eyes and quickly countered. And he was the one who conceived you. Naruto just fumed as he sat down on the grass, laying back and looking up at the sky before pounding his fist furiously into the ground like a child having a temper tantrum. But all this time, Kyuubi just sighed as she walked over slowly, sitting behind Naruto and letting him rest his head against her soft body. Kushina, your mother, was my last jinchuriki. Naruto looked around into Kyuubi's eyes, but she ignored him, instead staring off into the distance of the fake world they resided in. Her seal was much tighter than yours. I knew barely anything of what went on during my time inside of her. Naruto turned back around, placing his head back down on Kyuubi's fur. I caught glimpses during her moments of weakness, such as when she was scared or angry or... Naruto looked around but didn't speak when he saw the slight blush on Kurama's face, even through her fur. It was how I came to know of her, of Minato, of the Leaf Village. I lived for those brief glimpses of the world outside. Otherwise I was chained down so securely I couldn't twitch a hair on my tails, she sighed, unconsciously rubbing a tail against her paw where a chakra chain had once been embedded. If I had known about her having a child I would have told you, but by the time I escaped, well, I wasn't of the soundest mind. Naruto didn't pry. The events leading up to her sealing inside of him were always a touchy subject. What was she like? Kurama looked around, smiling softly as she saw all the anger had left Naruto. Instead he just seemed a little empty. Like I said, I only caught glimpses, but from what I saw, a lot like you. She was passionate but had a temper that was legendary in Konoha. They called her the Red Hot Habanera. Naruto smiled fondly at the name, making him chuckle as he realized his father was the Yellow Flash and his mother was the Red Hot Habanera. No wonder he loved the color orange so much. What about the four? He paused for a moment as he stared wistfully up at the illusionary sky. My father. Kurama looked down at him, taking a deep breath which raised Naruto's head up on her side. Powerful, intelligent, charismatic, hands. Naruto looked up at her curiously as she coughed and looked away. Handy around the house. Naruto frowned but settled back down onto her side, not noticing the new blush that adorned the fox's face. A true genius of his time, much like you. He was always thinking of new ideas and techniques, always trying to surpass his limitations with speed, seals, his techniques, everything. Naruto smiled as he thought of the bond he now shared with his father through their mutual love of jutsu. Would they be proud of me? Kyuubi just looked down at Naruto, a little bemused. Who am I to say? Naruto frowned, but in the end he saw her point. She didn't really know them, not personally. She definitely wouldn't know their thoughts about him, even if he so desperately wanted that to be true. Thanks anyway, Kurama, for at least being honest with me. The large fox nodded her head slowly, settling it down on her paws as she stared off into the forest that surrounded them. Try not to focus on the past, kid, instead focus on what you can still change. Look to make those around you proud as opposed to those who are dead. Naruto sighed. He knew what she was saying was true, but he couldn't help but wonder just what his parents would say if they could see him today. Would they approve of him leaving the village? His father was the Hokage after all, and if he had survived, Naruto would have been a part of his clan. Would they have approved of Tayuya? Strangely, Naruto found that he didn't care all that much. It brought a smirk to his face. Why do you think the old man kept it from me? Kyuubi just scoffed as she shifted her body into a more comfortable position, prompting Naruto to do the same. You saw how that old goat Oonoki reacted. You don't think if Iwa had known about you they wouldn't have tried to kill you as revenge for what your father did during the war? Naruto nodded with a frown as he thought back to the old man in Suna who had simply attacked him because he looked like Minato. He chuckled softly. The clues were all there, the resemblance, his love of seals, hell, even his fashion sense with his cloak. I'm a bit of an idiot for not seeing it sooner, aren't I? Kyuubi smiled softly, not lifting her head off her paws. No more so than those around you. People tend to see only what they want or expect to see, it's just human nature. Naruto nodded calmly, yawning as he stretched out on Kyuubi's warm body. Well, I think that's enough hiding. I better go out and face everyone. I'm sure there'll be a lot of awkward questions I can't answer. Kyuubi smirked as he stood up, stretching off his imaginary body. I'm always just a thought away. Naruto smiled down at her kindly, scratching her lightly between the ears, which earned him a small purr of pleasure. I know. Naruto woke up stiffly and it took him a moment to loosen up his neck before he could look down. His waking up had disturbed Tayuya, who blearily cracked her eyes open, sitting up with him as she rubbed them free of dust. She smiled as she looked him over, checking that he was okay. Once satisfied, she quickly hugged him before swinging her legs out of the bed and standing up. She stretched, which gave Naruto an excellent view of her panties getting pulled up her firm thighs. Good to see you're finally up, shithead. Gaara was worried about you. She looked at him for a moment as he looked back. She was smirking furiously as he just looked down at his own body. What? Tayuya just grinned before plopping herself back down on the bed next to him. You fainted, that's fucking gay. Naruto just pouted while she giggled. How would you react if you find out the man you looked up to your whole life was your father? Tayuya just stared at him curiously, as if she couldn't quite believe what she was hearing. Happily? Naruto pouted again while Tayuya stood up again. Aside from that, Tayuya just shrugged. She honestly thought she was better off without her family, otherwise she never would have met Naruto. Stop fucking reminiscing, shithead, and come join me in the shower. Naruto was silent for a moment before a grin spread across his face. He quickly ran after Tayuya just as her ass disappeared around the corner of their ensuite bathroom. Gaara looked quite relieved when he saw Tayuya and Naruto emerge from their room with damp hair and large grins plastered over their faces. Fu looked on with concern, hearing what had happened. She hadn't been there because Matsuri had offered to take her for something to eat while Gaara had gone to check on the disturbance at the gate. Gaara had later told her what happened and she was shocked to say the least. Even in Takigakure she had heard of Minato Namikaze, and to think that her brother was his son was strange. Onisan. Naruto nearly found himself bowled over as Fu practically launched herself at him. He swiftly caught her as she wrapped her smaller arms around him as he just smiled in amusement. Hey Fu, It's not like I was dead or something. Fu just squeezed him tighter, even the thought of her big brother dying was too much for her. He was a pillar of strength to her, something constant and unbreakable that she had built her new life around. He carefully set her back down before ruffling her hair, knowing that the familiar, if slightly irritating gesture would remind her that he was still okay. You're taking this remarkably well. I would have thought you would have a more interesting reaction. Naruto smiled, knowing the redhead was alluding to his pranking days, before all his days were filling with either training, Tayuya or Fu. Yeah, well, I had some time to think about it. Everybody knew that he was talking about his mindscape, so just left it at that while Gaara nodded in understanding. Well? He looked over at Tayuya in confusion. Well, what? Tayuya just sighed as she playfully punched him in the arm. What are you going to do about it? Naruto blinked. Honestly, he hadn't thought about it that much. He wasn't even sure what he could do about it. He was sure there were probably some things his parents had left him, maybe an estate somewhere if Konoha hadn't used them when he left. Other than that, he realized it didn't change his life all that much. He was still a shinobi of Suna, he still had Tayuya and Fu, and he was still Naruto Uzumaki, although he guessed he could possibly take his father's name. Naruto Namikaze. Everybody looked at him strangely before he realized he said it out loud. Tayuya seemed thoughtful while inside she was thinking along the same lines. Tayuya Namikaze, Tayuya Uzumaki Namikaze. Fu just smiled at her brother, thinking the name sounded cool. I think it suits you. Naruto smiled at Matsuri, but inside he was still contemplating it. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki? Everybody just laughed lightly, the mood returning to how it usually was between them. Yes, well, I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to think of all the ways you could change your name. As you might have noticed, the Cage Conference is today and the only one yet to arrive is the Mizukage. Naruto just nodded as he pulled on his coat, the black flame decals now having another meaning. He was thinking of all the ways he could really shock Konoha as payback for his childhood, thinking about one of his old ideas to walk into Iwa henged as the fourth. He wondered if he could get a coat just like his maid, that would really freak them out. With a start he realized his father's things, including that coat, could still be in Konoha somewhere, as well as his mother's, and they would belong to him. Suddenly all that pressure he had relieved in his mindscape came hurtling back down on his shoulders as the immensity of having a family was fully realized. Breathe, Kit. He did that, taking in a large breath before straightening up. He could discuss all of that with Tsunade later. For now he simply followed Gaara out of the nice hotel they had been staying at, holding his head high and uncovered with a large smirk adorning his features. For once the whispering of the people around him didn't bother him, he was content and he was happy. They made their way through the streets until they arrived at the Hokage Tower where the cage would be meeting in an hour's. He wondered where Mei was. He was sure she would have wanted to be here to make sure the Land of Water got their fair say. Hell, if Oonoki could put aside his differences, somewhat, and stay for a few days, then she should have been able. Then again, Kiri was still recovering and they might have had more pressing matters to attend to. Even so, she could send somebody in her stead, at least so they knew what was happening. He would just have to wait and see. The meeting wasn't for an hour. Matsuri and Fu couldn't go into the meeting, so they went off somewhere together, which made Naruto smile. The two were really starting to bond. Naruto and Tayuya accompanied Gaara on either side, walking like the bodyguards they came here to be. They seemed to be the first to arrive at the hall and took their place, designated by the Sunagakuer symbol on a small placard. The room wasn't all that big, but it had a large U-shaped table which was perfect for meetings such as these. Gaara calmly sat down while Tayuya and Naruto leaned against the wall behind him. A few minutes later Tsunade walked in, flanked on one side by Jiraiya and on the other by Kakashi. She hesitated when she saw that Gaara was already here, but more specifically she looked at Naruto, who didn't acknowledge her presence at all. She sighed before nodding curtly at Gaara, who returned the gesture. Tsunade took her place at the head of the table, but both she and Jiraiya sent worrying glances towards Naruto, who continued to stand silently, only watching out for any threats to his Kazekage and friend. A was the next to arrive, bursting through the doors in his typical manner with his usual stony look. He was quickly followed by B and Yugito, who both waved at Naruto warmly. He smiled back at them, upsetting Tsunade that she didn't get that kind of reaction. A sat down next to Gaara on the far side from Tsunade, while B and Yugito went and stood by Naruto and Tayuya, the four of them chatting fondly while the doors opened again. Surprisingly enough, it was Mei who entered next, Ao and Chojuro as her bodyguards. She seemed flustered by something and Chojuro was looking nervous, but they too took their place in the hall, sitting down in the seat next to Tsunade and opposite Gaara. She received the customary welcomes from the gathered cage before returning to her quiet irritation at whatever had gotten under her skin this time. Finally Oonoki burst into the room. Looking the angriest out of the five, he said nothing as he walked over to his seat, sitting down while at the same time shooting murderous looks in Naruto's direction. Tsunade looked around at the gathered cage and their personal escorts, some of the most powerful shinobi in the elemental nations all gathered in the same room. To anybody else it would have been frightened, but everybody had earned their positions in that room. She coughed loudly to get everybody's attention. As the host of the conference, it was her job to get the ball rolling. "What is he doing here?" Just as she was about to speak, Oonoki had interrupted, still staring daggers at Naruto, who looked back impassively, an impressive feat when staring down a cage. Gaara also looked back calmly, although looking closer people could spot the fine mist of sand that had materialized around him out of nowhere. "He is my escort." Oonoki growled as people felt the tension in the room rise exponentially. "I don't care who he is. I want the son of that bastard out of here." Gaara's eye narrowed imperceptibly as the floor around his feet began to swirl with sand. Naruto beat him to the punch though, as one of his kunai suddenly impacted with the wall behind Oonoki's head, brushing his head by mere centimeters. The old man's eyes opened slightly wider, but the message was clear: if Naruto had wanted to, that kunai would have gone straight through his head. He growled imperceptibly at the young blonde shinobi, angered that he would dare try to even get near to striking a cage. After the boy had passed out in the street, he had been quickly carried away by Gaara and Tayuya, while Tsunade kept him or his shinobi from meddling. It angered him that after all this time the fourth son had been hidden from him and he wasn't able to do a damn thing about it. All eyes turned to Naruto as the two rock shinobi suddenly rushed him, leaping up and over the table to apprehend the man who had attacked their Tsuchikage. However, as soon as they got close, Naruto simply vanished, reappearing where his kunai had impacted with the wall. Oonoki turned to him, shocked at seeing the jutsu in use after so long, as Naruto simply stared him down. "I would appreciate if you did not talk about my father that way." His tone was cold, far more deadly than somebody his age should have been able to muster, although Oonoki was unperturbed. The other cage watched the confrontation silently, although A had a small smirk just tweaking at the edge of his mouth as he saw Naruto go toe-to-toe with Oonoki. By that point Akatsuchi and Kurotsuchi had managed to get back to their grandfather's side, but Naruto simply disappeared again, reappearing next to Tayuya in a flash of yellow. The room was silent as everybody just looked at Naruto in wonder, but his face had returned to his neutral, impassive glare. Both the Raikage and Mizukage were a little shocked by the confrontation, as were the various bodyguards and escorts around the room. However, A had always had his suspicions about Naruto, this simply confirmed them. Likewise, Mei smiled as she realized why Oonoki was so upset and the nagging feeling that she had about Naruto. Tsunade finally cleared everything up as he coughed loudly, drawing all attention to her. "Now that is out of the way, I think we should get down to business." Oonoki snarled but reluctantly sat back down. Gaara too recalled his sand, reabsorbing it into his body. Tsunade smiled pleasantly, but inside she was reconsidering if doing this was such a good idea after all. "Now then, I believe Kazekage Dono would like to begin." Gaara nodded as the same files that he had given to Tsunade were handed out to each cage via their escorts. Contained in those files is all the information currently known about the Akatsuki, their members and their various strengths. As you can see, both their spy networks and their monetary base have been dealt a crippling blow with the loss of members Sasori, formerly of Suna, and Kakuzu, formerly of Taki. The other cage nodded absently as they read through the surprisingly detailed report, while Tayuya smirked. Jiraiya also had a flick through it, seeing as Tsunade had already read it all. His eyes widened visibly when he came across a name he never thought he would see again. Oonoki was also seething when he came across Datara report, noting the large black X across his photo, which could only mean one thing. He kept it to himself though, but he knew he would have to deliver the news to Kurotsuchi later. She wasn't going to be happy. Jiraiya was the first to speak up, even as he flicked through the dossier some more. "This is an impressive report. How did you get this information?" Gaara smiled lightly and Tayuya's smirk increased. Tsunade groaned, knowing that would be the first thing Jiraiya would note. Tayuya infiltrated the ranks of Akatsuki personally. She was the one to compile all the information before her situation became compromised by the death of Sasori. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, looking over Tayuya once. "Wasn't that a little irresponsible to send a Chunin into an organization composed of only S-ranked criminals?" Gaara just raised his brow at Jiraiya, curious as to the man's intentions. "What I do with my shinobi is none of your concern. I understood her capabilities, and it was the fact that she appeared to pose no threat to the organization that made her ideal for the mission. And I trusted that during her tenure as a spy she would be able to suitably increase in power enough to earn their respect and infiltrate the organization better. She is also one of my most trusted friends. If I did not believe her able, I would not have done so." Gaara spoke the entire time with a perfectly level voice, making his argument sound incredibly convincing. Yes, well, origins of the information aside, I think it is more pertinent that we discuss what to do with the organization itself. With 4 members currently dealt with, I believe we will not have a better opportunity than we do now. The cage, despite all their differences and petty disputes, nodded in agreement. The organization was becoming too much of a pain. Maybe Toby can help. Everybody in the room shot around as the unfamiliar voice spoke up. They were all shocked to see none other than a man dressed in Akatsuki robes with an orange spiral mask flipping through the pages of the file. Immediately, faster than most could even think, Naruto sent a kunai flying at the man, only to watch it pass right through him as if he weren't there. The man looked up from the file and everybody could have sworn they could see a pout on his face, despite the mask. Aw, Toby didn't make it into the file. He'll show you, Toby is a good boy and will make it into the Akatsuki for sure once he delivers the message from Leader Sama. He clapped and laughed enthusiastically, causing everybody in the room to seriously doubt the man's sanity. Gaara on the other hand stared at him critically. He was not in the file, but he perfectly matched the description Tayuya gave of Toby, and he kept referring to himself as such. What message? Toby turned to Gaara, but it was clear he was addressing the entire room. Leader Sama wants to deliver a warning. If the mean old cage give up the jinchuriki, then nobody else has to get hurt. He turned his attention over to Naruto. Leader Sama also wanted to tell Namikaze-san to give back the rings he stole because stealing isn't a very nice thing to do. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man before calmly reaching into the pouch on his belt. He removed the rings before slowly and deliberately sliding them onto the fingers on his right hand. Tell Pain to come and get them himself. Toby just nodded furiously. Will do. Again his sanity was brought into question as the strange man bounced enthusiastically. Suddenly Naruto disappeared, appearing not a second later with a Rasengan in his hand, which he attempted to plunge into Toby's unprotected back, only to phase right through the man. When he was fully out of Toby's body, the masked man swiftly grabbed him by the collar of his coat and with surprising strength slammed him into the ground, or would have if Naruto hadn't flashed over to Tayuya. Ha, you're fast Namikaze-san, but your daddy already tried that one on me. Fool me once, shame on him, fool me twice. Toby started to phase through the floor and will kill you. He disappeared from the room entirely with a sinister giggle, leaving the cage to suddenly erupt in an outcry. How did he get in here? What are you playing at, Tsunade? Mizukage-sama, this place is not safe, we must leave immediately. Why do you have those rings, boy? Quiet. Everybody stopped their bickering as Tsunade stood up, throwing her chair back into the wall to stick there with a dull crack. Kakashi and Jiraiya were forced to jump out of the way of the deadly chair or risked getting crushed into the wall. Everybody just stared at Tsunade before she sat down on the new chair Jiraiya somehow produced. Now then, are we going to bicker among ourselves like a fresh Jinan team, or are we going to sit down and discuss what just happened? All the cage present, save Gaara, who remained stoic, grumbled but sat back down nevertheless. Now, it is clear the Akatsuki are trying to intimidate us with this obvious scare tactic, but we are cage, we should not respond to such a threat by blowing it out of proportion. There are only 6 of them and thousands of us, they only pose a threat if we remain divided and continue to put our jinchuriki at risk with isolation. Naruto huffed from his position across the room, but luckily everybody ignored him, save Oonoki, who sent him another dangerous look. What's this about our jinchuriki? Iwa has already lost Han and Roshi to those bastards, while none of you have lost anybody. Hell, Suna already have 3 jinchuriki, 2 of them in this very room. Maybe they could spare one of them. Whatever happened to the balance of power your predecessor and my begrudging equal was always blathering on about? Naruto growled again. It was really starting to get to him how Oonoki kept blatantly disrespecting the past Hokages and the 2 people he looked up to. If Jiraiya's expression told anything, he also wasn't very happy. The jinchuriki that have taken Suna as their home have all done so of their free will, myself included. Oonoki just laughed right in Gaara's face as he pointed straight at Naruto. Right, from what I heard he stole the 7 tails right out of Takigakure, injuring some of their civilians to do so. Naruto growled again as the grip around his kunai tightened, turning his knuckles white. I saved Fu from that place, Aniki sneered at the blonde, daring him to make a move. More like kidnapped. Naruto growled even louder as his canines began to elongate, to the notice of everybody present. You have no right to judge me, only they have that right. He motioned to Gaara, B, and Yugito before looking around at the room. All of you talk about protecting us, keeping us away from the Akatsuki, but there's a reason they are so easily able to get to us. You treat us like prized weapons to be fought over and protected, but what do you do in times of peace? You treat us like demons, letting your people fear or hate us and treat us like animals. That's the life I took Fu away from, and that's the life I escaped here in Konoha. His eyes had already shifted to red slits by the time he was finished, and he was being visibly restrained by a wall of sand. Naruto. No. The jinchuriki have been mistreated for long enough. If you value us so much, then start fucking showing it. He panted heavily before taking a deep breath and controlling himself. When his eyes opened again, they were back to their usual cerulean blue and his teeth had retracted. The room was shocked into silence. Even Yugito and B were staring at Naruto. Nobody had ever spoken out with such passion about them before. The bijou aren't your weapons to control, and neither are the jinchuriki. We are shinobi, yes, but we are also humans. Naruto huffed loudly before taking his place back against the wall behind Gaara. He had enough of old men and women making decisions about the futures of others. The rest of the room was silent again as everybody absorbed what the blonde had said. Even Oonoki seemed pensive as he remembered Han. They had been good friends before the hatred of the village drove the kind man out. Naruto just held up a hand at Tsunade, his eyes narrowing as he looked anywhere but at her face. Save it, it's not like it matters. If I have to, I'll kill every last member of the Akatsuki before they hurt anybody close to me. He wrapped his arms across his chest, clearly indicating the topic was over. After a few moments of awkward silence, the room returned to a somewhat state of calm as more matters were discussed. Naruto had lost interest long ago. Ultimately nothing was agreed upon. Their villages had too many differences, both idealistic and history-wise. The cage filed out of the room quietly, Gaara and Tsunade being the last ones left in the room, but before Oonoki left he walked over to Naruto, putting everybody on guard. You speak with the same passion as your father did. With that, the man turned on his heel and walked out of the room, shocking everybody by the abrupt declaration. Naruto blinked in surprise before watching the old man leave the room with a frown, wondering what brought that announcement on. Tsunade also looked like she was about to talk to him, but in the end she simply sighed and walked out, shaking her head. Naruto finally pushed himself off the wall, walking over to Jiraiya before the Toad Sage could run off to do Kami knows what. Well, Naruto, you certainly spoke with conviction back there. Naruto just narrowed his eyes. Why wasn't I told? His voice held no real hostility, and to be honest, he perfectly understood the reasons behind the decision. He just wanted to hear it for himself. Jiraiya seemed to understand that as he took in Naruto's weary expression, placing a hand on the blonde's shoulders. Sensei thought it best you didn't know until you were powerful enough to handle the responsibilities of both your father and mother's heritage. Both of them had gathered a fair few enemies in their time, and while unfair, many of those enemies would have looked to their only son for revenge. Then you left and he never had the chance, not that I believe he would have, even by the Chunin exams, mind you. Sensei tended to keep things close to his chest. Naruto just nodded tiredly. He felt all the anger from earlier wash away, not that he had forgiven them entirely. There's something else I need to talk to you about. Jiraiya just motioned to the door. Let's walk. I'm sure you have many questions about your parents. I don't know if you know this, but I was your father's sensei. Naruto just nodded. He did know that. Alright, let's talk. Chapter 55. Despite their previous sentiments, both Naruto and Jiraiya walked through the streets of Konoha in silence. Neither really knew where they were going, but whenever Naruto felt Jiraiya start to meander towards the hot springs, he would divert them away. It was like the man's default destination. It was late and the sun was setting over the horizon, so the streets were slowly emptying, not that it stopped the stares and whispers sent Naruto's way. In the end, and Naruto had no idea how, they both found themselves atop the Hokage monument, sitting between the spikes of his father's stone hair. I used to come and do the exact same thing when I was your age. Naruto looked around, a little surprised at hearing the Toad Sage speak finally. We grew up in war. It made us treasure every moment of peace we got. When Sensei was made Hokage and the war finally ended, I sat up here, thinking about where my life would go from there. War is indescribable, an atrocity to nature, but after all that, after everything we went through, he sighed as he looked out over the village, the peace just seemed surreal, like a dream. He looked down sadly at Naruto. I don't know if the world is moving between cycles of war interspersed with times of peace, or if we're all just hopping between fragile moments of peace before the next war. He returned his attention to the setting sun, his eyes gleaming a little in the light as Naruto saw the younger man he had once been. However, I still hope for a world united under peace, where there's no need for war or hatred. Call me a fool if you like, but your father believed the same thing and he fought for that dream until the end. Naruto followed the man's gaze, watching the orange sun slowly melt into the horizon. Why are you telling me this? Jiraiya smiled fondly as he looked around, but unlike Naruto, who saw the man Jiraiya had been, he saw the man that Naruto could become. He sighed sadly again, knowing that he had little to no part in what had made him so strong and compassionate. Maybe because I feel you should know, maybe because I think your father and mother would have wanted me to tell you. To be honest, I don't really know. I know your life was hard here and I do regret not being here for you when I should have been, but I'll pay for my mistakes in the next life. For now I just thought I would get to know my godson. Naruto looked around, the faintest of smiles trying to etch its way onto his features. What were they like? He felt strange echoing the exact question he had asked Kurama, but still, he wanted to know. Jiraiya sighed, this time in melancholy, as he was brought back to a time when his student was still alive, when he was still starting out with the woman he would come to love. It looked as though his eyes were searching through each individual street in Konoha, as if he could pinpoint exact locations where the memories were strongest. Your father, he was loyal to a fault and stressed teamwork above everything else. I won't bore you by telling you he was a prodigy, or a genius, or the most powerful shinobi of his time. I'm sure you already know that. Before you were born he was so happy, always talking to me about what he was going to train you in, what friends you would make, or how proud you would make him when you finally became a shinobi, as long as that was the choice you made. In fact, towards the end it got sort of annoying. Naruto shared a chuckle with the older man, even as he felt his eyes begin to water. Outside of home he was always calm, the most level-headed person you would ever meet. He could analyze any situation, break it down and come up with a strategy so fast it would make a Nara's head boggle. He was respected by everybody he met, and if they didn't like him when they met, he made it his personal mission to make them like him. In the end, though he was a fairly hopeless romantic, fell in love with the first girl he kissed. Naruto smiled, just one more thing he and his father could relate on. Your mother was a whole other story. A grin spread over Jiraiya's features as his gaze drifted over one of the spiral banners hanging from the Hokage Tower. Frightful temper, that one, would sooner smack you around the head than actually hear you out. Possibly the most hyperactive person I have ever met, and how your father tamed her is completely beyond me. Had this strange tic tended to end any sentence where she was embarrassed or angry with Bane, whatever the hell that meant, Naruto chuckled sheepishly, now rather glad Tayuya had been so strict about the way he spoke. Like your father, though she was loyal, possibly more so, shouldn't be surprising from an Uzumaki, but she placed family above everything else. It's only to be expected when you lose your home and clan, but even through that she was strong. He smiled kindly as he looked down at Naruto. The days when she was walking around with you still inside of her were the happiest of her life, a smile never left her face. He coughed suddenly as he looked around with a blush, well, except for one incident involving ramen, but that's beside the point. The two of them lapsed back into silence as they continued to stare out over the village. They had a house, you know, we're going to raise you in it and everything. Minato was the last of his clan. He had escaped after a purge in Lightning Country and fled here, and by the time they met Uzushiogakure had already started to fade in people's memories. They weren't rich and they didn't have a lot, but when they bought it, I swear I never saw a larger smile on your father's face. I know that Suna is your home, but... He routed around in his robe's pocket for a moment before withdrawing a key and throwing it over to the blonde. It's yours now. Naruto just stared down at the key. This was it, his inheritance, everything his parents had left him in life, in a small brass object. His hand trembled ever so slightly as he closed his fingers around the key before slipping it into a pocket on his coat. Thanks. Jiraiya just nodded, patting Naruto on the shoulder as he stood up, stretching off his aching joints. I'll always be there if you need me, kid. Oh, and if you want to know more about your dad, speak to Kakashi. Minato was his sensei. As for your mother, I'm sure she had a Genon team, but their names escape me. I'm sure you'll find out if you ask around. He smirked. Look for sword users. Your mother was famous for her kenjutsu. He turned and started to leave, intending to give the blonde some privacy to think before Naruto almost slapped his head in idiocy. Oh Jiraiya, wait, I almost forgot to ask you something. The Sannin paused, turning back to his student's son curiously while Naruto scrabbled to his feet. I wanted to ask you about the key to my seal. Jiraiya's brows furrowed in concentration as he was pulled out of his nostalgia, becoming much more serious. What about it? Naruto just smirked. He knew the man had a reason to be defensive around the only thing keeping the Kyuubi at bay. I would like to have it. Jiraiya's eyebrows made a very good attempt to breach his hairline as he stared at Naruto in surprise and confusion. Why would you want something like that? It wouldn't be wise to start tampering with your seal, Naruto, no matter how far you have come in the sealing arts. Naruto just smiled kindly, cocking his head slightly to the side. Nothing so irresponsible. He heard a chuckle inside his head. Liar. Naruto's smile twitched a little on the outside, which Jiraiya might have noticed if he wasn't still a little shocked. Whose side are you on? The chuckling stopped suddenly. Good point, kid. By now Jiraiya seemed to have recovered and was scrutinizing Naruto all over, mulling the request over in his head before he sighed. Fine. Naruto's eyes opened a little wider. He hadn't expected it to be that easy. In fact, he had expected to use more than a few bottles of sake and a trip to a brothel before he got the key. Really? Jiraiya just nodded with an amused expression on his face from seeing Naruto's surprise. I don't see why not. I'm not going to be around forever, so I can't have the key getting lost with me now, can I? Plus, the idea that I wouldn't let you carry the key almost feels like an insult to your father's sealing skills. If he said that the seal was iron tight, then I inclined to believe him without question. Naruto just beamed while Jiraiya mentally sighed again. Maybe this isn't such a good idea. With a small mental shrug, he ran through a few hand seals and slammed his palms into the ground. With no small amount of surprise, Naruto watched as a large scroll-like object stretched itself out of Jiraiya's open mouth. His surprise turned to curiosity as he noticed the scroll had a head and some feet, and the fact it was about 6 feet long, and floating. He realized it was a toad, a very stretched out toad that's midsection seemed to be an actual scroll, bringing to question how such a thing was even physically possible. Jiraiya, it's been a while. What's the big idea summoning me? The toad looked around, staring at the blonde-haired boy who simply stared right back. What's the meaning of this, Jiraiya? I contain the seal to that kid's 8-trigram seal. Don't you understand how dangerous it is to have a key so close to its lock? Jiraiya just smiled fondly at the worried toad. There is no trouble, Jiratara. I have summoned you because it is time for Naruto to inherit his legacy. All of it. The toad narrowed his eyes at Naruto, sizing the blonde up before turning back to Jiraiya. You can't be serious, Jiraiya. The kid's barely 17 at the most. There's no way he can handle the responsibility of having the key to his own seal. I bet that as soon as he has it, he goes off tinkering with it, no doubt releasing the fox and killing himself in the process. Naruto felt a cold drop of sweat roll down his neck as he chuckled sheepishly. Really, Jiratara, there's no need for the mistrust. I have faith in young Naruto, he'll take good care of the seal. The toad just crossed his arms over his chest as his suddenly shrank down, the scroll disappearing into his belly. Why doesn't the kid just sign the toad contract? Then we could keep a hold of it and he could summon us if he needed the seal for whatever reason. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the stubborn toad. He was getting in the way of his plans. No way would he let Naruto tamper with the seal in the way he wanted to. Jiraiya just turned around, looking at Naruto tiredly. The day had dragged on enough as it was already. Would you consider that, Naruto? I don't know if you already have a summoning contract, but the toads are excellent summons. If it makes any difference, your father was also a summoner, and I'm sure Bunta would love to meet the son of Minato. Naruto smiled kindly but shook his head slowly. I'm sorry, Jiraiya, but while I respect my father, I have no intention of becoming his clone. I have to live my own life and forge my own path, find strength through my own means instead of blindly following in his footsteps. It sounded slightly hypocritical considering two of his main techniques were the Rasengan and a form of the Hiraishin, but he didn't know back then, so he wasn't really at fault. Jiraiya just nodded his head in understanding before turning back to the toad. I thought as much. That leaves you no choice, Jiratara. The seal belongs to Naruto. It is his birthright. The clearly disgruntled toad just looked between the two again with narrowed eyes. Fine, but know that I'm not happy about this. If the kid manages to blow himself up and unleash the Kyuubi on the world again, then know that I'm not to blame. He sprang back up to his original height and Naruto watched in some wonder as his chest unraveled into a very large scroll, revealing one of the most complex and beautiful seals Naruto had ever seen. Jiraiya pulled the large scroll off his own back, pulling a slightly smaller one out of it before he ran through some hand seals, pressing a chakra-laced hand on Jiratara's open belly. Immediately the ink of the seal began to writhe around on the page before it moved as one body, draining itself into the scroll Jiraiya had provided. It was over in a few moments, and after checking the new scroll to see if the transfer was successful, because Kami helped them if it wasn't, he handed it over to Naruto. The blonde quickly slung it around his shoulders, letting it hang diagonally across his back by the large shoulder strap along its length. Take good care of that kid. If it gets into the wrong hands, suffice to say it won't end well. Naruto nodded with a small smile as the two turned and departed from one another. With a sigh that only spoke of annoyance, Jiratara bobbed along after Jiraiya, knowing that no good could come from what he had allowed to happen. Naruto on the other hand had to hide a small gleeful smile as he walked away, lightly patting the large scroll on his back. Now we can get started. The alarm clock to the right of the bed Naruto and Tayuya were sharing blared out as the timer on it reached 7 o'clock. It was promptly smashed into many tiny fragments as a kunai soared through the air, splintering the annoying device while Naruto and Tayuya both groaned. Naruto tried to pull his head under the pillow to break the early morning sunlight, trying to blind him, while Tayuya just pulled Naruto, attempting the same maneuver. Both were dead tired. Naruto had been examining every aspect of the key into the wee hours of the morning before joining Tayuya in some more amorous activities. Of course, this meant that neither had gotten more than 3 or 4 hours of sleep, leading to one very irate kunoichi and one incredibly weary shinobi. Finally, Naruto managed to pull himself out from under his pillow long enough to wrap up Tayuya in a warm hug before sliding out of the bed. He padded along the floor, and due to his training, which he found difficult to turn off, he was perfectly silent. He stepped into the steaming waters of the shower and sighed as the hot water melted out the aches in his body. He nearly jumped as he felt a set of small but strong arms wrap around his torso before long wet red hair brushed against his back, and he smiled. He turned around to see Tayuya grinning like a maniac, completely naked as hot water ran down her body, perfectly managing to accent her various wondrous curves. Naruto might have commented on the beauty he was seeing before him, but he figured showing his appreciation was more in order and quickly caught the wet kunoichi in a searing kiss, hotter than the water flowing around them. Tayuya deepened the kiss, moaning into the contact as she closed her eyes and just enjoyed the feel of Naruto's smooth body pressed up against her. Naruto did the same, loving the feel of a set of very firm and slippery breasts push up against his stomach like slick pillows. However, they quickly learned that the shower, while seemingly romantic and exciting for a young couple, was not the perfect place to get intimate. They quickly found themselves in a heap on the bottom of the bath after Tayuya slipped, taking Naruto with her as he was unable to catch her on the slippery surface. When both checked that they hadn't managed to injure themselves, they broke out into a fit of laughter, now thoroughly woken up. Deciding that the bottom of the bath was just as good, they quickly resumed their make-out session, sliding around on the porcelain as they laughed between every kiss. A good 10 minutes later, they both emerged damp, smiling and happy, no longer caring how early they had woken up. They got changed into their usual gear before making a beeline for the door of their hotel room. They still had yet to see Anko and Hana and were looking forward to it. Before they left, Naruto quickly doubled back, grabbing the key he had hidden under the bed before slinging it over his back like before. He really had to find a better way of carrying it around, but for now the strap around the shoulder would do. After checking up on Gaara and Matsuri and wishing a good morning to Fu, who promptly threw them out of her room to go back to sleep before they took to the rooftops, arriving at Anko's apartment in less than a minute. Naruto quickly knocked, hoping that Anko wasn't sick this time. After all, he had good news for her, news he thought she would definitely appreciate. To their surprise, it was actually Hana who opened the door, looking over the two strangely as she scrutinized the somewhat familiar pair. Suddenly her mind added in a quiet red-haired boy in next to them, and her eyes opened wide in recognition. Naruto? Tayuya? The blonde jinchuriki smiled brightly, glad that his former sensei, however brief, remembered him. In the flesh. Hana smiled brightly before ushering the two of them in. Anko, you have guests. They all heard an irritated grumbling coming from around the corner of the apartment as the three shared a chuckle at the typical Anko behavior. The two of them may have only had Anko and Hana as sensei for a brief period, but it was suffice to say that they left a great impact with the Chonin. Man, when Anko said you guys had changed, I didn't think she meant so much. You guys look really grown up. A smirk overcame her face, and I hear the relationship has been going strong. You guys seal the deal yet? Naruto and Tayuya just sweat dropped at the question, wondering why everyone they visited asked them that. Luckily, they were saved from answering as an irate and frustrated Anko turned the corner and stormed up to them. Whatever ailment plagued her immediately melted away as she took in the familiar faces. Oh hey Gaki, good to know that the last time you visited wasn't all some illness-addled hallucination. Everybody chuckled before Anko ushered them in with her hands, and like a few months ago they all sat down on the couch with Naruto once again pressed up against Anko on one side and Tayuya on the other as Hana took to Tayuya's other side. It's good to see you, Anko-sensei, Hana-sensei. Both women nodded before Anko delightedly perked up. Alright, spill. You've been gone 2 years, we want to know everything. So the two of them did just that. They explained their training, skimping over the parts that would make it long and boring, while Tayuya told them of her spying and Naruto of his adventures, as well as Fu. Anko and Hana seemed a little upset they didn't get to meet Fu, but Naruto simply told them she had wanted to stay in her room this morning. Next they moved on to their reunion and the subsequent attack from Akatsuki, shocking both women as Naruto recounted his fights. He moved on to their mission in the Land of Water, telling them of the fight with the Sanbi as well as his saving of Guren and Yukimaru. Finally they ended with their fights with Kakuzu and Hidan, where even Naruto was a little surprised. Tayuya had told him about her fight, but he had never quite heard the full story, and to say he was proud of his girlfriend was an understatement. He was smiling so brightly by the time she was done it almost hurt to look at. Lastly he turned his attention back to the girls, but mostly Anko. There was another reason we went to the Land of Water. We needed information about Sasuke Uchiha. The two Jounin stared at him oddly, wondering what Naruto could want with the Uchiha traitor. It was because of his curse mark. Anko immediately reached for her own on reflex before realizing what she was doing and stopping herself. That was when she noticed something about Tayuya that she should have probably seen straight away. "Your mark changed." Tayuya smiled softly before it became a grin of pride as she looked over at Naruto, forcing Anko's gaze to follow her. "Why you?" Naruto just nodded before he saw Anko begin to tear up. "And you see could. For me?" He nodded again, this time more slowly as he thought very carefully about his next words, remembering the way Tayuya had reacted. There is a catch though." Tayuya just went red in the face while Anko leaned forward even more, not really caring about the price as long as her curse mark was gone. Jiraiya sat up high in a tall tree, surveying the area around him like the master spy he was, even if it was for less than noble reasons. Below him in the large but shallow river where a waterfall gently trickled were a few very skimpily dressed women splashing around. A small trickle of blood was slowly making its way out of Jiraiya's nose as he completely took in the scene, furiously writing in the notebook he always carried. In his mind a new plot for his latest masterpiece was already in the works as a cry rang out through the village. "I have to be what?" Jiraiya smiled, glad that for once he wasn't the one on the end of a woman's wrath. That was until he lost his concentration and slipped from the tree, right into the middle of the frolicking women. There was a small pause as everybody looked at him and time seemed to freeze before a woman screamed. "Pervert!" Jiraiya fell to unconsciousness not too long after, a smile on his beaten face. Anko stood up in the cold, dungeon-like room, rubbing her neck with a look somewhere between shock and disbelief. The smooth skin in the area was now noticeably free of any marks, save for the two healing bite marks that had stopped leaking blood a few moments ago. She was wrapped up in a large sheet, her clothes being shed before the process had begun so that Naruto could write out the appropriate seals on her body. When she had asked if anybody else could do it, he had simply responded they could have, but to be sure they were done properly only he or Jiraiya could apply them. Taking the lesser of two evils, Anko had decided that Naruto was her best option after all, after reminding him that if he ogled her then Tayuya was going to be very disappointed the next time they became intimate. Taking her warning to heart, Naruto hadn't even looked at Anko's generous assets, focusing entirely on the task at hand, much to the purple-haired Jonin's appreciation. Now that it was over, Anko just didn't know what to think. The dull ache that had pervaded her life for nearly 2 decades was gone, just like that. Acting on an instinct she had long thought repressed or forgotten, she suddenly jumped at Naruto, wrapping him up in what can only be described as a mega glomp. Naruto actually felt his head crack a little from the force of colliding with the ground with a 100-something-pound woman straddling his body. Before he knew it, Anko had delivered a large wet kiss straight to his lips, wrapped him up in an enormous hug before running out of the room, yelling for joy and heading straight to Hana to tell her the good news. Anko had admittedly been intrigued by Naruto's proposal of altering her seal to make it more powerful and less harmful. However, in the end it would just hold far too many bad memories, memories better left buried and forgotten where she couldn't feel their pain anymore. So Naruto had completely removed her seal, which proved significantly easier than Tayuya's due to its earlier design and the lack of her activating its version 2 form. Naruto got up in a daze, wiping his mouth of what remained of Anko's kiss, now very glad that Tayuya hadn't come with him to the ceiling, opting to stay with Hana and catch up more. Naruto had taken that to mean they wanted to talk about things where he was not welcome and didn't object. He walked out of the dungeon, a small smile on his face at remembering how happy Anko looked. He turned in the street, heading towards where he expected Fu to be. He hadn't really seen all that much of her lately, so he figured he would go and spend the day with her, just the two of them. Fu giggled happily, acting like the child Naruto had found her as, although significantly happier now thanks to her brother. She rode atop his shoulders, clutching the candied apple in her hand that Naruto had bought from a vendor as they walked through the streets. She noticed the people staring at Naruto or sometimes outright glaring at him, but she also saw him ignore them, so she followed suit. The two jinchuriki wandered aimlessly through Konoha. There seemed to be some kind of small festival going on, so they tried their hands at a few stall games. Being a shinobi village, the stalls were suitably beefed up, although they were still easy enough that a genin stood somewhat of a chance at winning if he was lucky enough. There was one stall where the player had to hit targets with shuriken, easy enough if you discounted the stall owner using mid-level wind jutsu to knock the projectiles askew. However, when Naruto had taken his turn, he waited until the man used his jutsu before subtly attaching a single chakra thread to the shuriken, putting it back on course to land in the dead center of the target. Fu now rode his shoulders, proudly clutching an enormous stuffed wolf, a toy that looked like something the Inuzuka would give to their ninkin as a chew toy. He looked up at her beaming face with a smile, remembering a similar situation he had shared with Tayuya so many years ago now, although in this case Fu was in no hurry to give away her prize to a passing kid. Naruto didn't blame her. Without a real childhood, he could see the girl clinging to anything that brought the two of them closer as a family. He barely noticed as the two of them began to move further towards the outskirts of the town, just following the random directions of Fu as she just pointed in any direction. When he even realized how far they had gone, he was already on the edge of the training grounds, noting the sign that warded civilians from the area in case of stray weapons or jutsu. He was about to turn back to the village when the sounds of fighting broke out through the trees before once again being muffled by the surroundings. His curiosity piqued at the chance of perhaps seeing a decent spar or maybe picking up a new technique. He slowly made his way through the forest in the direction of the sound. However, it was strange. It was as if the closer he got to the disturbance, the quieter it would get. Even to his impressive hearing, he was having difficulties picking up the subtle clashes of metal that spoke of a weapons fight. Finally, they emerged into a large training ground, obviously designed for the purpose of testing large or powerful techniques, except there was nobody there. It was only his lifetime's worth of training and honing his combat instincts that gave him the time to quickly throw Fu out of the way before twisting his body impossibly to escape the large, familiar bandaged mass that would have cleaved his body apart otherwise. He backflipped away, taking in the man he particularly did not want to see right now, or ever really. Sharpened, shark-like teeth smiled maliciously at him as the large man they belonged to casually leaned on the enormous mass that was his sword. "Hey brat, long time no see." Kisame Hoshigake smiled confidently at the ever so slightly panicking Chonin before him. Naruto was no slouch when it came to fighting. He had beaten enemies more powerful than himself numerous times before. However, there was a difference between being confident in your abilities and suicide, and now was such a time. Naruto was proud of the progress he had made in his time, but if all of that had taught him one thing, it was that he would not be the winner of this fight. Kisame was his better in strength, kenjutsu, close-range fighting, and probably tactics as well, given his former status as the leader of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. He also had a larger range of jutsu in his arsenal and a chakra reserve that could literally compare to that of a bijou, earning him the nickname the Tailless Beast. Not to mention his blasted sword, which could literally suck the chakra from his body. Somehow they believed his strategy that had worked against Shino all that time ago wouldn't work now. Seimata was a hungry sword. "Fu, get out of here now." The young girl was looking at the blue-skinned man, knowing full well who he was and what he was capable of. She almost didn't hear her brother call out, but managed at the last second to unleash her wings to make a desperate attempt to get away from the fight where she was woefully outclassed. However, before she could do so, a strong hand grasped her foot, pulling her firmly back down to the earth. She twisted in her captor's grasp until she looked around, straight up at the three Tomoe Sharingan of Itachi Uchiha. "Hello Naruto, it's been a while."